Well, good morning everybody and welcome to the meeting today, our referrals meeting. My name's Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Toilets are situated outside the meeting room opposite the stairs. Cold water is also available in the breakout area outside this meeting room. If the fire alarm should sound, please leave the meeting room by following the fire exit signs and meet on the Ipswich Town Football Club training pitch. Do not re-enter the building until you are told it is safe to do so. Please switch off all mobile phones or turn them to silent, and I'll be doing that shortly myself. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film or photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Finally, can members and officers please ensure that you press the microphone for speaking and turn off when you have finished. So the introductions are, there's quite a lot today. First of all, we have Ian Dupre, our legal officer. We have Philip Isbell, our senior planner. We have Rob Carmichael, our officer. We have in the chair at the moment is Vincent, one of our planning officers. We have Mandy, who's steering the internet for us. We have a lot of representatives from consultees, from the County Council and our own Mid-Suffolk Council. We have one lone ward member sat there at the moment. The most important people are the ladies and gentlemen here, are the elected members who will debate and vote on the matters before us today. We also have your good selves in the chamber behind us, and you have notified the clerk of those of you who wish to speak. You will have 3 minutes, and we have the magical 3-minute timer in case electronics fail, and you will be able to put your points to the committee. There will be questions. It invariably happens, but questions need to be short, sharp and to the point, and they will not be a debating point. Similarly, they will be restricted rather than just pulling the whole of our papers to pieces. So I hope members will appreciate that we have a very thorough briefing coming forwards, and the reason I know that is I've seen it. So there's some really good points which you might have made, and they may well be cleared up with that. Also, when we ask the officers if we have questions of the officers, it's not an interrogation, but it is a fact-finding thing. So I do hope that you sort of are mindful of that too. So, with that start, let's hope we can move on to the agenda, please. Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Turner and Councillor Mayer.
Thank you. To receive any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members. Oh my word, there's quite a show. So we'll start. Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you, Chair. Non-pecuniary, my brother works for Bloor Homes and used to work for Hopkins Homes.
Excellent. Councillor Caston.
A non-pecuniary interest on the 1856/17 Barham Church Lane. I used to be the ward councillor there and took part in meetings and consultations. I also know the landowner from a previous job.
Thank you. Yes, councillor.
Non-pecuniary, I'm the Vice Chair of Stowmarket Town Council Planning Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. Anyone else? No? Right, thank you for that.
Councillor Carter.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do beg your pardon, Councillor Carter.
I also serve on the planning committee.
Thank you, and obviously Councillor
Madam Chair,
Humphreys.
also, thank you.
Thank you, of the Town Council at Stowmarket, yes. Declarations of... Oh, sorry, we were all a bit slow on the uptake to start with. Councillor Field.
The time of the morning. Sorry, if we're doing the afternoon issues as well, I am the county councillor for the Barham area, so I do have a non-pecuniary interest in that.
That's very helpful, and then we'll ask the same questions this afternoon as well. Might have different viewing clientele. Declarations of personal site visits, please. Oh, have I done that? Oh, I've crossed it off. Declarations of lobbying. Sorry?
Sorry, I just said the most important for class.
Yes, I know, I'd crossed it off, I'd gone along. Certainly for the first application would be correct. And the Woolpit application for everybody then.
Both the Thurston ones.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, not just the first one, both the Thurston ones
Yes.
and the Woolpit one.
Thank you, yes. Councillor Norris?
Are we declaring for this morning session and this afternoon?
I think it would be prudent, yes.
Okay, also my 7B, 8A and 8B.
Got that?
I think so.
Yep. Are we done on that one? Thank you very much. Declarations of personal site visits? No. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of November 2019. And if I just take them in bulk, and if there's anything that you want me to amend, I can amend. If not, can I take Councillor Caston?
Item number 17, page 8. Representations form. Peggy Pearson should read Penny Pearson.
Well spotted. Thank you. Apart from that, are you happy that I can sign these during the meeting? Thank you very much indeed. I'll do that later. To receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. The schedule of planning applications will remain as is. And I think Mr Isbell wanted to make some sort of comment here.
Thank you, Chairman. 2 points. Firstly, I'm aware that there are a lot of papers that have been put before members to take account of, and there have been some concerns expressed to me and others regarding the volume of work here. Just to update members, and I'm conscious that we're proposing a number of applications be reported to Development Control Committee B in due course, and I've asked my team to review what's on that agenda in order to make sure that is actually a manageable workload for committee at DCB, which is forthcoming. So I'll hopefully update committee at the start of the afternoon session on my findings in relation to that, but I am aware that there's quite a volume of work, and clearly expectations of members need to be realistic. So, Chairman, I am doing some work around that, and my team are looking at that this morning whilst we're here. If I may move on as well, Chairman, I wanted to say a little bit about items this morning. You'll have heard me talk about the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes. You will inevitably be aware that the draft joint local plan describes a preferred approach for the spatial distribution of housing and effectively describes that as being along the transport corridors of the A14 and the railway lines, which represent a strong effect on market forces and demand for both housing and employment land.
Can I say, I'm finding it quite hard to hear. Could we get the mic much
Sorry,
closer
can
or
you put
speak
it on
right
the
into
other
it,
mic?
please? Thanks.
Put it on the left-hand side of that.
Left.
Slightly more to the left. On the corner. There you
Yeah,
are.
that's it.
Right. Sorry, Councillor Hicks, is that all better?
Helps if you turn it on.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's why I'm changing.
So, and apologies for that. The question of where growth goes is an important one, and the draft JLP, as you'll see from the papers, is described as having limited weight. I think we'll get to the question of what that is in the fullness of debate, but I'm conscious that that document talks about the strategic corridors as being an appropriate place for sustainable growth. And so with that in mind, Chairman, I would invite committee that if they are minded not to accept officers' recommendations on any of the applications heard today, and indeed propose refusal of those, that there are various risks foreseeable to that. A risk to the approach to spatial distribution of housing described in the draft joint local plan, a risk around the displacement of growth to new allocations which are not presently forming part of that, and indeed consequent risks to the progress of the joint local plan as presently timetabled. Attendant on all of these things, I would suggest there is also potentially a risk associated with the increase in potential speculative applications and appeals seeking to take advantage of what's known as the presumption in favour of sustainable development, whilst we don't have the joint local plan advancing. And obviously there are consequent reputational and financial risks which it's not possible to predict at this point in time. With that as an underlying concept, Chairman, I would invite that if members are not inclined at committee to accept the recommendations before you on any of these cases, that members take a view which will be to exercise a resolution which is minded to refuse that application and to ask officers to undertake a risk assessment based on the things I have described, and on that basis for officers to report back on the approach which committee may at that point be minded to take. Chairman, clearly that's a decision for committee to take during the course of its deliberations. Sorry, I'm trying. I do have a bit of a cold, I'm afraid. I'm endeavouring to... I'd suggest, Chairman, that if members wish to consider that approach, that they take further advice at that point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we move on. The first application, DC 1903-486, and if Vincent Pearce could now present that to us, please. Thank you. Oh, we have one thing. We have got some late papers. I just wonder whether members, would they like a few moments to read those, or have you managed to read them? Could somebody indicate to me, please? So can we just hold the proceedings, I do beg your pardon, just for a few moments while members just read those late papers? Just 5 minutes, most, no more. Thank you. I think we've nearly had those 5 minutes. We did have the email to us late yesterday, that particular interest in those late papers. So, if we can now move on then, please, if we can. Vincent, if you would like to now present the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen. First item of the day is an outline application in Thursford for 210 or up to 210 dwellings. You are being asked to determine access this morning as part of the proposal, and the site is southwest of Beyton Road in Thurston. Thurston sits to the northwest of the district, just to the east of Bury St Edmunds, beside the A14. This morning, I'm going to focus in particular on the issues on the screen, but obviously the report deals with a lot more issues than appear on the screen. So we're going to have quite a bit of debate around the relative status of each of the plans that are relevant. We are going to look in some detail at the highway impacts, because this application raises a number of thorny issues, particularly in view of the parish council. We're also going to have to look at cumulative impacts, because Thurston has seen a significant amount of growth and is currently experiencing that growth. So this is an application that will add to that previous impact. We're going to look at the neighbourhood plan. We're going to think about travel in and around the village. We're going to think about the character of the development on the countryside and ecology. There is also some potential heritage issues. And then I'm going to ask members to start to consider weighing in the balance what might be seen as the public benefits of the proposal against what members may see as the disbenefits. And then we've also got questions of landscape, ecology and amenity. So without further ado, just to remind members that Thurston is a key service centre in the adopted local plan, which in fact means that it is the focus for the majority of development in the district, alongside the 3 towns within the district, Stowmarket, Needham Market and Eye. So it is a logical focus for new development in your development plan. This is the red line site, so you can see it's on the countryside side of the southern edge of Thurston. It's important to note that the application actually straddles 2 district boundaries, and I'll show you on here. The element on the left is actually within West Suffolk District Council, so the piece with the new junction on Fishwick Corner and the new section of road is actually in West Suffolk. So you're being asked to consider the implications of that element of the development, but this morning you are only considering whether to grant outline planning permission on the part that is within mid-Suffolk. I notice in the audience my colleague Julie Barrow from West Suffolk observing to see the deliberations of the committee. So in terms of the red line, the red flashing element is the bit that's within mid-Suffolk. The other piece is within West Suffolk. So you can see that the majority of the development is actually in our district. This slide shows all the key facilities in Thurston, and as a key service centre, as you might expect, there are a number of important local facilities. The black star identifies the application site. The dotted line is the railway that runs west to east, east to west, just to the north of the application site. Throughout the report and throughout the presentation, I have referred to the Thurston 5. And the Thurston 5 are the previous major applications that were approved a couple of years ago, and we'll go into some detail because we also have to consider whether the proposal before you this morning will create adverse impacts on top of the 5 that already have planning permission. So they are the 5, and on the screen I've identified the number of houses that were approved. So that comes to 818 new dwellings already have consent on the northern side of Thurston. I've identified the developers on the left.
Sorry, can I just interject at that point that for this slide, that's the site of the second application, just so members aren't confused.
Sorry, good point.
So
Thank you, Councillor.
The actual site for this application is to the south of what you're discussing. That red star is for the second application, just so you're aware of which one we're talking about.
Thank you. I asked for these to be put up on both. Sorry, I asked for these slides to be put up on both applications, and they've obviously come
No, I'm grateful, Councillor Richardson.
left
That's
about first. Yes, thank you.
important to point that out. So, let's get to grips with the thorny policy questions. In terms of your adopted local plan, the site sits outside of the settlement boundary for Thurston. So here we now have it in a yellow star, clearly outside the red line that is the settlement boundary for Thurston. This is taken from the adopted Thurston neighbourhood plan. And here we have the settlement boundary as now redrawn in the neighbourhood plan. And you can see that the site in the yellow star is outside of the settlement boundary as defined in the recently adopted Thurston neighbourhood plan. We now look at your emerging local plan, and the flashing mauve site, known as LA087, is actually the application site, and that is allocated for development in your emerging joint local plan. And it's important to note that because as the debate goes on, that is a key element in the debate as to what status each of these will have and should have, and how they interplay with each other. In terms of constraints, very few constraints around the site. We have a number of listed buildings nearby, mostly associated with the station, and we'll get a closer view of that in a moment. But we also have some tree preservation orders, and on the left-hand side you'll see the reverse L in green. That's a new TPO that was approved by West Suffolk District Council in the lead up to the determination of this planning application. So there we have the three listed buildings. One is the railway bridge, one is the station itself, and then we have a cottage just off Beyton Road. In terms of public rights of way, very few actually around the site. There are none immediately on the site itself. Now, we've had extensive representation from Thurston Parish Council, as you might expect. They are set out in the report between pages 24 and 37, but also we have a recent comment dated day before yesterday from Thurston once they'd had a chance to read the report, and they are on the tabled papers. I also just want to make clear an important point. In paragraph 3.11.3 of the report, I state, as the author of the report, it, and that's the proposal, delivers the suite of highway improvements considered vital by the Parish Council and as identified in the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan. Those are my words, not the words of the Parish Council, either sent in representation or in the Neighbourhood Plan. What I've done is reach that conclusion from where transport assessment or transport statement is required. This should address the transport impacts on road junctions, particularly the following junctions: Fishwick Corner, Pokeridge Corner, Junction. So the proposal itself, this is an illustrative layout, so it doesn't necessarily form a formal part of the planning application, but it is an indication from Bloor as to how they imagine 210 dwellings would fit on the site. And I have to say the application has been the subject of a planning performance agreement, so Bloor have been working with your officers to try and come up with a design that, as officers, we feel...
Excuse me, can I just interrupt you, please? Can we just have an adjournment of the meeting, please? I'm afraid I feel unwell, so can we just have an adjournment?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Councillor Guthrie is feeling particularly unwell. In fact, to the point where she's struggling to, she felt very wobbly, felt she might fall over, even when she was sitting. So I think, obviously, we need to manage her. Her health is more important than anything else, so we've asked her to head home. My name is Matthew Hicks. I chair this meeting. Cathy and I alternate it, and I'm the vice chairman. So obviously, I'm just going to step in and take over from Cathy's chairing. So I don't think we don't need to go over anything. I think we've all heard that we've all got to the same point. And let's continue, please, from where we were. I'm sorry having to break the meeting there. And we hope Cathy feels better quickly.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just beginning to describe the layout, and we'll do that in a little more detail as we go through. But in terms of, that's the site as is, and if we gradually superimpose the illustrative layout, you'll see how it fits into that site. More of that later. In terms of character, we have tried to create strong character areas on this. So we have a green edge, obviously where it meets the countryside. We don't necessarily want an urban feel right the way to the edge of the site. We have a strip along Beyton Road that reflects the development on the opposite side. We have some internal lanes, and then we have a green spine that runs through the middle. And I'll go into more detail as we go through the slide. But I think I wanted to emphasise that this is a site where we are not expecting a uniform character. We are trying very hard to create a diverse character that reflects this edge of village setting. So in terms of what we see in the adjacent area, we have a number of bungalows on the north side of Beyton Road. Quite a bit of new modern infill, quite large houses set back from the road. Some rather grand houses, all very new, again on the north side of Beyton Road. Here we have some more. So the majority of development is actually modern on the other side of the road. And here we have the northeast corner of Pokeridge Corner. More of that later as well. So the first question I'm going to look at is potential impact on residential amenity. We have residents to the northeast and we have some residents to the southwest. So where I put the zigzag line is the area where we have to be particularly careful not to impede or encroach on amenity. My view is that there is sufficient distance between proposed and existing to ensure that there can be no prospect of harm to amenity in terms of overlooking, harm to the outlook, a sense of dominance. And none of the properties within this development, provided we had a condition, would be over 2 stories plus attic. The majority of these are suggested to be 2 stories. What I've tried to do here is highlight that separation. So there is a strong existing hedgerow between the cottages to the southwest and the proposed development. That would be reinforced with new planting, and the distance to the closest property would be 53 metres. The cottages in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide are those 2 cottages. They are also set in spacious grounds themselves. In terms of Beyton Road, what we've got is another example of very good separation, and obviously we also have a road that runs in between the 2. There can be no prospect of direct harm to amenity as a result of that physical relationship. Another impact on amenity we have to look at in Thurston is actually the disturbance caused by construction traffic. Obviously, with 818 or potentially 818 properties already under construction, the village is already experiencing quite a bit of HGV traffic. And it is fair to say that some of the developers are getting lorries that are driving over verges, grass verges, and it is causing quite a bit of damage to the verges. They're being cut up and there is mud on a number of the streets. That is being looked at and dealt with by our highway colleagues and our enforcement colleagues. But again, it is something we have to think about. Were you minded to grant further permissions for residential development? And we'll come back to that again later, but I'm just sort of sowing some seeds early on. So, The questions that you have to think about and determine this morning around access, I will now go through. It is proposed to have 2 access points to this development. We have one on Beyton Road and one, the blue one, on the Mount. And that will serve the 210 dwellings. This sets out the hierarchy. So the blue is a spine. So you'll notice that once you're in the estate, if you swing round to the right on the blue road, you cannot get out onto the adjacent highways. You can only get out onto the adjacent highways using the mouse pointer at that point. Now, the red ones are the next tier of road, and then the yellow ones potentially are shared. So you can begin to see what we're doing is having the spine as the main road, but we're gradually reducing the impact of the highways by having shared surfaces to create a more rural character. So we won't have lots of tarmac or concrete all over the estate. So if you entered from Beyton Road, you would come along and you would start to slow, because to get out of the estate you would have to do some sharp but safe bends. Now we feel that that's enough to dissuade drivers to use that as a rat run, but also the improvements that are being proposed by Bloor to Pokeridge Corner, Fishwick Corner and the bridge make those routes attractive enough for people not even to want to go through this estate. So other highway matters, we are now going to look specifically at the 3 junctions, the key junctions. Do you remember when I pointed out that policy from the neighbourhood plans? These are 3 of the policies, junctions that are referred to. So we've got the bridge with the Barton Road junction in yellow, Pokeridge Corner in blue and Fishwick Corner in white. I thought we'd start with a video tour. So we're going to start at Station Hill, immediately outside the station, and we're going to do a tour around the adjacent roads and around the application site, just to give you a feel of what's what. Hopefully, here we go. So this was on the 22nd of November at 11:47. So I swing, this is the first junction north of the railway bridge. I now swing under the bridge, so you have Beyton Road to the left, New Road to the right. So I'm now heading towards the Mount. Dense area of woodland on the left is not part of the application. The area on the right is actually within West Suffolk. So at that time of day, I didn't really encounter any other traffic in that location. I'm reaching the give way signs on the Mount. And this is the crossroads that has a high accident incident. So if I went straight on, I'd be going down to the A14. So now I'm in the Mount. So this is the road that goes around the southern edge of the site. Again, you can see how well treed it is. Ooh. I must have looked to the heavens there. Woodland on the right. Everything on the left is the application site. So you can see there the hedgerow is not completely continuous, and bits of it are missing and have been cleared. So we swing around, and now we're approaching Pokeridge Corner. And I'll explain why Pokeridge Corner causes some issues a little bit later. But what I've tried to do is give you a circuit of the site. So we're now crossing over into Thedwester, moving northwards towards the north side of the village. In a minute we'll come across Thedwester Bridge, which provides footway and vehicle access over the railway. So on the other side we went under, on this side we're going over the railway. And this is a priority give way to an oncoming traffic scenario, so I have to wait. The road is clear. No, it isn't. I'll wait a bit longer, and then off I go. And notice on the left that there isn't a footway, there's just a white line on the road. That's important when we come to discuss proposed improvements. We'll now look at the railway bridge, and I'm afraid there are lots of slides here because this is a real point of contention in the village, because I think there's a very strong feeling, some of which we share, as do our highway colleagues, that access under the bridge is difficult at times and really needs to be improved. But as you can imagine, options potentially are limited because the bridge is the bridge and it's very difficult to widen it. So let's see what we've got. So we've got the railway that runs over the bridge. The platform's obviously on the top. And the junction we're going to look at in particular is the Beyton Road junction just to the south of the bridge. So at the moment, the yellow dot is a car approaching from the north. It starts to indicate and around it comes. That's all well and good. The white car's waiting to see what happens. And it pulled out a bit because he couldn't really see what was happening. And that's where potentially you have an issue because the white car is now over the give way line. And then of course you potentially have an issue because cars approaching in the other direction are now meeting a car that's pulled out across the give way line but hasn't proceeded to move out. Here we have a shot looking southwards, so that's the Beyton Road fork to the left, New Road to the right. And I'd ask you to look particularly. The footway is hardly a footway on this side and it dwindles to nothing. And on this side there is this bend which actually is bad for vision, forward vision, and you can't really see what's a pedestrian just round that corner. And there's a real tight pinch point. And you'll notice from the report that currently the pinch point under that bridge is 0.7 of a metre. And with your permission, Chairman, I'm just going to do a bit of visual aid to help. I've come prepared. Hopefully. Provided I don't fall down the steps. What we need to look at. The first two poles are the existing pinch point at 0.7. As you can see, I'm quite broad, but I can walk through there. Not much else can happen around me. And when it's been proposed through the improvements, is it actually to widen that footpath to 1.5. So in terms of that, I can be walking this way, somebody can be walking that way, and now we have the benefit of being able to pass. At the moment, I would have to step to the road to let somebody pass. I'll leave that there for a moment because we want to look at. Sorry, Councillor Richardson, you probably think you're at a rugby match or something, but so let's go through a few more of these. This is the other way, looking north, and again, do you notice if I was standing here, anyone driving round the corner from this point wouldn't see me until I'd got some way around this corner. And at that point, I'm in the 0.7, the real pinch point. Another shot of that pinch point. Here we have a number of people just going through, and as you can see, it's just wide enough for one of them at a time. We've got a bit of video here. I think this one you'll notice a coach go through. The coach hugs the pavement to the left. It is on the left-hand side of the road. And it swings off left down Beyton Road. You can imagine having that pass you when it's only wide enough for one person. It can be quite unnerving. And obviously, people go through there with a dog, or they go through there with a pushchair. Again, the same position. I think I've stepped out a bit, and we might see a lorry go past. But can you see how difficult it is to see anyone who's standing just round the corner? Quite a bit of traffic when this was taken. And that's a feature of this junction. There are times when it is very busy. So there's that car that pulled out. It's moving quite slowly. I'll step out and there goes the lorry. Now we also have a lot of coach traffic associated with the community college. So coaches can go under the bridge, double-deckers can't. So double-deckers go the other route down Fed Westra. They go over the railway, they can't get under the bridge. Oh. So you can see the coach starts to pull out, stops, obviously it's seen something coming, hesitates a bit, and then goes. And that happens quite a bit at that junction, not just coaches, vans, lorries, cars. And again, that's gone through on the left-hand side of the road. We've got some shots here taken from the video survey. So these were supplied by the applicant's highway consultants. So that shows a coach and a car able to pass under the bridge. Again, we've got the bus and a car passing each other. And here we have a coach and a car passing. What is difficult, two coaches couldn't pass together. And what happens is one coach waits one side and lets the other one through. And we've got some modelling of that. So what's being proposed? Well, there we have the proposal. So the big difference is we now have proposed a new roundabout, mini roundabout in this position. And what we're trying to do is enable drivers coming out here to have a better line of vision and to enable drivers coming through to see these vehicles earlier than they do at the moment. And how that's been achieved is to take that little section of almost no footway, take it away completely on this side and add it to this side. So by doing that, we've been able to increase the width of that from that 0.7 to 1.5, and the geometry under the bridge, the road geometry, has been altered as a result of that. And I can illustrate that with some further slides. So that's now the position if the proposals were implemented. So that biscuit colour is now the wider footpath, but it's only on one side of the road. So you can start to see the blue is the existing alignment. So you can see now how that path has been brought out. And which enables the road to be straightened a little bit, which actually improves visibility. And what we now get is 1.5, 1.5, and we actually get 2 metres on the north side, so that's been improved quite a bit. In our view, this represents a significant improvement to pedestrian safety under the bridge. We believe that it does meet the policy requirement in the neighbourhood plan of dealing with this particular issue of pedestrian access under the bridge. In terms of the impact from the proposed development, so the bluer scheme, this represents a significant improvement. And you might expect residents from the bluer scheme to go north because that's where the facilities are, so they may well walk under the bridge. Here we have an illustration of why that roundabout is so useful. It's actually improved the forward vision so that you can see cars waiting to come out. And obviously, the principle of give way to the right is well understood, much easier than trying to get out at the T-junction and just nosing out until you think you can slip in between the gap or until you can see what's coming. So there's existing alignment. What's happened is, effectively, the geometry of the road has been able to be moved and the footway has been widened. There's a cross-section, so that shows a coach and a car and the wider footpath. So there we have 2 people able to walk completely on the path rather than one in the road and one on the path. This is from Department of Transport guidance that does indicate a footpath of 1.5 is acceptable in terms of allowing 2 people to pass safely. I've done a speeded up shot, so this is actually an hour's worth of video in a very short space of time, and I'd ask you to notice, if you're quick enough, pedestrians. There's one. See how busy it is? This was at school time, so this is 3:15 to 4:15. Some coaches going through. Very few pedestrians. There's a couple, a child and an adult. There's another pedestrian. So when I was there taking this, it was, well, I wasn't there. This is a piece of professional video. This is, I would say, lightly used on that occasion. That isn't to say that it isn't busier at other times, but this is school time where you might expect there to be quite a bit of, there's another couple coming back. Lots of activity. Do you see at the Beyton Road junction though, lots of cars pulling out? And we've got some different modelling to show how busy that can get. But that just keeps going like that with very few pedestrians. So now we'll look at the platform issue. The blue is a passenger who has to cross the railway tracks to get between the platforms. You cannot get off of that platform on the south side and come down onto Beyton Road. You have to cross the railway in order to, or the rail lines, in order to get off the station. So I'll show you that actual crossing, but that is not ideal. So if a train pulls in from Bury, off gets the passenger. It's okay if you want to go anywhere north in Thurston, you can go in that direction. You can head off you go to the northwest of Thurston. But if you want to go southwards, you come off, you go round, all the way round, down, back under and through. So what we're looking at with our colleagues is, train comes in, off you get. At the moment, as I say, you have to do that. And bear in mind that if you were to approve 210 dwellings, a number of those occupiers would be wanting to use the railway, and when they came home or when they went up to work in the morning, they would have to do that circular route. Now what we're trying to achieve with Network Rail and colleagues is that you come off the train and you're able to come down using a ramp straight down to the south, which then avoids you having to do that crossing of the Barrow crossing. If we could achieve that, that could be closed, that could be fenced off and no longer used by pedestrians. And that is a significant improvement to rail user safety. So at the moment, if you were standing on the village side, on the car park side, looking across, here you've got two lines of traffic. Lots of freight uses this line. You've got a warning klaxon, you've got warning lights, and you've got cameras, but you don't have a physical barrier. So you could actually cross that at any time. So you can see the obvious peril of somebody stepping out when a fast train is coming through. There's another shot. The red dotted line is what's known as the Barrow crossing. We'll now take a look at Fishwick Corner. At the moment, I'm just explaining and exploring some of the issues that have been identified in the neighbourhood plan. This is the group of trees that are now preserved in West Suffolk. As a crossroads, you can imagine there are a myriad number of conflicting manoeuvres that can be carried out. It does have a high accident rate, and that's explored in the report. What we're looking at is a completely remodelled junction. So the crossroads disappears, the northern leg gets stopped up, can be used by pedestrians and cyclists, but vehicles will not be allowed to go up there. It will be physically closed to vehicles. And we have now this new staggered junction, and we have a whole new section of road which meets up with the existing new road. So this piece of new road effectively becomes redundant and only provides access to the cottages. And that's important because what that has achieved is reduce the number of lines of traffic that you have to try and cross in order to get out. And I've got some modelling of that shows why that works. So what happens is, at that crossroads, if you're trying to get to the A14, you go straight across, under and round, and you join the A14. But actually, there's a whole new purpose-built junction arrangement. And ideally, what we want to do is encourage users to take this one, because this is a safer option. You can go both ways at that that junction. So in many ways, the staggered junction makes that second option easier than an existing crossroads situation. And we can explain that in more detail as we go. So here we have a model. So what I'm going to show you is the actual traffic data that was recorded, and it's now put down as a short animation. So 3 seconds worth of animation here is the equivalent of 10 minutes of real-time movement. So this is the existing Fishwick corner. What you'll notice is cars start to begin to queue because it's quite difficult to pull out across all the competing movements that are going on in front of them. So that queue gets quite long. The coach is out. Oh, somebody's gone straight across. Don't forget this is speeded up. But you can see how easy it is for that queue to begin to build up simply because the person at the front is having to wait quite a time until they feel safe to pull out. Now what we have is the same traffic using the proposed junction. And this is what happens. So do you see there's a left filter already on the north side, so there is traffic able to slip out left. There is still some queue, there's about 4 vehicles there, but they soon move. So the traffic on that new junction has been rationalised, and it is easier to pull out of the north side of that junction. That is a dramatic improvement, not just in terms of reducing queuing, but actually in terms of safety. That is the safer option for cyclists compared to, let's say, a roundabout. Roundabouts are particularly perilous for cyclists. Here we have a similar sort of view, so you can see what happens at the railway bridge. So here we have the existing situation. We've got Beyton Road going off to the top. So at the moment, that's all moving quite nicely. Doesn't seem to be a problem. But the traffic starts to build up, going under the bridge. And then what starts to happen is it gets more and more difficult to pull out, so the queue starts to build on Beyton Road. People are hesitating to pull out because where do you judge the gap? So that's quite slow moving on Beyton Road now while they're all waiting for a moment to squeeze out. If we take the mini roundabout, what happens is it allows the traffic to move much more freely. It's more ordered, it's more controlled, and the principle of giving way to the right actually enables movement to be smoother. Far less queuing in Beyton Road. And you can see that still it's busy, but somehow the traffic has been managed in a way that allows freer movement. Just to show you that even with the improvement, the position whereby a coach has to wait for another still continues. So the yellow coach will move out northwards under the bridge and the red coach waits. That's what happens at the moment, that continues. We look at Pokeridge Corner. There's some shots along Beyton Road. There is part of a footway across into the site. It's another crossroads, so you get all those competing movements. So here I am in the white car, travelling towards that crossroads. I get to the give way line, and actually, I cannot see left. My vision to the left is completely obscured by hedgerow. So what I do is I start to nudge out until the point I can see clearly what's coming. But by then, my bonnet is out in the road, which is clearly not a particularly safe place to be. On this junction, we also have a problem of localised flooding. So after heavy rain, we get a lot of water. Again, that's another hazard to vehicles. What's being proposed, effectively, what we need to do is to get a car waiting here further out into the road so that they can clearly see what's coming. And what that means is pulling this junction slightly in this direction, so I like to extrude it out. So the whole of that junction moves marginally in that direction. So that improves vision to the east. It allows vehicles coming from the west to see those vehicles. We've got a new zebra crossing, which would allow children to get to the new school safer. This isn't uncontrolled, it is a controlled zebra crossing. There are improved displays, and also the drainage problem gets resolved because we have a new drain in this corner, because these drains here are all blocked. And what happens is we'll have a new drainage system that takes it into the field. So that localised flooding will be resolved as a result of these works. On Beyton Road itself, we have a raised table at Pokeridge Corner with a zebra crossing. We have another raised table at the entrance, again with uncontrolled crossings, and we have another raised table at this end, again with uncontrolled crossings. So we've introduced 4 or 5 new crossing points for pedestrian, one of which is a zebra crossing. And we've been able to, hopefully slow traffic down using the raised tables, not 1 but 3. And of course, the development on the south side will have its own footway along the frontage as well. So what we're trying to do is make it safe for pedestrians to move from here to the north side. So whether they're going to the station, to the school, or to get to existing facilities, we're trying to make it as safe as possible. We've also got to look at Thedwester Bridge, the pink dot. Another bit of short video, so we're going to briefly talk you through. So we're in the dotted line, we're moving from the top to the bottom. So in a minute we're going to approach the bridge. Here it is, wide enough for one. The footpath doesn't exist on the right hand side. And eventually this takes us down to Beyton Road. So Beyton Road is the key to all of this in many ways, and the junctions off it. We can pass easily 2 vehicles, and now we're approaching the junction. And there it is in the distance, and we give way, and as you might see there, I cannot see what's happening on the left of me because, well, one, I haven't pointed the camera there, but I've got some stills to show that, and over I go. Here's a slide. So we're looking northwards, and you notice here there's a section of footway, and then it stops. That's actually running carriageway, and then there's just a white line. Now the parish council have made very strong representations that they think this is unsafe, and the applicants have responded to that by saying we will continue with a raised curb and the footway to link the 2 sections of footway, so that there is a proper footway curb arrangement as part of this arrangement. Here we have the Thedwester Beyton Road junction, and that hedge actually stops me seeing vehicles coming from the east. Just to put all that in context, there's the railway bridge in the top left. That area of woodland is outside of the application, so that provides a very strong screen. As we pull out, everything now on the left is West Suffolk. Again, heavy woodland to the south that's unaffected. And that loop takes us right the way through the village, eventually up to the new school that will be built shortly as part of the Thurston 5 scheme. Norton Road, Community College in the screen now, centre. And around we come, and eventually we come back down to the bridge. So we did a complete circuit. So here we have the layout again. And I've just noted some of the distances, the width of that planting belt that runs the whole way around that site. So at points, we got 73 metres, and what we're looking at is we've tried to create a new village green on this side, because obviously that's the exposed side, it's the countryside edge. We want that to have a village character feel. There it is in more detail. This is Beyton Road, and what we've tried to do with the applicants is pull development back from the road to create that sort of physical green separation from the road that you see up here so clearly. We've tried to repeat that, I think on this quite successfully. So you have this sort of whole green area that is almost a mirror image of the development on the other side. Here we have another section of the edge, lots of planting. Also, I'd ask you to notice the connectivity. We've got good pedestrian connectivity, the green east, west, north, south, and the yellow is vehicular connectivity. It is a well-connected site. We thought very hard about where to create those spaces and to have green elements that run right through the site. So we haven't got green on the edge, just on the edge, we've got it running right through to this central green space. And that's important for ecological purposes too. We're actually creating green corridors. This is the proposed affordable housing. Now you may say, well, this is an outline, how come we've got so much detail? And what we've tried to do is work with Bloor to work up the house types so that were they to get planning permission, as an officer I could say to you, we know exactly the high level of quality that we are going to get at reserve matters stage. So very unusually, look at the quality in this housing in terms of detailing. This would be the affordable housing on the village green. So we've got stock brick, we've got boarding, we've got clay tar roofs, we've got slate. The composition, I think you would argue, does have a rural character to it. These aren't large detached houses, suburban in style. We've tried very hard. So we've got details like the Pentis board, we've got arches over the windows, all kinds of detailing that we would expect to see come through at reserve matters, were they to get approval. So this is the village green with some affordable housing looking out onto the green space. We've play equipment. There's that village green arrangement. Lots of open space in front of those houses. This is the Beyton Road side, the main entrance. Again, a different character, but it does reflect the character of development on the other side. Now in the report I've said graceful, we've got some elegant bungalows I think. This is still work in progress, but you can easily see how that is a cut above your normal bungalow that you see in the district, which is usually a brick box with a big lid, which is the roof. We're looking for an extraordinary level of detail, and to be fair, Bloor have been willing and cooperative partners in that quest for improved quality. But you can begin to see how you can play with those designs to create all sorts of elegant details. And that's important because Beyton Road is quite an important visual point within the development. Here's the central green. Again, emphasis is on green planting, creating habitats and biodiversity. That shows the existing flora on the immediate boundaries. Another exciting element of this is we are going for a proper SUD scheme. So here we have the pond and we have swales that will hold water. This isn't a development where everything goes in a pipe and just disappears. It's an integral part of the landscape. It's an integral part of creating new habitats for wildlife and to add interest, visual interest. But also, in order to conserve water on the site rather than it just disappear down the pipe. Lots of green edges. Now in terms of green corridors, you'll notice that this would allow wildlife to move north and south in a far easier way than if that was completely developed. But also, look, you can start to make links in the existing bit of Thurston using the green corridors that already exist. So we're trying to plug this in to the ecology of the rest of the village. Here's a typical example. This is from Ipswich of a SUDS solution of a pond. This is one way of doing it. Here's another, that you could actually have reeds and you could use grey water and you could start thinking about how you recycle that water. An element I want to draw to your attention is this whole question of farmland bird compensation. You'll be familiar with the whole concept of skylark mitigation. On this site, a pair of grey partridge were found, which are quite rare. What we're proposing with our colleagues at Place Services is a completely new initiative using Section 106 monies to find farmers who are willing to, I'm going to say set aside, but not in the old traditional sense of set aside, but put some land aside for ecology and biodiversity. And they become hubs for developers then to provide money, and that land will then be safeguarded for relocation of farmland birds. So if we can find enough farmers to cooperate with this, in and around areas where we know there's going to be substantial development, this is a major step forward in actually having successful translocation of farmland birds. It is still in its early stages, but we actually think this is the way forward. We have to have a far more coordinated approach to dealing with relocation of wildlife. Who knows, the council may indeed have land itself that could contribute towards this, and developers would pay them in order to make that land available rather than it be farmed or developed. I've got a shot here just so we can think about it. That's what we're talking about. Now you may say, well, if we didn't have all this new development, the skylark could quite happily continue in that field. But as you know, your strategy is built on new housing development. The majority of all new sites are in the countryside. They are greenfield sites. So unless we get to grips with this whole issue, we're going to have a problem continually with wildlife. And I think we're beginning to make good steps in the right direction. Now, as a company, we've pushed Bloor to try and make this the greenest development we will have seen so far in the district. And so far, Bloor have been open to that challenge. So as a company, they publish material, unlike lots of others. So they're already committed to energy efficiency, and I've suggested the ways that they do that on the right. But they have also done it for this particular site. And what they want to do is go beyond the building regs. They want to push this out there so that any other developer who wants to develop in a district has a higher benchmark to meet. And I think this is an important step in taking developers forward with getting to grips with dealing with energy conservation and green matters. And this would all be worked up through a strategy were you to grant planning permission. But they are committed to doing that. So what we've already seen from this developer is a commitment to provide car club, which potentially is electric vehicles available to the villagers at a discount. They are committing to electric vehicle charging on all the plots. They are committed to providing a public charging point. So there are a whole raft of things where Bloor are beginning to move the boundaries of what we understand as good provision of green facilities. So that, unfortunately, it was quite a long explanation, but there was a lot of material to cover, particularly around the highways. So our recommendation to you, members, is that subject to a Complex 106, conditional planning permission be granted for the reasons I've just described. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation for us today. Members, questions? I'm sure we'll have a few. Councillor Haddingham, start with you.
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation, Vince. Just one quick question. So the station crossing, you were talking about getting rid of the going across the tracks. Was that just for pedestrian? Because obviously, unless you had your car parked on the south side, you're just talking about walking back to the development. Obviously not, you can't, otherwise you have to walk around the whole thing. Sorry, can you clear that up?
I get the point. That's a good point, because the existing car park is very small. This doesn't come with a proposal for a new or extended car parking facilities. What we're imagining is, because the development is so close, that you would walk to the station.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. Would you like me to do them in tranches or one at a time? Or
I always think 3 is a good number.
Okay, thank you. First question, I think, is relatively simple. On the plans of Fishwick Corner, there is a building to the north of the pair of cottages, which you haven't mentioned. I just wondered what it was. Second question, if the landowner has control of the field in West Suffolk to the west of Fishwick Corner, has there been any discussion in formalising the unofficial permissive bike path along the edge of that field? How does the housing density proposed on this site, which I note on the plan in the pack, goes up to 45 DPN, DPH, whatever it's called, how does that compare with the Thurston 5 and the surrounding estates? That's 3.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can take them out of order, Councillor Mansell, let's start with the cycleway. And to do this, my colleague Mandy will have to fly through the slides to get us to slide number. Please bear with me. 67. Yeah. So quite. Oh. Sorry, Mandy's lost the electricity in her fingers. As part of this proposal, what comes with it is a commitment to safeguard land to provide a cycleway along the west side of that corridor within the application site. So that would then be available for anyone to come along and put that in. So we might look to Suffolk County Council and they might say, well, where's the money coming from? And we might say, well, there might be some money from the Thurston 5, let's see what's left, or there might not be. But at least what it does is provide access to a piece of land that otherwise we would have to buy in the future. So safeguarding land is a massive step forward. We still have the issue of how do you then connect from where this would stop up to the bridge? And at the moment that is outside of the application site. But what we can say is that land would be safeguarded so that we could regularise that in the fullness of time with a proper cycleway around that, which would be off the carriageway. So this is the first part of my answer, Councillor Mansell. We then move on to density. Density, in your reports, you'll notice I've said the net density is very low, and that's true because of the amount of open space. There's far more than the normal 10% that you would expect. This is much higher. But in terms of the density range, it would be anywhere from 25 to 35. There might be pockets that are above that in the heart, but overall, it is a low density scheme. It is lower than many of the Thurston 5. And that's largely a result of the amount of open space that we've managed to safeguard within this development. They've had to scale down their ambitions in terms of the number of units. So we're very pleased with that approach from them. And the other question, which I made a note of, and it's now gone, density. Oh yeah, no, that's just another property. But again, in terms of the distance, what I said for the two cottages applies to the building to the north. There is significant separation between that and the property. Can we go back to the... We probably could. Can we come back to that and I'll make sure that we've... Yeah, I'll make a note. We'll come back to that from my chair.
Yeah. Councillor Caston, we'll come back to you. We'll keep... Oh, right. Do.
Because thank you for highlighting the fact that there might be a cycle path, there might be land available for a cycle path on the west side of Beyton Road. I was actually talking about a current existing permissive bike road parallel to Mount Road that links, it's all boggy, links Beyton Road to the Route 51 at the little lane that goes to the hideous railway bridge. That is used by cyclists as an unofficial sort of permissive path along the side of the field.
Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor. If we can go back to... Is that okay, Chair, if we flick backwards and forwards? Can we go to slide 21, please, Andy? With your help, Councillor Mansell, if we can pinpoint the boggy track, then we can... That one. Yep. So obviously that's the new junction. Are you saying it is in here? No. Right?
It's parallel to Mount Road, which is the east-west road on the bottom.
Yep.
It goes west of Fishwick Corner, and it goes all the way to, I don't know the name of the road, it's the dead-end road that goes to the railway bridge on Route 51 and links with the cycleways around Morton Hall. So if you're coming from Bury, you get to that junction, you can, if you're prepared to go a little bit off-road on the bog, and I have done it on my way to Tostock, you can go straight on along the edge of that field, because Mount Road is a hideous road to cycle along because it's dead straight and there are an awful lot of traffic on it. And it just is an alternative route, and it would be great if this development could link up with those bike routes in Morton Hall as a sustainable way to get to Bury.
Yep. We've been a bit cheeky insofar as we've negotiated this safeguarded land here, which is actually West Suffolk, but I'd like to think our colleagues in West Suffolk are perfectly happy that that is a suitable arrangement. Whether or not Julie takes away this point in here, but it isn't within the application site, it isn't something we have been able to secure, nor probably could we. So unfortunately that's...
I just have to get in any discussions about it, that was all.
No.
Councillor Caston.
Thank you. It'd be very useful to see the slide with the new roundabout in the new road to Beyton Road roundabout. So this the footpath under the railway bridge is going over to the east side, and the west one will be removed. And so if somebody comes down to that second roundabout, and I believe there's a footpath on the west side of New Road after that roundabout. Down, no, further down, right down to the bottom, and on the other side, yeah. The west side of New Road. Is there a footpath? No, there isn't. Okay.
There isn't at the moment. I know that dog walkers nip into that field. That isn't an official footpath.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Councillor Gould.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to say I found that a very comprehensive presentation and the report similarly on which it's based. Could you remind me if the site in question here is within the designated area for the neighbourhood plan? And also, given that we have a huge differential between what is proposed in the neighbourhood plan and the requirement, the emerging requirement through the local plan, what discussions took place with the parish council in terms of the realism of the plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. If we can quickly turn to slide 13. Next one down. So here we have the defined settlement boundary in the neighbourhood plan. The site is outside of the settlement boundary that appears in the neighbourhood plan. Now, in producing and I'm sure the parish can speak for themselves, my understanding is that in producing the neighbourhood plan, what the village did was to identify the 5 sites that already have consent and effectively accept that's now coming. That has consent, not much we can do about that. So we will now incorporate those 5 into an expanded village settlement boundary. However, the emerging local plan allocates or identifies a need for significantly more dwellings. I think the report says it's nearly 600 more than has been allocated in the neighbourhood plan. So there is a tension between the neighbourhood plan and your emerging local plan insofar as there is now insufficient land allocated within the neighbourhood plan to accommodate the growth that the District Council envisage will occur in Thurston going forward. I don't know whether that answers your question, but there is a tension.
Phil's going to come in as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to add to this, the Parish Council have obviously made representations about the status of their neighbourhood plan. Their neighbourhood plan does acknowledge that it's for the district to sort out the needs of the district and apportion that. The advice we have from Council is that, contrary to what's suggested to you by the parish in relation to both of the applications in this parish this morning, there is not actually, in strict terms, a conflict that engages paragraph 14D, 14 of the NPPF, and to that extent, the neighbourhood plan itself, in setting out a spatial strategy, acknowledges that distribution of growth falls to the joint local plan as a matter, and that Thurston's status as a core village means that in their neighbourhood plan they recognise that the village will play a key role in addressing housing need. And they acknowledge that it is ultimately for the joint local plan to address the objectively assessed housing need for the two districts and to determine Thurston's. I think it would be absolutely true to say there is a tension and perhaps an expectation that the plan would...
Sure, I understand. The neighbourhood plan is currently a made plan, so it's a valid document which is part of the planning suite which controls development, and it has high weight. The local plan is at stage, regulation 18 stage, so whatever that contains is not yet agreed. Is it different for the objectively assessed need? Does that have a higher status?
So if I can try and answer that slowly and in steps. The neighbourhood plan is made in the parlance. It is therefore part of your development plan. Section 54A requires that decisions are made in accordance with the development plan, all of those documents, including the neighbourhood plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The material considerations from the advice we understand include, in this instance, the joint local plan in draft, but that's at limited weight, but it is a material consideration nonetheless, albeit that it is subject to consultation and therefore there's a lot to take account of there. But underpinning that is the evidence regarding the housing need that the district must address, and the spatial strategy of the joint local plan and the extent to which the neighbourhood plan deals with that is described, as I've said, within the neighbourhood plan itself. And so the neighbourhood plan is a made document. You should make your decision in accordance with it. However, there is not a conflict that disengages the presumption in favour of sustainable development. And I say that because the neighbourhood plan very specifically recognises the role of the district to deal with need across the district, and that, in its language, Thurston must play its part. So there is no explicit statement that development outside of the settlement boundaries in the neighbourhood plan should not come forward. There is a statement that development should be focused within. However, underpinning all of this is the evidence of housing need and the way in which that is addressed across the district. And that, at the present point in time, has been described in your joint local plan as an approach to spatial strategy. And that's why I set out what I set out right at the beginning, because these sites, all of the sites you will see today, impinge upon how that approach follows through. And in relation to this neighbourhood plan, the presumption in favour of sustainable development, I'm advised by Council, continues to apply, and that the neighbourhood plan of itself very specifically does not debar development on this site, albeit it clearly intends to focus it within the settlement boundaries. But it also acknowledges that it is for the district to set the level of housing growth which Thurston must deal with, and to do so through the joint local plan.
Thank you, but those figures that are based on the objectively assessed need have not gone through a public examination process. So their currently status is that they're views of the district council, but that hasn't been verified.
I'd probably defer to the corporate manager for the strategic policy team to clarify precisely what the status of the housing need underpinning the JLP is, and perhaps Mr Hobbs, if you might add to that.
Yes, the housing figure is actually set by government in the standard. Sorry, the housing figure is set by the government in the standard method, so that is fixed. It doesn't need to be considered for examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I go one more question?
Yep.
Considering Thurston station and station platform access, I recall before we were very concerned about that and rather adamant that there should be a solution achieved to the issues of access to one of the two platforms. Am I correct in interpreting that solution has not yet been obtained and appears to be in limbo with British Network Rail?
The solution has not been obtained, however, it is not in limbo, and perhaps at this point, if I could turn to our professional lead who has been dealing with the infrastructure question of the station and dealings with Network Rail, perhaps Christine Thurley might assist.
Thank you. So we've been working with Network Rail and Greater Anglia on the infrastructure delivery plan and as part of our approach to deliver infrastructure. So that's taken the form of regular meetings with Rail, which have been happening for some time, particularly since the 5 major applications were approved in Thurston. And we had a meeting recently and Thurston Parish Council were also in attendance. Network Rail undertook a feasibility study, which cost £100,000 for a wider footpath type solution under the nearby bridge that you've seen as part and parcel of the presentation today. And that would obviate the need for people to walk across the railway line. Initially, with that earlier scheme, there were some highway concerns, but as you've seen today, this has been looked at in a lot more detail, and we are at the point where we need to take forward that idea and get a formal scheme agreed. So that is still work that is yet to do. Something that we have talked about as an alternative in the past would be an underpass, so underneath the railway line. Again, we've talked about that in principle. We've talked about some of the issues that would raise. There were questions about whether or not an old tunnel that was concreted in, could be opened up, and it was agreed that that was not a way forward. So this would have been in a different location to that. Again, no formal decision was made or formal solution has been agreed. However, we do have commencements of some of the developments in Thurston, which has meant that SIL payments are starting to be received, and we know that money will be forthcoming because we have payment plans in place. So we are still working collaboratively with Network Rail, with Greater Anglia, and also with Highways in order to get a solution. Yesterday we set up 2 more meetings, one in February and one in March, to take that forward. Thank you.
But in summary, there's no agreement yet which is deliverable. Thank you.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to focus on the station as well. If I could go through three quick points. On that, I think we've seen sufficiently. I think the traffic volumes under the bridge in the video, so I won't press for numbers on that. But I did wonder a little more what happens to north of the bridge. Pedestrians are now going to need to get onto the east side underneath the bridge because the west side path will no longer be there. So I wonder what other arrangements there are in that area north of the bridge for pedestrians to safely get around between the different sides of the roads. Second question, the potential ramp up to the platform, the south side of the station, Is that land in the ownership of Network Rail, or is that another issue yet to be resolved? And the third question is, do you have the figures for the numbers of passengers and the growth of passenger numbers at the station? Because if you don't, I do.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson. I need Mandy just to quickly flip to slide 45, please. Yep. Right, so here we're looking north, Councillor, and this is the area that you're questioning. How do you get pedestrians over that safely? You'll notice at the moment there is already a pedestrian refuge in the middle. So you could come down the path here on Barton Road, wait safely in the middle and cross and then come round. That already exists. So there isn't a need to add anything extra there. Those facilities already exist. In terms of land... Oh, yeah, if you go right the way around the corner, yeah. Nothing in front of the pub. But you'll notice that again on this side, so on each of these arms there is this central refuge for pedestrians. So you can get round that safely by crossing one lane at a time and standing.
The problem we're creating is always concern.
Oh, Councillor, I think my colleague from Highways has a good answer.
On Station Hill, there is an existing uncontrolled crossing point on that arm. On the arm that goes to the east, there's an uncontrolled crossing point existing.
Your second point, Councillor, we do quickly need to jump to slide. The answer is that land Network Rails? Yes, it is. They've recently cleared the whole embankment. I was just trying to go back to the photograph that showed the embankment being cleared. So at the bottom of that ramp, it then meets what we believe is highway. So it should all be deliverable. If that was the... No, it's not on there. So it is in the ownership of the parties that would need to be in order to deliver it. And the other one, we do have figures for rail usage before and after the development. I don't necessarily have them. I don't know whether my colleague, Mr. Merry, has at his fingertips has got the figures and whether they agree or not with the ones that you have, Councillor.
Yes, we have an unofficial report given to us by, given to us by the developer. So in terms of current pedestrian movement under the bridge, I'll go through the current pedestrian movement first and then the rail movements on top. So at the moment we're looking at, let's just make sure I get this right. So at the moment they are looking at 261 pedestrian movements under the, so just let me read this in care. Yes, 261 pedestrian movements under the, no, start from the top. 103 pedestrian movements under the existing bridge at the moment. They are looking at 130, there's 130 users crossing the crossing in the railway station. That goes up to 218 as a result of the 5 developments, and each of the additional developments would add 22 more to that, which gives you a total of 230.
262 with both the Blores and Gladman, so 240 with the Blores. Where I have a little bit of an issue is when they actually calculated the numbers, they divided that by 2 to give a figure which is wrong. So it'd be a figure of 262 plus 103 using it, plus the 261 that would come out of this new development. So they're the users under the bridge, not necessarily the users across the railway crossing.
Yes, thank you. That's more information than I had, so we're grateful for that. I think the one point that hasn't come out there was that the growth of passenger numbers at the station is higher than other stations on the line. In fact, it was 7.2% increase up to the most recent figures per, you know. So that just gives a measure of that one.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 3 questions as well. Just to confirm, the numbers that are housing numbers in the neighbourhood plan, those have been examined, and when they were examined, the examiner would have had the draft local plan in front of them with those numbers. And the numbers in that draft local plan haven't been examined, as it were, as we've heard, but could be subject to change by the time the plan is made. And secondly, I'm still not clear whether the footpath, the ramp coming down from the south side of the platform, it would be made before this development or with this development coming forward, whether that's confirmed. And thirdly, we had heard from a councillor in another district about cooperation between the 2 planning authorities, and could you just confirm what's happened there? Thank you.
If I may start in reverse order, Councillor Eben. Whenever we've met, well, almost whenever we've met the applicants, we have invited West Suffolk colleagues to join us, and Julie has been attending a number of the meetings. We've also had joint meetings with the Highway Authority. So at an officer level, I would argue that we have had very close contact throughout the whole process. Not just us with West Suffolk, but West Suffolk and ourselves when they've been dealing with their elements. So I would say it's been very close indeed at an officer level. The ramp isn't formally part of this proposal. What we are suggesting is that were you minded to grant planning permission, Bloor would contribute 30,000 towards a feasibility study that would identify a design. You'll also notice, not that we want to discuss Gladman's scheme here and now, but they would also provide another 30,000. So potentially there's 60,000 to work up a design. And then, as Christine said, SIL money potentially could be made available to deliver that solution. In terms of the JLP, you are quite right. At the time of the examination, the council wasn't able to identify a number, a requirement for Thurston. Obviously, the joint local plan process is a rolling process, and since then it has become clear that the number expected in Thurston is significantly more than is now currently allocated. If I've got that wrong, I'm sure Mr. Hobbs would step in.
Yeah. But just come back. So, but it could be subject to change. In previously, we've seen numbers change because population, the ONS new population figures have come out, and we've seen those change, which obviously impacts slightly. But it could be subject to change. This is what I'm just asking.
I think I'd defer to what Robert might say on the matter of numbers. There's the question of the distribution and then the numbers, and we obviously have a position to work at the moment, and we have to work on the information before us today rather than what might or might not be in the future. So I don't know, Rob, if you can clarify around we've got the overall number which the district has to accommodate. Is that likely to be subject to change, do we foresee?
So in respect to the overall number, an affordability ratio is published by the government around March every year, which might amend the number slightly. But for example, last year it moved from 585 dwellings in Mid Suffolk to 556, but that's the kind of change you'd be looking at. in respect of the numbers per neighbourhood plan area, we're currently considering the consultation comments to the preferred options consultation. However, I wouldn't see those numbers moving significantly, but as Mr Isbell refers to, that's what we're working with at the moment.
Thank you for that. At the moment, I think that's everyone. Yes, Councillor Warburton.
Thank you, Officer, for the presentation. In particular, I thought you made a very convincing argument for the road improvements. And this package of highway improvements has already also been identified in the neighbourhood plan as being key to future development. I would like, if possible, to Suffolk County Council, as a local authority, has indicated that it is not in a position to deliver the package of improvements. And the implication of this is a linkage between the development of the houses and the road improvements. I'd like to know why, if there's already been 818 houses being built with this Thurston 5, and the neighbourhood plan has identified these road improvements as necessary and essential, why Suffolk County Council is not in a position to carry out these improvements?
I'm sure Mr Murray wants to step in, but at the time of dealing with the Thurston 5, the Section 106 agreement that was secured, which dealt with highway improvements, actually specified where those works would occur. And the majority, if not all of those, were north of the railway, because all 5 developments were north. But I'll leave that to Mr Murray to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, as part of the Thurston 5, there was a package of improvements put together, and it did include improvements to Fishwick's Corner. We made it clear at that time that any additional development would need more work, and this is the more work. This is the increased improvements to Fishwick's Corner. One of the major constraints was highway land at that time. So what we would propose was to extend the speed limit along Mount Road to basically slow the traffic down, and to change the priority of Fishwick's Corner. That was the improvements from the Fishwick's 5. That only mitigated the impact of those 5 developments, not any future development.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to come back, Councillor Warboys. On page 94 of your report, figure 7, as Mr Murray has described, what was being proposed with the Thurston 5 was to change the priority at Fishwick Corner. So it wasn't physically to alter the highway, it was simply to give people moving north-south priority over people moving east-west. So it was a very simple, almost changing of the white give-way lines and changing of the give-way signs.
Thank you. I have one more question from Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask for clarification with regards to the modelling that you did associated with the highways improvements? Was that modelling based on current traffic flows, or did it incorporate the anticipated growth of the Thurston 5 and then potentially these 2 other applications as well?
My understanding is, and we've been asked this many times, it has taken account of all committed growth. It's also had regard to the local plan. But I might suggest through you, Chair, that's exactly the sort of question you may wish to ask the applicant's highway engineer.
I think so.
Only just to confirm that there were, I think it was 3 sets of assessment done. We did some assessments ourselves because of the complexity of this site. We had the Thurston 5, which was initial, I think it was 827. We reviewed that because there was uncertainty about whether 4 or 5 developments would go through, so we reassessed that. And for this one, we've done a separate study to look at the combined and individual effect of these 2 developments.
Okay, that's it on the question front, I believe. Okay, so we'll now move on. Invite the Parish Council to come up. You have 3 minutes, and we have Julian West from the Parish Council and Stan Victoria Wapples. You're coming up just in case there's some questions. If you'd like to come to the front, please. We have the timer up here, and we will ask you please to keep to the 3 minutes.
Face? Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Julian West. I'm a parish councillor on Thurston. In November 2017, this committee approved 5 planning applications in one sitting for a total of 818 new homes in Thurston. This was despite a minimal infrastructure provision to mitigate traffic impacts and no solution to the issue of the unsafe crossing at the railway station. At the end of the meeting, members of this committee commented that enough is enough for Thurston. Yet here we are once more, with applications in front of the committee for a further 2 sites comprising of up to 420 additional homes for Thurston. In the intervening period, Thurston has completed more than 5 years of work to produce a neighbourhood plan, voted for by 95% of those who voted in the parish and unanimously adopted by Beyton, Mid-Suffolk in October 2019. Unsurprisingly, residents of Thurston anticipated that the neighbourhood plan would help to ensure that the village developed on a sustainable basis, in line with the identified needs and in a way that best supported the expectations of a growing community. Yet officers of this council have suggested in their reports to this committee that the neighbourhood plan is already out of date and that the emerging joint local plan is a contentious and divisive document currently only at the point of updating evidence and behind schedule for delivery, incorrectly carries weight over the neighbourhood plan. In addition, the reports also indicate that having a 5-year land supply, or in the case of Thurston, with its adopted neighbourhood plan, a 3-year land supply, is no reason to turn down sustainable development. What we might ask is an acceptable reason to turn down an application anymore. The suggestion that these proposed developments could be considered sustainable is frankly ludicrous. No community facilities provided beyond play areas, no health services, no retail space. No commercial space, no employment opportunities will be created in the village as a result of these new homes. 800 plus additional car movements a day will leave and return to the village, heading for employment in Bury St Edmunds, Cambridge, Ipswich, Norwich or Stowmarket. How does this increased traffic address targets for clean growth and reduced air pollution? How does this help to solve Beyton Mid-Suffolk's own declaration of a climate emergency voted for in July 2019? Proposed transport improvements for these developments are a bare minimum of contentious junction updates and works to the railway bridge with undeliverable expectations for 2-way traffic underneath. And in addition, a realignment of Fishwick Corner only necessary because of the proposed development alongside Beyton Road. The committee will remember that an apparently acceptable solution for Fishwick Corner was proposed in the Thurston 5 applications, now superseded entirely because the developer with a vested interest is willing to pay solely for the works. It should also be noted that Suffolk County Highways recommended rejection of the Ixworth Road development on safety grounds, a fact ignored by the planning officer. Finally, to the railway Barrowfoot crossing, already breaching Networks Rail next stage of safety risks due to increased passenger numbers. On a 9-day survey...
I'm afraid the time is up. You'll have to... The last sentence, the last sentence, please.
Unsurprisingly, no solution has been implemented or even designed for the Barrow crossing, and residents will need to accept that fact. Ultimately, the Cambridge-bound platform could be closed under safety grounds. Thurston Parish Council urges the committee to reject these applications. The officer recommendation to approve these applications indicates nothing more than an incessant need to achieve numerical housing targets.
I'm sorry, the time is up. You cannot go over 3. I'm sorry, the time is up. 3 minutes are 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at all for the Parish Council? No? Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear the last sentence.
Well, I'm afraid you weren't permitted to because you're only allowed 3 minutes. It's... Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Keith Towers, if you'd like to come up. And again, 3 minutes, please.
Okay, good morning. My name is Keith Towers and I've been a resident of Thurston for nearly 30 years. I am here
to object to this proposal. There are several issues that I'd like to address. Firstly, permission has already been granted for 5 significant housing sites. These total in excess of 800 dwellings. In addition, there are extant permissions relating to the station granary site. 4 of the 5 sites have now been started, with 3 generating considerable traffic and disruption at this time. I would ask that this application be deferred to allow councillors and interested parties the opportunity to visit the village to witness the current mayhem. The manner in which these sites were granted permission following a failure of the planning department to have a proper plan in place, allowing developers to have a virtually free hand in the matter, has left us in a very unsatisfactory position. Because of this, there has been no consideration of the overall cumulative effect on our village, and this application would further exacerbate an already deeply unsatisfactory situation were it to be granted. Despite the steady growth that Thurston experienced over the last 50 years, there have been no significant road improvements other than the realignment of Norton Road some time ago. The minor highways improvements that are proposed in conjunction with this application are inconsequential. One could argue that the Fishwick Corner realignment will actually make the situation worse, as those vehicles leaving the village via Barton Road and wishing to travel into New Road and onto the A14 westbound will have to pull out into the flow of traffic to then make a right turn. Concerns about the railway bridge are ongoing. This and other minor tweaks are addressed in the Canon Consulting document, but I feel that this is misleading. The improvements are very marginal and pedestrian safety remains a major concern. The response by Suffolk County Council Highways is far from an endorsement. If we continue to insist on the primacy of these vehicles in all events and the needs of pedestrians and vulnerable users, i.e. children, are given scant regard, then we have a great deal to be worried about. The neighbourhood plan has only recently been adopted and yet is suggested in response by the strategic planning team that it is already in conflict with the draft local plan. This is due, I would suggest, to the fact that the 5 large sites were granted permission during the period that the neighbourhood plan was being drawn up, not the other way round. There could never have been an expectation that so many permissions would have been granted at the same time. Were this to be granted today, there is a likelihood that the future occupants would require pre- and primary school places before the new school is completed. There can be no identified need for this additional development given the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Next up, we don't have a supporter, but we have the applicant agent, Robert Eburn, Sophie Waggett and Rob Evans. If you'd like to come up, and again, if you can keep to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Eburn and I am Planning Director for Bloor Homes Eastern. Beside me are Rob Evans, our Highway Consultant, and Sophie Waggett, our Planning Manager. They will be able to answer any planning and highways questions for you. Bloor has engaged extensively and proactively with the Mid-Suffolk Council, West Suffolk Council, Suffolk County Council and Thurston Parish Council. The application site is allocated in your emerging joint local plan, which provides for strategic growth to meet housing needs and must provide strategic direction for neighbourhood plans. The neighbourhood plan does not allocate new sites to meet strategic growth, which is the domain of the local planning authority. I would like to assure members that the proposal will deliver improvements to key highway junctions, financial contributions from Community Infrastructure Levy, which can be used to improve or create any facilities within Thurston, in addition to Section 106 money towards the committed new primary school and early years facility. Bloor will pay an estimated £2 million in CIL. The permitted schemes and this proposal are anticipated to produce a CIL total of around £11 million. Page 104 of the officer's report sets out a comprehensive assessment of CIL money which will deliver significant community benefit in Thurston. Page 97 of the officer's report lists the highway improvements being delivered and paid for by Bloor. Crucially, Bloor will deliver a staggered junction at Fishwick Corner which will provide highway safety improvements significantly over and above the change in priority previously proposed. In short, Bloor is going beyond fixing the highway issues identified in the neighbourhood plan. Without the Bloor scheme and the Bloor land, the improvements are not deliverable. Bloor is committed to delivering dwellings which are designed to nationally described space standards, benefit from electric vehicle charging points and have access to 2 car club vehicles. We are also providing 35% affordable housing with a mix agreed with housing officers. Thus, when one takes an overview of the benefits that we propose and deliver, they outstrip those of each of the other schemes in Thurston and elsewhere on your agenda today. I therefore respectfully request that you endorse the recommendation of officers and approve this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the applicant? Yes, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Can you just explain to me how the car club vehicles work and who deals with the ongoing costs of a car club vehicle?
Yes, this is an initiative which I have engaged a company called Eurocar, and they run car clubs throughout the country, and we effectively contract with them to run the car club. The car club will be operated on the basis that Bloor Homes pays for it. We provide dedicated car club spaces on site. The new residents of the scheme, of the development, will be given free membership of the car club for a period of 2 years, and they will be given discounted vouchers towards mileage on that car club. This is, I think, the first time this has been appropriate for putting into a planning application. We intend to roll that out on other schemes. It is open also to other residents, so it's not exclusively for Bloor residents. Anyone else could have a car club vehicle, and Eurocar are also talking about having a car club vehicle at the station, which would be a parking space for a car club vehicle. Now, how it works is one would walk up to the car. You go online, you go on the app. You can look at the app even now if you've got access, and you can see where car club vehicles are parked. We'll have dedicated spaces on the site, and you have a car club card. You tap the windscreen of the car with your card, and that gets you into the car. And inside the car there is a lockbox for the ignition key, and one can drive off in the car. And the important thing for me about the car club is I don't want to go on about this too much, it's just a question, but sustainably wise, it means that people who drive generally will be more likely to have less than two cars.
I think that's going beyond the question.
But you want to know how it works, so
I wish you'd done.
I can understand that Bloor contributes some money to set it up. What I wanted to know is the ongoing cost, but presumably that's a membership thing.
It's a membership thing, but it's we pay for it to be set up. So it's set up, but it doesn't fall away. It carries on because everybody on the site is a member, so they will use it, and it effectively becomes self-financing.
Any other questions at all? Yeah, Councillor Field.
We're getting quite a substantial number of houses in Thurston. I just wondered what your views were on the likely build-out rate and commencement of your site.
Well, I think there's a double-edged sword here. We're not just a proposer of development; we're a deliverer of development, and we know you have a delivery plan, your council, to help with the housing delivery test. So we are sitting here guaranteeing that if we were to receive planning permission, then we would be ready with a reserve matters application. We've already had discussions, obviously without prejudice, to bringing forward our reserve matters proposal, so that would come forward relatively swiftly, and thereafter, when we commence development, we're looking to start the work probably during mid-2022, and the development will be we're known as a high quality house builder. We don't bash houses out, so it will be in the region of 40 homes per annum that we'll be delivering, including obviously affordable housing provision. So there's a reasonably long-term view taken, but we are actively delivering homes obviously throughout the region and throughout obviously in this locality, and we will be providing we can provide a trajectory for when the site starts and when it finishes.
Can you just clarify when the roadworks would be done, bearing in mind this application, what would then have to come forward if this were to go through? When would the Thurston actually start seeing the benefit of that?
What we are proposing in the recommendation, and Bloor have agreed this in principle, is that the all-important Fishwick Corner improvements are in place before any development gets above slab on this site. So before any building is even near occupation, Fishwick Corner has been completed. What we're also then suggesting is that we, through the 106, we have a phasing programme that then guarantees delivery of all the other improvements tied to a certain number of occupations thereafter.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much. And getting back to your answer about the build-out rate, can you tell us about the delivery of the affordable homes in that build-out rate?
Well, I can't say sort of specifically at the moment. I don't have the figures in front of me, but it's a smooth correlation. So we wouldn't have a year where we just deliver market homes. We would be delivering. We tend actually to deliver. If you look at our delivery of other schemes, we deliver probably proportionally more of the affordable housing earlier on, and of course at the end of the scheme, the Section 106 planning obligation stops the last home being an affordable home. Otherwise, an unscrupulous developer might just walk away before doing that one. So we tend to sort of forward think this, and I would suggest in the first year of full delivery, you'd probably end up with roughly 40% affordable housing being delivered, and then it would slide down towards the end of the scheme, you'd have about 20% affordable housing being delivered, because the majority of the affordable housing would have already been delivered in the previous years.
Do you want to touch on? Yep.
I hear what Mr. Eburn says, but just to put members' minds at rest, we wouldn't wait until the last open market unit has to be provided. We would have a trigger that ensured all the affordable housing has to be delivered long before the last open market unit, because, as Mr. Eburn said, some more unscrupulous developers would cut and run in order to avoid the affordable housing delivery. So we'd make sure that the triggers with our colleagues in strategic housing were set to stop that happening.
Yeah, absolutely, as we saw in Framlingham, I believe. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is actually a question for the officer, if I may, following on a previous question. At the top of page 108, we talk about highways works being submitted and approved and being delivered before getting to slab height. But on that point, it then says further highway works prior to X occupation. Have we got an idea of what that would be, please?
At the moment, no, that is something we work out with our colleagues at Suffolk County Council. What we'll be striving to achieve is to ensure that the next most crucial junction was delivered in sequence and long before the development was well advanced. So that has yet to be resolved, but we're certainly not talking about leaving those to the end of the process. They'll be front-loaded, but in a certain sequence.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this point? No, thank you very much. We have an answer to Councillor Mansell's question from earlier.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for interjecting. If, Mandy, you can go to slide 21, please. This was the question of, and what is that other building? I think I probably confused myself, and I actually, that one, please. The answer is it's a pumping station as part of the development. So it isn't an existing property, it just... Oh, sorry, I'm looking over there, there's no screen. In here, there's a building in there, and that's part of the infrastructure to serve the development. So, good spot, Councillor Mansell. I was struggling at that point, but having had a chance to check it, you're perfectly right.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so we now move on to the ward members. Now, obviously, because I've just stepped in at the last minute, I didn't print off Councillor Wendy Turner's response for us, but I know Robert has it online, so I'm just going to ask Robert if he can read that out, and then we'll come on to Harry.
Thank you, Chair. This is an email received from Councillor Turner. I fully support the parish council in objecting to the granting of... Sorry, sir. Right. I fully support the parish council in objecting to the granting of planning permission for these two applications and strongly believe that both should be rejected on the following grounds. Safety of residents. Safety of residents is a priority for both Mid-Suffolk District Council and Thurston Parish Council. If these applications are approved, the safety of residents, and in particular vulnerable residents, will be compromised. Suffolk Highways seem to have not taken this into account, and I support the council regarding the concerns they have raised. These include failure to plan for increased traffic, and in particular the increased hazard to pedestrians at the rail bridge / Beyton Road junction. I fully support the parish council's detailed response on these matters. The neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood development plan has now been democratically accepted and ratified and must take priority over the joint local plan that has not yet been adopted. I note that application DC 19-05113 has been rejected, citing the following. The application site is located within the countryside, outside the defined settlement boundary of Thurston, where new housing is restricted in accordance with the provisions of Policy H7 of the local plan, the National Planning Policy Framework, and the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan. If the plan is applied in this instance, it would be applied consistently and in the case of these applications. Infrastructure. Currently, the infrastructure of Thurston is inadequate for the needs of a growing village. There are no health centres, and an extra burden would be placed on the surgeries at Woolpit and Moreton Hall. The current bus service is inadequate for the purpose of visiting these health centres. Parking is limited and traffic congestion continues to grow. This will continue with the development of a new, much larger primary school and the proposed expansion of pupil numbers at Thurston Community College. Climate emergency. Mid-Suffolk District Council has declared a climate emergency and national government as zero carbon emissions by 2050. These applications take no account of this. The houses proposed do not, for example, make use of significant renewable energy, for example, all fitted with solar panels. The development encourages the use of cars for residents to travel to work, and this will increase congestion, carbon emissions, and drive pedestrians and cyclists off the road for safety reasons. We should be encouraging residents out of their cars if the target is to be met. These developments run contrary to this aim. Councillor Wendy Turner.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, you are all very much aware of the history of the development in Thurston. There have been more than 800 new homes already been approved. So with the accumulative impact of these 400, in excess of 400 that we're considering, we are now looking at more than 1,200 new houses in Thurston, in a village which at the last census had 1,300 homes already. So what we are looking at, in effect, is the doubling of a village in size in the space of a couple of years. And I do think, and I do ask you to bear that in mind when you are deliberating and determining this application. So in laying out my objections to the application, I'd like to refer first to the prospective highways improvements as part of this application. So I think it's worth pointing out after that presentation that the reason why that footpath underneath the railway bridge is lightly used at the moment is because there are so few houses to the south of the railway. Now, at the moment, if this application is approved, that footpath will in all likelihood be the main point or the main access point from this development to the key services in Thurston village itself. And even with the widening of the footpath, there is still poor visibility when going underneath that bridge. And there's still an inability of two large vehicles to pass safely at any one time. And I think we will see a large number of those in Thurston with the HGVs that we have at the moment. And I think that's the second point on highways that I will want to touch upon, because it was mentioned in the presentation, but I don't think there's been much discussion of it since, apart from in some of the comments from the objector, that we have already seen a significant impact on the highways in Thurston from the HGVs, from the construction vehicles that are attending to those 4, I think, out of the 5 Thurston sites that have already started to be developed. I think there's already been, I know, conversations with enforcement and highways because of damage to grass verges, of scattering of mud on public footpaths. I think when you consider the disbenefits in planning terms of this application and the next, that you consider the impact on residential amenity that we've already seen as a result of existing developments in Thurston. Secondly, on highways, I think looking at the modelling that the presentation provided, I think it's still worth noting that when you're considering the construction of a second roundabout next to the railway bridge, you could still see on that modelling traffic building up and queuing, going down Station Hill, using that first roundabout and trying to progress further. So I think there's a real concern that within some of these highways improvements, you're not removing the problem, you're just shifting it to a different part of the road network. And I think that was quite striking looking at that modelling, and I think that's something that I would ask you to bear in mind. And I think, and it's the last highways point, I promise, that even with the permanent pavement on the bridge over the railway, that is still going to be a pinch point because it's a single vehicle only for that stretch of the bridge. And with additional development and additional car use now south of Thurston with the Bloor Homes application, that is going to increase, and that will become even more dangerous and present problems with congestion as well. I think next, turning to Thurston's neighbourhood plan, I would reiterate much of what Councillor Turner has said in her statement, and I disagree with some of the things that have been said in the presentation. I do think that there is a conflict, a direct conflict with this application and some of the provisions of the neighbourhood plan. So firstly, there's H1 to ensure that housing is designed that retains Thurston as a place with a village feel rather than that of a town. M1 to ensure that road and rail infrastructure serving Thurston is safe. M2 to maximise the potential for sustainable modes of transport, including cycling and walking, which the two pinch points around this application make extremely difficult. M3 to plan for and adequately mitigate the impact of new development on traffic, congestion and pedestrian cyclist safety. Again, I've touched on that already. E1 to protect and enhance the village character and its environment together with its relationship with the countryside. This is building an open countryside beyond the settlement boundary. I don't think it does anything to do that, and it certainly doesn't comply with policy E2, which is to protect green spaces of value in and around the village. So this is an application, I think, that, as I say, outright contradicts Thurston's desire to retain the characteristics of a rural village. It does nothing to promote cycling or walking, and in fact raises serious questions about pedestrian safety. In addition, this in no way enhances the green spaces within the village or its relationship with the surrounding countryside. But of course, there isn't just the neighbourhood plan, I accept that. There is also the question of assessing this application's compliance with the NPPF. And I have to say, again, I disagree with some of the assertions that have been made. I think because of all of the disbenefits that I've referred to, I think there is a strong case that actually those demonstrably outweigh any public benefits to this. So I do think that paragraph 11D does apply and is engaged in this particular instance. And I would like to draw attention to some of the other provisions of the NPPF. Paragraph 9, for example, that the objectives, because we're all aware of the presumption in favour of sustainable development, but paragraph 9 of the NPPF says that these objectives should be delivered through the preparation and implementations of plans and the application of the policies in this framework. They are not criteria against every decision, against which every decision can or should be judged. Planning policies and decisions should play an active role in guiding development towards sustainable solutions, but in doing so, it should take local circumstances into account to reflect the character, needs, and opportunities of each area. And again, paragraph 12 of the NPPF says the presumption in favour of sustainable development does not change the statutory status of the development plan as the starting point for decision making. Where a planning application conflicts with an up-to-date development plan, including any neighbourhood plans that form part of that development plan, permission should not usually be granted. And I ask you to, and I invite you to attach significant weight to that when you consider all of the policies that I've just talked about within Thurston's neighbourhood plan. And I think I shall conclude there because I don't want to go on too long, but I really do believe that this application will transform Thurston beyond recognition and to an extent that is vehemently opposed by local residents. I think it is important to reflect on the fact that an overwhelming majority of people voted for this development plan in their referendum and that we endorsed it unanimously last October. Because at the end of the day, I think this application is not compliant with the neighbourhood plan, it is not sustainable, it is not proportionate, it is not fair on the residents we represent, and so I would implore you to reject it on that basis.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at all for the ward member? Yeah, Councillor Humphreys.
Mr Chair, thank you. Talking about pedestrian access through the bridge and the development to the south, is it not true that if the proposed access point on the south side of the railway came into play, that would reduce the risk because it'd be more accessible to that particular development?
So you're talking about the access to the Thurston station itself. So the concern I have is that most of the key services which are used to justify Thurston being a key service centre are to the north of the railway. So there's a co-op, for example, next to the railway station car park. There's a pub just by the roundabout. The problem is that to access any of that from this development site, you would either go underneath the tunnel or across, effectively go up that new proposed south side access to the railway station and then across the railway. And that is an alternative pedestrian access point to the village. But what I'm concerned about is that at the moment is an unsafe crossing point across the railway. And unless we have any guarantee that we will get these improvements to that crossing from Network Rail, then I would not attach a huge degree of weight to that personally, because I think without that guarantee, there is still serious concerns about pedestrian safety.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Gould.
Thank you. And my question is actually to the Chief Planning Officer in the light of Councillor Richardson's comments. And there's an obvious tension or conflict between the Chief Planning Officer's advice earlier on about the regard that should be paid to the relative plan. So Councillor Richardson has quoted obligations within the NPPF. And I'm just wondering if the Chief Planning Officer would like to come back with some advice in the light of Councillor Richardson's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. Ultimately, you are the decision maker, so you must attach weight to things as you think fit. The advice officers have received on the draft reports is that our approach to the weighing of weight and to the question of conflict is accurate, sound, shall we say. So I respectfully disagree with what Councillor Richardson says about the status of this in relation to the presumption of presumption in favour of sustainable development. I think that at the present point in time, it is not clear to me that there is a conflict because of the very words in the neighbourhood plan itself. And I went through those earlier. I won't repeat them unless this goes further. The question of that conflict with an up-to-date development plan, you obviously have evidence behind the draft JLP, and I have acknowledged, as I think everybody would, that consultation process is a matter which the council is considering. But underlying this, the district has a strategy, a spatial approach based on delivering development within the A14 corridor, and in very broad terms, that question of conflict and the weight to attach to the government's expectations on us to delivering housing and their expectation on us as an authority, not just that we deliver housing, but that we significantly boost the supply of housing, I think is a matter itself that you have to attach weight to. I think I'll leave it there for the time being.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. So members, yes, Councillor Masterson.
Can I propose a natural break after 2.5 hours, Chair? Would that be reasonable before we start the debate?
Yes, but we must have an absolute commitment. There must be no discussion at all about what's been put before us if we go to the coffee platform or anything.
Yes,
let's start again at 12:10, literally just 10 minutes. Members, we've had a very thorough presentation. We've heard from the Parish Council, we've heard from an objector, we've heard from the applicant and the agent, and we've obviously heard from both ward members. And we've had a lot of information put before us, and it's over us now to discuss, debate, and to come to a conclusion. And also we need to be mindful of the point that Mr. Isbell made at the beginning of the meeting as well, so if you bear that in mind. But really, this will take as long as it needs to take, and it's up to members how you wish to play it. So happy to go in any order. Yeah, we'll start at the back row. Councillor Mansell first.
Thank you. Now, whilst I think that the applicant has gone some way to producing a high quality application here, and I'd also like to commend the officer on his presentation, because it had a whole made the written work documents much clearer. I do think there are a number of good features to this application. It does sound like the applicant has a good track record of providing environmentally sustainable homes, and there are obviously gone a long way to deal with the Suffolk County Council highways issues with the realignment of Fishwick Corner. However, I do feel that Thurston's neighbourhood plan, being an adopted document, holds more weight than our emerging joint local plan preferred options with its spatial distribution, and the fact that this is a so-called allocated site within that preferred options document. That, to me, is not an adopted planning document. So, to my mind, I think we should be putting more weight on Thurston's neighbourhood plan. I also think that if we were to go ahead and approve this application, I think that it almost belittles the amount of work that has been put into producing neighbourhood plans. They're not an easy thing to produce, especially for a large community like Thurston. They've put an awful lot of work into it. It was adopted last October. It is part of our planning framework, and I really would feel very uncomfortable to approve this planning application, because it is not, it conflicts with Thurston's neighbourhood plan. So I, at the moment, despite the fact there are some good points on this application, I am heading towards not supporting the officer recommendation, but I will wait to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Councillor Eburn, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd echo Councillor Mansell's comments. I thank again the officer for a very comprehensive presentation, and I also agree that the applicant has put forward a very comprehensive application and considered, done a good degree of consultation and considered aspects beyond what some developers put forward to us as a committee. However, I've got some concerns. I think, firstly, the Thurston 5, there's about £8 million in seal money coming from that, and to me that should be used for some of these highways improvements that are needed in Thurston, and more work should be done perhaps with the infrastructure team in terms of actually mitigating the Thurston 5. The neighbourhood plan, we encourage as a district council neighbourhood plans to be put forward and done, and they are done by volunteers, and a huge amount of work goes into them, and I think we seem to forget that they're examined. They're examined by independent planning examiners who are very well qualified. We've agreed the neighbourhood plan as part of our development plan not many months ago, and really, what are we saying to the community if we agree a planning application that's not within their neighbourhood plan when it's just so recent? I've got real grave concerns about that, regardless of what is put forward to us today. And a couple of other comments, really. I'm very concerned that if it doesn't seem that the railway improvements would be definitely forthcoming. I see it's a feasibility study, but again, you know, we're again putting forward proposed development without actually definite plans to improve that, and we seem to be again encouraging people to use their cars by the way the highways improvements are being made and so on, and it's, you know, we're not really encouraging sustainable transport, and I think the ward members mentioned it N2 in the policy in the neighbourhood plan as one of those primary policies. So I've got concerns around that, but I think primarily I feel very strongly that the sill from the Thurston 5 should actually be, we should have first be actually looking at how that is worked across the village in terms of improving mitigating the developments there, but primarily the neighbourhood plan. If we're encouraging neighbourhood plans, that is the primary development plan at the moment, and that is what we should be holding to. Thank you, Chair.
Is it worth, should we just check that can happen? Ask the officer, just in terms of where, excuse me, please, we are in the moment of debate and we need to have absolute clarity about all the points we discussed. That is the purpose of this committee, and that is why we're here. Can we just have clarity around sill, Christine? The point that Councillor Eburn made.
Sorry, I was distracted. I do apologise.
Do you just want to summarise it? Because I think it's a really important point.
From the Thurston 5, we're saying that we're getting about £8 million in sill, and that should be used to mitigate the developments there and the highways improvements that are needed across the village before any further development is taken forward.
Thank you. I've seen the figures in the committee report. One thing we do have to bear in mind is that all developers can apply for exemptions and thereby not pay quite so much because of affordable housing, because our scheme says that affordable housing development will be delivered without paying sill. So my figures look a little bit less than those in the report, but we also have situations where they come back and ask for amendments. But I do consider that there will be sufficient money to deliver the rail mitigation and other projects which have already been submitted for sill funding, including Thurston Community College.
Thank you, Chair. You make an excellent point, Councillor Eben. I'm thinking, we all thought the same, is what's so special about the Bloor offer and why can't we do all of this with sill money? And the answer is that Bloor hold the land ownership key. No other developer has ownership of sufficient land to deliver, particularly Fishwick Corner. That would mean if we, or our colleagues at County, wanted to use sill money, we would have to potentially use compulsory purchase order powers, and that is a long and protracted process if the landowner objected. So all I'm saying is this does bring a particular and peculiar set of circumstances to the table insofar as Bloor have managed to acquire enough land to deliver them. If it wasn't for Bloor, nobody else could do it.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I think that's where, Paul, do you want to come back to it? Because, I mean, we're in debate.
Yes, but we can still do the under the bridge, all of those other ones can still be done, can't they? Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, I'm not going to repeat the positives that colleagues have spoken about. It seems to me that the weight of the weight that's attached to the various policies and the numbers of houses involved are the nub of this this discussion and decision now. So, firstly, the overall district number, the government has calculated for us essentially. The public perception of that is not great because those that have looked a little closely and told me so say that it provides more than one house for each additional member of the population of the district, which is difficult to swallow on for the layman. Secondly, I think there's just the common sense points again of the public that, well, enough is enough, as was said by said apparently at the previous decision on the 818. So turning then to the weight that we might attach to the emerging joint local plan, what I want to point members to in particular is our report page 90. Okay, let's just get that one up. Now, paragraph 48, well down the bottom of there, talks about the attaching of weight to emerging plans. And so we know the stage that the joint local plan is at, which essentially is the one that was published last July and was then consulted upon by the public, and the views are coming and are being digested at the moment. Now, the second of the three criteria on weighting emerging plans is the extent to which there are unresolved objections to relevant policies and more objections, less weight, and vice versa. So there is an unresolved objection regarding the spatial distribution within the joint local plan as preferred at the moment, particularly regarding the A14 corridor, and that is not resolved. So it seems to me that significantly reduces the weight that we should be attaching to the joint local plan. So we don't need to say much more about the weight that attaches to the neighbourhood plan. And so I think that we should be looking ahead at this quality application and saying, well, maybe this is something that would be really good when we review the joint local plan in 5 years' time, bearing in mind that the numbers for the A14 corridor are yet to be settled. As I say, the unresolved objection, which I know about because I submitted it on behalf of 12 councillors.
Okay, next up is Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm just going to bring some balance in. I concur with many of the points that have already been raised by the councillors that have spoken. There's some really excellent points to this development. There's some negatives, and of course it's confusing at times, and that's why it's so deep. The Parish Council cite the NPPF section 14 that requires applications to be refused where it can be demonstrated that the adverse impact of a land development that conflicts within the neighbourhood plan is likely to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. But the question is, what does adverse impact actually mean? And from the Latin translation, it means really to work against or actively harm something. Now, obviously, this works against the neighbourhood plan, but it doesn't actively harm anything as far as I can find. And I've looked, honestly, I've looked at this objectively and completely openly to try and find if there is any harm being done, and I actually can't find it. So there's a bit of an issue there for me with the significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits part and the adverse effect. Neighbourhood plan has weight. We're all agreed in that. It's established, it's been adopted, and we've accepted it. And it's a really good piece of work. Well done for the people that are involved in it. I congratulate you for the work. However, the emerging joint local plan, although it's in Regulation 18, has some weight or little weight. That's no weight, that's little. And it's establishing, based on what you've just said, Councillor Masterson, about para 48 of the NPPF, as to how much weight that bears.
Is it more than a neighbourhood plan? Is it less? We don't know. But some weight can be applied. And I'll come back, actually, because I think this is at Chief Planning Officer and perhaps legal level, to determine that weight that's valued against it. Because we can't determine that weight, but there is weight, so don't dismiss it. Added to that, of course, and it's obviously agreed in the neighbourhood plan, that future developments and the need for finding land that's appropriate for development and housing, which is a government-led agenda, that we have to provide X amount of housing per year for whenever, that is delegated down to the district council. And they've done that in their emerging joint local plan, and it happens to be, one of them, happens to be this particular area, as we've seen on the maps during the officer's presentation. So, the neighbourhood plan doesn't take account of that. In fact, it provides no provision for any future housing. But it also accepts the fact that that is delegated to the mid-district council. Well, that's where we're at right now. So, we found land, it's been allocated, it's been put into the joint local plan. I agree it's at regulation 18, but it does have weight. And the neighbourhood plan has ceased to do that. And I think that's a slight failing that maybe we should have picked up when it went through review. But it is where it is. Go to balance. I believe this is a sustainable location. And it's sustainable in many ways. It's well connected. It's the A14. It's got a major railway, which we've seen will probably, almost certainly, I think, even with Network Rail, when they see increasing passengers, due to safety, which is the Network Rail #1 priority, they would improve that station. But we've gone above and beyond on that. We've gone above and beyond by involving the council with the community and Network Rail and the developer to try and bring things forward, to make it safe for everybody. And I think that's really good. Again, the area has been identified by Mid-Suffolk District Council in the joint local plan as an area for development. That's a fact. It brings a good mix of housing and affordable housing, which is needed, and we're below the level that we require already. So this is a good thing. Depending on what side of the fence you sit in, I get that, and I do empathise with the people that sit on the other side. It brings much needed improvements to highways, roads and safety, and that is a requirement that's been identified by the parish council, that there was a need right now, not in the future, right now for those improvements. This development brings those improvements, and actually I'd like to congratulate the developer. It's the only developer that I've seen, in all honesty, in all my time on planning, that's been so involved with the community, with the parish council, with Mid-Suffolk District Council, and to a degree, Network Rail and Suffolk County Council, in trying to compromise and improve things. And that improving things brings with it money and a commitment to get things done. Without this development, we've already discussed the SIL. I thank Councillor Eburn for that comment regarding SIL and infrastructure changes. But this does bring money, and without it, because of the land ownership, those road improvements won't happen. So if we truly believe in safety, and we truly believe in improving the roads, which the parish council have identified as a requirement, then surely you have to support this development. Just try and find my points. And again, we'll go to the environmental emergency that we declared. This actually is a move in the right direction. The car club, I don't fully understand it, but it sounds good to me. Electric cars that many people can use, which means they perhaps don't have to buy their own car. Surely that's a good thing. Putting in power adapters so it can actually charge electric cars, that's a good thing. As the officer said, this development has seen the best use of current technology to defeat the environmental issues that are caused by development and occupation of houses. So it ticks pretty much every box. I honestly, and I'll go back to the adverse impact, I honestly, hand on heart, have studied this. I do try to find fault. I do try to find praise when it's required, and good points and bad points. I cannot find, definitely can't find, anything that adversely impacts the community of your town or village. And I'll come back to your one point, Harry, and that was the fact that this village has doubled in size, and it will double in size if this development goes through. And I totally empathise with you because I live in Stowmarket. That's doubled in size as well because it's along the A14 corridor, has good rail connections, and that is why this town or village of Thurston is ideally suited to this development. And I'd be moved to approve.
Mr. Chair, it is with a heavy heart in some respects, because I do understand all your points, every one of them, but I just can't find a reason that we can't move for approval on this development unless somebody has seen something that I haven't, or heard something I haven't heard today. So yes, in that case, I would move approval of this development.
I too have really anguished over this. I spent hours and hours reading these papers. I can fully empathise with the residents of Thurston, with all the Thurston 5 developments. I totally concur with what colleagues have actually said. But on balance, I'm happy to second Councillor Humphrey's proposal for approval.
Thank you. I'm sure we have plenty of other people that want to speak. Yeah, start down this end. Councillor Norris.
Thank you. Yes, I am very much torn on this one. I do think actually proper weight should be given to the Thurston neighbourhood plan, which has been made, and the joint local plan is still not fully completed and is coming forward. I am tending actually to go against supporting this application, I have to say, on balance overall. Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you. Yes, I too see some benefits in the highways work that this development enables, and there does seem to be some really serious attempt to make the housing a good standard, which would be acceptable to the village. And I have to say, I usually recognise the thought that people do need houses. The population's growing as it ages, and one needs to address that. So I tend to support housing developments quite frequently. But I find we're sort of directed that we should start with the development plan. And the neighbourhood plan is absolutely clearly part of that. And the people who made that neighbourhood plan perhaps were misdirected into the number of houses that they should provide, and may well have to revise their plan in the future, but that's not now. And our local plan is clearly not made. It's a long way off still. So one then reverts to the thought of, is Thurston a sustainable village? Is this a sustainable place to develop? And it certainly has a railway and has good road links. The railway link is rather, there's a significant negative element there, I feel. It needs an improvement, the access certainly to the second platform and access under the railway bridge. We've got a partial solution to the access under the railway bridge issue, but we still seem to have nothing really that actually exists in the solution to the access to the second platform. So I can't see that that really is an element we should consider as sustainable. I have to say I also am concerned about the sheer increase in the size of number of houses in Thurston. I do know of other villages that are being required to accept some perhaps 600 odd houses in a village which is considerably smaller than Thurston is, but 100% increase in the village size in a in a very short space of time seems to me a challenge too far. So I think, taking those points into account, I feel that I will be opposing this development.
Thank you. Having obliged the Chief Planning Officer twice this morning to explain the relationship or the potential conflict between neighbourhood plan and this application, the joint local plan, and then having, I thought I heard him give a consistent advice on those two occasions that it, in a sense, wasn't in conflict. It's not within the neighbourhood plan. It's outside the settlement boundary, and in a sense, the authors of the neighbourhood plan have left it to the planning authority to determine the spatial distribution of housing. So I won't. I just think I heard him answer that twice. So I don't want to oblige him to say it again, as it were. But I think we do need to bear his advice very much in mind. I thought Councillor Humphrey's analysis of this application and his reflection of I think the concentration we've all brought to this application was very well expressed, and I too have been heard a number of applications over a number of months now from different developers. I have to say that this seems to me to be possibly the best that I've heard in terms of proposal. So, I mean, there are some realities here, aren't there? I think we probably all agree that one, that the delivery of housing growth is non-negotiable. That is something that a task that we are given to do. I guess beyond that, we would all agree that that growth should be plan-led. And I'm very nervous about going towards a position where actually where houses go is through the market in speculative development rather than being plan-led. This seems to me to be a logical site that fits within the intentions of the emerging joint local plan. Whatever its status might be, I think it's clear enough, and it's allocated this as a site. So I am very much minded to support to endorse the officer's advice. Thank you.
Councillor Ward, please.
I think I just need to clarify something before giving the neighbourhood plan sort of maximum weight. There's 4 conditions that need to apply.
Age.
The age which it's recently been made. It contains policies and allocations to meet its identified housing requirement, which I think is so. But the local planning authority has at least a 3-year supply of deliverable housing sites against its 5-year housing supply requirement. Is that so? And has the local planning authority's housing delivery, is it at least 45% of that required over the previous 3 years?
Thank you, Chairman. So taking those in reverse order, I believe what you're referring to is the reference to paragraph 14 of the National Policy Framework, yes, which I think the parish have said, and this leads us to conclude there is a conflict. So in reverse order, the question of delivery being at least 45% of that required over the last 3 years, I believe that's in place. I believe that we have, going next to the question of supply, I believe that there is at least 3 years supply of deliverable sites as set out. The neighbourhood plan includes policies and allocations. There is a question, I think, whether you would agree that it meets its identified housing requirement, and I take you back to what the plan actually says. Without wishing to rehearse this, the neighbourhood plan very clearly deferred back to the district council to determine the amount of development that would ultimately need to be accommodated in Thurston. Now, the neighbourhood plan is certainly less than 2 years old, but that question of how much growth should be accommodated and the policy approach taken gets back to the whether or not paragraph 14 engages. And if paragraph 14 does engage, that arguably allows you to weigh in whether or not the benefits are outweighed by the adverse impacts, as Councillor Humphreys described. And the neighbourhood plan specifically and very expressly in Section 4 on spatial strategy refers back to the District Council's role in setting spatial distribution for growth, and it recognises that Thurston will play a key role in addressing that need. So in that sense, the advice I have from Council and my interpretation of reading that document is that you have a policy, and in fairness to Councillor Richardson, I think he's referred to objectives rather than policies, but we may come to that in due course. The policy says that growth will be focused, not exclusive, focused within the settlement boundaries, and that allows for exceptions to that clearly. And then you have the question of whether there is conflict and a clear recognition of the role of the District Council to plan ultimately for the amount of growth that Thurston will need to contribute to the district's supply of housing. And all of that takes me to a conclusion that I do not personally, and Council does not, see a conflict with the neighbourhood plan. It may have been intended, but in this instance I don't see actually that there is a conflict in the way that it's described in the NPPF. That's my opinion. The impact of all of that then is whether or not the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies. And having had training on this, as you know, this isn't just about land supply, it's also about whether your policies are up to date. And for every day that your policies are not up to date, as they are not, we will remain hostage to the market coming forward to speculative applications wherever they may be, which is not a plan-led system. I think that's probably enough for me, Chairman.
I think that's very clear. Councillor Haddingham, you're next.
Thank you. Like everyone has said, I was really torn about this, and was there, 3 years ago, whenever it was, when we approved the Thurston 5, which again was a tricky decisions, and if it wasn't for the small matter of the 818 houses, like everyone has said, well thought out. Application, that it looks like a really nice place to live, but unfortunately, the neighbourhood plan doesn't identify sites for future growth. So I think that's where we're really sort of stuck here, and Thurston is a really sustainable location. They have they're right next to the A14. They've got a train station. They're near to Bury. Everything about this is sustainable, apart from the fact they've already had a whole load of houses. And so I'm really conflicted, but I think I'm going to have to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. We're just letting everyone speak once, and I know you want to come back for the second time, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Carter.
Yes, thank you very much. There have been many good points put forward regards to this presentation today, many good things regarding how well the developer has worked with the local community, and this has to be the best presentation that I've seen. And I agree that these measures need to be taken. We do need to improve that road crossing, we need to the road access, we need to improve the rail crossing, the rail development. A problem I have, I've learned from the past that these are basically preliminary possibilities, what we can do to, what can be made. We haven't put down until plans are defined, we don't say whether or not how we, the footpath, will it be raised, will there be any bollards protecting pedestrians, regards the roundabouts, what's going to prevent any vehicles from driving straight over with the roundabout. It looks great in theory, but it's human nature. If it's one of those little white ones, we've seen in the past how they do get ignored by cars. So how much safety is actually going to be afforded by these people that's going to be using this footpath, which is going to be if they were walking to the train station, it's going to be the only footpath available unless they want to walk around a longer route, which again, human nature, people aren't going to want to do that. So are we going to be compounding more footfall on a dubious crossing? It looks great in theory, but until we have the in-depth what's it going to be like, we don't know how safe it's actually going to be. And then we're leading on to a point regarding the train station. Well, it's been, Network Rail has been saying since 2006 they were going to be looking at improving this railway station. And as yet, nothing concrete has been gone. If there was a report, independent report, where it looked into putting gates and a footbridge. This was 2006, and yet nothing's been done since. And I can't honestly see whether or not we're going to put more people on a spate of land. Are they really going to be thinking, okay, there's more people there, we're going to do something about it now, when we've already heard that they were thinking of possibly closing for one of the station, one of the platforms over safety concerns. And this bugs me a little bit because we've got no definite plans, we have nothing concrete that we can say we can agree on this development now, this is going to get fixed at the station. We've heard nothing about that. And then I'd go on to sustainability. Sustainable in transport access. Well, the brilliant, I do agree again, the electric cars, fantastic. But no, electric stations, we need those everywhere where we are increasing population. But how sustainable, how do we say development sustainable when there's getting to doctor surgeries, we aren't given Thurston new doctor surgeries. There's already issues with actually getting to doctors. But we heard how today the buses do not serve the local community currently. So those who do not drive, how are they going to get to these already struggling doctor surgeries? So, and again, with it going back to the train station, if more people struggling with having to use a station, yeah. So I'd argue that there's a lot of good points to this, but I wouldn't say, I couldn't put my finger on how sustainable it really would be. And finally, I've been in this chamber when back when I sat with the Leader Market, and we were arguing against a development, and we had a neighbourhood plan that was in development, and we had officers who actually stated at the time that despite it was in the final stage of development, it wasn't currently adopted, and therefore no weight would be sent to it. So how come on a neighbourhood plan that when it's in development, in quite progressed development, that we shouldn't afford anything to it, yet our own plans, which now we're flipping it the other way around, we should hold them to a high degree, despite the neighbourhood plan already as a adopted neighbourhood plan. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Caston, you're next.
Thank you. Like every councillor here, and I don't think there's many people in this room that wouldn't agree there's been a large burden of development in Thurston. This application, though, with its design and infrastructure improvements, and the fact that I find it really hard to vote against a development that is walking distance from a station in the A14 corridor, I think that also the fact that the development is between the A14 and the village, which mitigates the disruption caused to residents before the development's finished and afterwards. I find it really hard to say that this development's a bad idea and we should go against it, so I'm minded to vote for its approval.
Thank you. I'm going to let everyone go once, then I'll come back to those that want to go second. I think everyone's spoken once apart from myself, so I'll just add my comments. Yeah, I think there's clearly, I mean, it all comes down to the two plans. To me, that is the crux of this. I think Thurston is very sustainable. I mean, it has a railway station and it has a railway that stops there. Not many villages have that at all anywhere in certainly mid-Suffolk. So to me, the sustainability issue is not an issue because I believe it's sustainable. It's got shops, pubs, and it's got a railway station. So the sustainability issue I'm comfortable with. The applicant has put forward a scheme that is environmentally sound, which is a consideration. I think when we declared a climate emergency at mid-Suffolk, we want to see a sustainable houses coming forward that push the boundaries, and the applicant said they will do that on this, so that is a positive. The clash for me is the two the plans and where they sit and what weight do we give on that. And the professional advice of the officers with legal counsel's view, I think Councillor Humphreys has explained very well. So I absolutely get the clash and the concerns about increasing the village, it doubling in size. All that sits there, but on the other side of the equation, we have to think about where does this sit in terms of going through on the planning process. So I will be supporting it. I do it with a heavy heart, but I'm struggling to find a reason not to support it at the moment. That's the problem I'm at. Okay, so we'll go around for those that want to speak second. Councillor Mansell first. Councillor Mansell, then Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back. Listening to the other members of the committee's deliberations, I mean, I listened carefully to Councillor Humphreys, what he said some time ago about the joint local plan, and I'm despite the fact I believe that we should be putting more weight on the neighbourhood plan because it is a made and adopted plan. I'm not saying that the draft joint local plan has no weight. It has some weight, but in my mind, the recently adopted neighbourhood plan carries more weight than the unadopted draft preferred options joint local plan strategic strategy. And there's also been a lot of other comments about the highway improvements and the railway station. This application, despite all its good points, there is still no guarantee of that improvement at the railway station. And I too, like Councillor Haddingham, remember the 2017 Planning Committee where I consistently voted against the planning applications on the basis that I could not be party to any planning decision that ended up losing Thurston Station, because Thurston Station, I think, is at the crux of this matter. Thurston is only sustainable if it has a railway station. Until that safety risk mitigation has been sorted out, agreed in principle with Network Rail and Suffolk County Highways, I still think we're in the same situation. We have no guarantee that westbound platform is going to be accessible. And there's no point having an eastbound platform. And yes, the railway station is a fantastic asset for Thurston, but as yet they don't have a decent commuter service to Bury St Edmunds, so let's just remember that. Now the highways improvements, I think the Fishwicks Corner, I've already commended that. We heard from the planning officer that it was decided against a roundabout there because it was unsafe for cyclists, yet the decision is to put a roundabout near the railway station. That too is unsafe for cyclists. And much as I applaud the electric car vehicle charging points and the car club, we need to be moving away from a car-driven plan. And it's all very well, yeah, they're electric cars, there's still going to be traffic queues. This development doesn't really, for me, do the connecting sustainability for cyclists and pedestrians. So, and so with that, and the fact that the neighbourhood plan to me takes precedent over the joint emerging local plan, I will be voting against the proposal.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. We didn't actually hear, after I made my initial observations about the weight and the numbers and so on, we didn't actually hear from officers the degree to which the NPPF paragraph 48 point that I made that is in their report, the degree to which that actually reduces the weight of the emerging joint local plan. And so it would be helpful to hear about that. But I think the other thing that's very striking about this is that and I think perhaps I should just say that the point I made about unresolved objections do go exactly to this point. There were at the previous stage of the joint local plan, whatever that was called, and I can't remember now. We were offered issues and options. I think. Oh dear, good. We were offered 4 different spatial strategies, and I don't know what all the different comments that went in were, but the surprise was that when the next stage emerged, that the July 2018 one emerged, that's currently the preferred option, it proposed a greater weight on the A14 corridor than any of the 4 options that had been offered at the earlier stage. Now, I don't know whether lots of people piled in and said, no, we want more A14 corridor. I don't know, but there was that dramatic shift, which is, as I say, unexplained. So I want to hear about what the effect of the unresolved objections is, because obviously they are exactly to the point. They produce the number.
Okay, we're just going to answer your question on paragraph 48.
Yeah, okay. Can I have a little bit more after that?
Yeah, the thing is, you do have an opportunity to come back as many times as you want, but we've all spoken once and we've all expressed views, so can we keep it to the point?
Thanks, Chairman. So, paragraph 48, the extent to which there are unresolved objections and weight. Well, officers are saying to you that they attach limited weight to the JLP at its present point in time. But they also say to you that the presumption in favour of sustainable development, the government's drive to boost significantly the supply of housing, all of those are engaged, active, and need to be considered and attract weight in their own right. And given the way that given the language in the plan, we don't consider, and Council agrees with us, that there is not a conflict with the neighbourhood plan. You may judge that differently. So I don't know that the question of unresolved objections really takes us anywhere, because officers aren't saying that the JLP has a lot of weight. We say it has limited weight, but actually the status of the plan is, by its own language, a little more complicated than to say the plan itself answers the question. Because the plan says development shall be focused inside the settlement boundaries set out in the plan. It does not exclude development outside, albeit whatever focus means is a matter of judgment. The question of how we got to this point with the plan, I think, and this gets back to what I said right at the outset, this bears onto a strategy and an approach set down in the joint local plan, which full council voted for. I have to assume that it will be slightly unusual for the council then to take a different view on an individual site, unless that was in detail. To take a different view as a matter of principle, I think would create a question of risk around the whole plan, the timetable for that plan, and all of the associated matters with it, which I went through at length at the outset of this. So there are some significant consequences to how one approaches this decision. And I don't know whether Rob Hobbs can add anything to how we got to here with the strategy. Perhaps, Chairman, he might.
Only that in the issues and options document, as was rightly pointed out, there were 4 options, and we obviously received consultation comments to those 4 options that we took into account when producing the plan that we have today.
Okay, so we're going round. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we be very concise?
Yeah. Absolutely. We appear to be. If we approve these 420 as it is altogether more, we seem to be putting the vast majority of the need, accepting the figures as they are, the vast majority of the need into the first 5 years of the 16 years up to 2036, which is very odd sort of phasing. And if I could just finally address the points that Mr. Isbell made at the outset of the meeting, which I noted quite carefully. Yes, there are other, accepting that there is a displacement of growth if the numbers are shifted, but then that's what we're here to discuss as a council working on the joint local plan. I don't see that there will be a delay to the joint local plan process because we are in that stage at the moment of adjusting it in accordance with the last lot of points that have been made. And in terms of our reputational damage, I think our reputational damage is going to be quite considerable if we put another up the 818 to 1200 and whatever. So, I did think about all these things quite carefully, but I can't see it as being right at this time. Not that it isn't a good application, not that we shouldn't possibly be approving it in 5 or 10 years' time.
I just want to be absolutely clear that we are only looking at 210 houses, and we are not allowed, the other houses are quite irrelevant in terms of the other 210 application that may come next. We are only dealing with what's the application before us at this moment. Phil, you want to come in?
Yes, Chairman. I mean, please bear in mind that at the moment there's a lot of talk about the weight attached to the neighbourhood plan. Should you decide that you do not like this application and wish to refuse it, I will ask committee to come up with reasons for that harm. You have to identify unacceptable harm. The presumption in favour of sustainable development means you will have to identify the adverse impacts. And this will play itself out, and I'm sure Councillor Gould can speak adequately on this one, play itself out through a public inquiry, which will become quite difficult on covering all of this territory. And the extent to which you identify those impacts at this point, the harm, rather than simply a conflict with the plan, which I would say would not take you very far in a public inquiry, you are going to need to identify real demonstrable harm. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, we're going round again. Councillor Gould.
Thank you. And since Chief Planning Officers could have read what was in my mind in part, which is that I haven't kept a tally of people's views, but it seems that this hangs in the balance. I'm concerned because the substantive reason, if I may call it that people have focused on in finding a reason to object is about, as you put it, Chair, the conflict between two plans, albeit the Chief Planning Officer says there isn't a conflict. And furthermore, Council says there isn't a conflict. Why I am concerned that if that issue is not supportable, if rejection of this on that ground is not supportable, that actually we haven't heard cogent and supportable reasons for rejecting this application and going against the officer's advice. The Chief Planning Officer's reference is to a 2-week public inquiry currently taking place in my ward about not unrelated matters, which is testing out the validity, the strength of reasons for refusal. So if the committee is minded not to support this application, then I think the sensible and responsible thing we should do is, if I heard the Chief Planning Officer right at the outset of this meeting when he was talking about reviewing the process, so that we as a committee can be confident that the reasons for refusal, we persist in that, are supportable, and that we don't ourselves end up again in a public inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple more people. Councillor Haddingham, Councillor Humphreys wanted to come back, and then I think we're there and we'll probably go to the vote.
Thank you. Really quick point. I just want to underline that Bloor are the only applicant that owns the land around Fishwick Corner, so we can do the improvements there. And the reason they can't do a roundabout is all those TPOs on that corner, so that they haven't got the room to do a roundabout. So that is why they've come with this staggered junction.
Mr Chair, thank you. I just summarise really the proposal, and I'm just going back to MPF section 14. Just a reminder of what I actually said. It requires applications to be refused where it can be demonstrated that the adverse impact of allowing development that conflicts with the neighbourhood plan is likely to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And as we've already discussed and served the officers and council, the fact this does not demonstrate any real harm, I think you'd be really hard pushed not to accept and approve this application, and as a council we'd be found well, when it goes to investigation it'd be very interesting. So I'd urge you to think carefully about what's in front of you and what I've just said about harm and the MPPF when you come to your decision.
Okay, so it's been proposed, no one else has put their hand up, so we'll go to the vote. No one else has put their hand up. It's been proposed by Councillor Humphreys and seconded by Councillor Muller. Yeah, as per the recommendations on page 107, 108 and 109 of our papers. Before we go to the vote, is there anything else you wish to add?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in the best tradition of these things, we've got an ecological mitigation condition, but we haven't necessarily picked that up as a Section 106 obligation. We'd wish to include that in there in case we wish to capture any contributions related to the ecological provision of alternative land.
As a Section 106? As
a Section 106 point, Chairman. So that's an additional bullet, which is effectively ecological mitigation. For clarification, the ecological mitigation condition addresses some things, but if you refer to the advice of place services on page 177, the second condition refers to a Section 106, so a legal agreement to secure this buffer strip off-site, which isn't within the application site. My usual approach, therefore, is to say that ought to be included within the Section 106. If during the course of discussion that can be simply dealt with by the condition, so be it. But if it's in there, it's in there.
That's fine. Thank you. As per page 177. Okay.
Conditions, Chair. Are we not supposed to have it include a condition that the mix of the private sector and affordable housing is all as per page 166 submission from the relevant office?
I'll stand to be corrected by my case officer, but I suspect the second bullet on page 108 regarding the Section 106 requires the delivery of the affordable housing and weaves in all of those requirements because it talks about the requirements of the Council's Housing Strategy Service. My expectation is that that would reflect the advice that housing give us across the piece.
Okay, so on that basis, we're going to go to a vote as per the recommendations on 107, 108 and 109 with the additional point that Mr Isbell's raised. All those in favour of the recommendation, can we have a show of hands, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, so that's 7 to 6. The Planning Commission is approved. Now we have a quick decision to make, members. The canteen closes in 35 minutes. We will not be finished with the next application in 35 minutes. What I propose to do is to call a 20-minute lunch and reconvene at 1:30, which will allow us to get that next application straight through into the next meeting. Is everyone in favour of that? Otherwise, we're not going to have any food in 20 minutes. But can it really be 20 minutes, please? Okay, I think is everyone who's going to be back? There are no empty seats anywhere that... Yeah, so we've lost Councillor Humphreys this afternoon. So we'll move on. Now the Parish Council are just outside. Are they... Okay. I kind of feel we should wait for them.
Move at speed first.
We're just going to wait for the Parish Council to take their seats. Okay, so the next application before us is DC 1902090, and over to Vincent, who's going to present the application again.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to start partway into the presentation. We're looking at DC 1902090, land east of Ixworth Road, an outline application for 210 dwellings. The applicant is Gladman. The reason we're starting partway in is because a lot of the slides you've already experienced this morning, so we'll cut to the chase. Here we have the site, and we'll... Hold on. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, it's my...
So we'll just superimpose the illustrative layout, and then so here we have the Linden Homes site that's already under construction. Here we have the Persimmon site, both part of the Thurston 5, so this site sits in between two existing permitted sites. Closer up view in terms of illustrative layout, we have the main access to the estate at this point. This is Meadow Lane, this is Ixworth Road, and we have a second emergency access at the top. We have a large area of open space, more of that later, on the countryside edge of the development. And then the development here is laid out around a central spine road that sits in the middle. A close-up of the potential open space. Originally it was proposed to put a car park here for the rugby club that sits up here, Thurston Rugby Club, but that offer didn't seem to be taken up, so that car park is gone. And what we're proposing here is a mixture of recreational uses, including potentially wheel play, skateboard, which is identified in the neighbourhood plan as a requirement in the village. The application includes a contribution of £200,000 to help set that up, if that's what members wanted to see in this area. Potentially all of this area could be dedicated to the Borough Council with a commuted sum, or the Parish Council with an appropriate maintenance sum. If neither the district nor the parish wanted it, it would then be managed by a management company, but would be publicly available in perpetuity. That helps put some context in and around the site in terms of the two permitted developments. That's the open space. So immediately you can see it provides access into the countryside beyond it. So what we've tried to do is keep the built form back from the edge of the site and have this sort of transition area to help blend it in with the countryside. Densities along this edge will be lower than the rest of the development. As you saw in the earlier scheme, we've tried to keep the outer edge looking more appropriately rural, but what we don't have here is the benefit of the detailed drawings. We thought carefully about residential and amenity, and we're satisfied that the existing or proposed developments that are being built here and here are sufficiently distanced from the scheme for this not to pose any residential amenity problems for existing residents. We do have a TPO in this area, an existing residence, and again you'll see there's quite a deep buffer that runs all the way around the edge. So we're satisfied that there won't be residential amenity issues for existing residents. We have the same issue around HGVs and construction vehicles. So the issues are very similar to the earlier proposal. We can control that through a construction method statement. So there's the lower density area. Two quick shots. On the left, you have the application site. On the right is what is the Persimmon site. So whilst that is a field at the moment, that will be houses. The site is very exposed to Ixworth Road. Within this scheme would be a deeper planting belt that would actually restore some of the natural hedgerow along that site frontage. So it would be less exposed were you to grant planning permission, but there would be houses sitting behind that hedge. They're the existing properties, and we're satisfied that there won't be a residential amenity problem to those. And again, I've tried to illustrate that in terms of the separation. We've dealt with, as I say, 2 access points, which we've tackled. Persimmon are providing a footpath on the opposite side of the road, so were you to grant planning permission for this proposal, there will be part footway on the east side of the road that would then allow you to connect to the path being provided by Persimmon, and that will get you to the community college. However, what the Thurston 5 schemes didn't provide was a solution to crossing the Ixworth Road, Norton Road junction just outside the community college. So what we have at the moment is there is no crossing point. Sorry, that's the community college in there, Ixworth Road. You have the kids, when the college closes, pour out here, and they try and get to this point where there is a pedestrian connection. So they're crossing here without a crossing, here without a crossing, and here without a crossing. The applicants are proposing to put a raised table in this whole area and put crossings around this entire junction, which would then give students from the college a much safer crossing point at all arms of that junction. So there's the safety barrier that stops students rushing out in the road, but they disappear behind that hedge. And it really is quite perilous. I've sat there many times now and watched from a safety point of view. And I think very short burst of video. So this is at college closing time. Extremely coaches. There's some students, old gentlemen trying to cross. In a moment, students in between them. College closing time, there's a lot of activity in and around the junction. And the same thing in the morning. I've sat there in the morning and observed as well. Hiatus twice a day. And I think behind this coach when it moves, there should be some students. What we can't see from this is that there is a series of coaches now lining up along outside the college. Sit and watch the coaches forever. So that double decker couldn't get on the bridge, so that's really accountable. The next point to look at is the Bunbury Arms junction, way up beyond the site to the north, and members who dealt with the Thurston 5 will remember the Thurston 5 contribute to the signalisation of that junction. So you go from Thurston to the south, you come along northwards along Thurston Road, and eventually you get to this junction on the A143. So that will be signalised using Thurston 5 money. At the time, it was thought that there could be no extra capacity provided at that junction, so it was just enough with signalisation to accommodate the Thurston 5. However, what the scheme didn't include was technology known as MOVA, M-O-V-A, which actually measures queue lengths in real time. It detects the vehicles on the road, and when it sees that a queue is building, it can change the lights, the sequencing of the lights. So the Thurston 5 provided fixed sequencing. By being able to detect queues in real time, additional capacity can be delivered at that junction, which enables not just the Bloor scheme, but also the Gladman scheme to go ahead and actually further improve that junction. There's also some reassignment of traffic as a result of that, and also potentially displays can be improved. So the proposal includes those additional works on top of the Thurston 5. That is what was previously approved. Also, we're getting an additional crossing between Barton Road and Heath Road, which helps deliver a much more comprehensive safe routes to school. So as well as the Thed Wester improvements that you saw this morning, we're also getting improvements from this development to enable people who live to the west of Norton Road to get a safer access to the school. So between the combination of improvements to the Ixworth Road junction and this, we are able to deliver safer routes to school, which hopefully will encourage more students to walk to school. So there's that crossing point, and you can see in terms of the geography, there's the community college, and then we've got the Thurston 5 just off the screen over there. So we're creating corridors around the village, safer corridors for pedestrians. We've had comments from our housing strategy lead. We would normally expect to secure everything that's needed through the 106 as we did previously. We're satisfied that the 35% affordable housing that is on offer is appropriate. We're happy with the suggested mix from our housing colleagues. That in a nutshell is a summary of the scheme. We are recommending approval subject to comprehensive 106 to deliver those additional highway works and everything else that appears in the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, questions at this point? Councillor Field, then Councillor Mansell.
A couple of points on highways, really. One of them that when we approved previous recommendations, previous planning applications, there seemed to be an issue at the Bunbury Arms about the width of the lanes on the roads there, that while they were wide enough for cars, they weren't wide enough for HGVs. I wondered if there's been any alteration. You managed to find any more inches of road width, or metres of road width, if that's appropriate. So that's one thing. Second one is looking at the various highways inputs, and some of these things are sort of duplicate and triplicate in our papers, so it's difficult to know you've got the right one. It says something about, but when balanced against the lack of mitigation elsewhere, we conclude that cumulative severe impact and that there are unacceptable impacts on road safety. That's on page 262, that actual comment. I just wondered what, I'm unclear on what highways are saying, having read the papers somewhat rapidly.
Before Mr Murray jumps in, may I be permitted just to give a planning perspective, Chair, through you? I think what the Highway Authority is telling us as the planning authority is that it is essential, if the Gladman scheme is to come forward, all the improvements that you saw and approved this morning south of the railway bridge must be delivered. So our recommendation to you is that, subject to those other works being provided, we are recommending approval. So there's a catch insofar as this site should only proceed once the other works have been secured. But Mr Murray may want to give you the highway perspective and comment on your question of extra width at Bunbury Arms.
Thank you. It would be nice to hear from highways. We don't often have two highways people here, and we should take advantage of that.
Yes, thank you. I'll answer the second point first. Yes, we are very clear that without the improvements to Fishwick's Corner, Pokeridge Corner and under the rail bridge, that without those improvements there would be a severe impact. That is what we advised everybody in the last time, and that still stands. If that, so as a Highways Authority, we would be seeking clear and categorical assurance that those would be delivered before this site were permitted. In terms of the Bunbury Arms junction, there's no change to the alignment. We are fixed with the highway boundary. The main change is the improvements to software and the model, and the way it works is we are effectively sweating some extra capacity out of there That is the main improvement. It's a move on. And I also reiterate that there is, what we are not saying is there is not an impact. There is an impact. What we're trying to do is decide whether that is severe or not. If the 3 items that Bloors are delivering are not, then we would consider that to be severe, and it would also have safety impacts.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first is, what are the details of the improved cycle crossing at the Heath Road junction? Because that is part of National Cycle Route number 51. So I'd be interested to know what is proposed there. And also, can you tell me if there are any enhanced environmentally sustainable packages on this development as there were in the previous one?
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. If I can deal with the last point first. The report sets out a package of environmental benefits. Similarly, we also have a commitment to Car Club. We have a commitment to electric vehicle charging throughout the development. We do have a commitment to 100% NDSS sized units, or 210. We are looking at a similar ecological mitigation package that would be worked up via the Section 106 agreement. And again, we will push through conditions, were it to be granted, that we get a similar level of benefits that Bloor are providing, and then we will follow that through at reserve matters stage. Because this is an outline application, but without the extra work that was put in by Bloor, I couldn't show you exactly any particular schemes. I couldn't show you the designs with solar panels on, but what we would say is we could secure those by condition. In terms of the earlier question, in terms of National Cycleway 51 and the Heath Road junction, I would have to defer to my highway colleagues as to how that would fit in.
Yes, the proposal is to install a toucan crossing actually on Barton Road near the Heath Road junction with Norton Road.
Can I just come back? You say near the junction, so that would be like a little detour for bikes coming through on Heath Road, because at the moment you have to do the chicane of the barriers and then you have to cross Barton Road. Is it going to be like a straight on, there'll be a toucan crossing just there?
Detailed design hasn't been brought up, but once we get out into site, it's either going to be just south of Heath Road, then onto Old Norton Road, but it all depends on topography. We only have, at the moment, in between Heath Road and Norton Road, there will be a toucan crossing. Actual position is still to be determined.
Any other questions? Yep. Councillor Masson and Councillor Eburn.
Thank you. Yeah, the page 251, discussion of healthcare impact assessment, and noting the nearest two surgeries. Unfortunately, on page 386, planning policy felt that the nearest practice was Woolpit. Well, it isn't. I measured there's 5.6 miles to Woolpit, but and these two are about four really. But the question is, can we use our seal to improve the two surgeries that are listed in table 1? And unfortunately, Christine's not here now.
We can certainly use SIL money, but and this gives me an opportunity to correct some content in that report. What the NHS have said to us is categorically that Thurston residents would be directed to the Woolpit surgery. And were SIL money to be released to expand GP services, it would be in Woolpit.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got two questions, if I may. Firstly, could you just expand on the treatment of the Green Lane to the east of the site, please? And secondly, I know this is outline and it's not to do with, the layout is in reserved matters, but it does imply that, but sometimes when we're given a layout that then follows through into reserved matters, and it implies it's 2.5 storey in a layout, and I don't think that should be the case for a village development. So I just wondered if you could just give a view on that. Well, please, thank you.
In terms of the storey heights, we certainly can control that. If you felt strongly, you could certainly add a condition that said predominantly no more than 2. I think experience has shown on the adjacent sites that we have occasionally allowed a few properties that are 2-storey plus an attic, and we don't want to preclude bungalows, but I think if you wanted a condition that said predominantly 2-storey, that would be absolutely reasonable and perfectly within your gift. In terms of the lane, perhaps, Mandy, if we can shoot back, please, to slide 24. If you remember when we dealt with the Linden Homes scheme, we put a lot of effort into securing species that you could say were native hedgerow species that would also provide excellent wildlife corridors and food for animals. What we're looking to here is actually a deeper planting belt than we've actually got on that side. So Meadow Lane is really quite countrified, and it actually goes into the woods over here. The drainage solution for this actually uses the ditches that already exist. There'll be a lagoon in here, and that'll drain into the watercourse system through here. This would be thickly planted along here and along here. So the combination, what that actually does is make Meadow Lane, it restores much of the hedgerow that's been lost. So this should remain a beautifully leafy stretch to walk, because there are public footpaths through here. So I would want to put your mind at rest that we would actually be reinforcing planting in this area and re-establishing that traditional rural field edge character.
Yep, Councillor Mansell, you want to come back?
I've just thought of another question. Now, I believe that the proposed school site that was part of the Thurston 5 is in the site that is the other side of Meadow Lane. Now, you've got footpath links across Meadow Lane towards that development. Is there going to actually be like a through cycle route and pedestrian route from this development through to the new site for the primary school?
Yes.
As we have no one else that has any questions at this point, we'll move on. So we move on to the speakers. First up, we have the Parish Council again, if you'd like to come up, please. And again, 3 minutes. If just before you start you could introduce your name, because we have your predecessor down as the speaker, just for the records. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, he may have to go to take someone to a hospital appointment, so that's why I've stepped in.
Introduce yourself with your name.
My name is Richard Fawcett. I'm a member of the Parish Council and co-chair of the Thurston Neighbourhood Development Plan. As you know, Thurston is facing an unprecedented level of development. Despite this level of development, mitigation for these new homes currently extends to just a new primary school and some three highway junction improvements you've heard, and some minimal other improvements. No additional commercial, retail, health or community space or facilities is being provided to Thurston outside of the mandatory green space and play area provision. No solution has been provided to solve the safety issues on the railway station crossing, despite the developers being instructed to work on the issue as part of their planning approvals. Members might like to note that ownership of some of the land is in doubt. This application for Ixworth Road will only add to the unprecedented level of development and pressure on the village and its community. Apart from minimal proposals you've heard of, really there is nothing additional in terms of mitigation for the increased volume of traffic and pressure on the road network created by the proposed new homes. The railway station crossing issue remains, and the developer is offering just £30,000 for a feasibility study on the issue, probably about a fifth of the likely cost. The study simply repeats previous studies that have failed to find a solution to the issue. The committee will recall approving an application by Persimmon Homes in November 2017 to build 250 homes to the west of Ixworth Road. This application, submitted by Gladman Homes, is on the opposite side of the same road, a narrow country road, winding, with a number of bends with restricted views of oncoming traffic. Suffolk County Council Highways have made reference to the safety issues with poor sight lines and visibility displays on the road in other planning applications, notably in Thurston for Cedars Close and for Thurston Community College. Any additional exits onto this carriageway will only add to the existing safety issues, whilst the increased traffic will impact further on the other principal junctions in the village. All these developments have a negative impact on traffic flows and therefore air quality and the achievement of measures to support Labour Mid-Suffolk's declaration of a climate emergency. We're disappointed that the Senior Planning Officer chose only to refer to paragraph 4.1 of our Neighbourhood Plan's spatial strategy. Points 4.2 to point 4.6 provide clarity to the approach that is to be taken, and that development must to support the needs of the ageing population of Thurston, along with the needs of the young, and this applies to this development. Gladman have not only submitted an application that opposes the intentions of Thurston's neighbourhood plan, but they have also decided to submit the application without any meaningful consultation with the parish council or any part of the community. Thurston Parish Council urges the committee to reject this application. Well, now the committee has the opportunity to confirm its support for the neighbourhood plan process, which so far has not been the case today, the correct bottom-up community-led approach to development by turning this application down. We believe the implication of the decisions you have taken will today have a significant impact not only on Thurston, but also all the other communities in mid-Suffolk, much wider than this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Do we have any questions? I'm just going to take Chairman's priority for a change. Can I just ask you, did you approach Gladman and ask to engage as a parish council, or was it they didn't approach you?
They came to us for one meeting. We made representations back to them at that meeting, and we heard nothing further.
Other hands went up. Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Manser.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just with regards to your neighbourhood plan, this particular site is adjacent to other sites that are in your neighbourhood plan. So I just wondered why this one wasn't included.
When we originally did site assessments, this land was not available, and because of the road, it was deemed to be unsuitable. You have to remember that Persimmon site, we also deemed to be unsuitable because of the road structure.
Councillor Manser.
Thank you. I was also going to ask about the engagement, but you've already answered that. So what I would like to ask about is whether any traffic surveys have been carried out at the Norton Road, Sixworth Road junction since the changes were made to the Suffolk County Council travel to school policy. And if you haven't had any surveys since then, you as residents perhaps have your view on what has happened to the traffic since that happened.
We have made numerous representations to the planning officer and to Suffolk County Council Highways requesting that revised traffic flows are underdone in the village, not only to look at the impact of the transport policy, the Suffolk County Council transport policy, but also to look at the issue of the A143 Bunbury Arms Crossroads, because there is local evidence that people are coming down the Ixworth Road to try and avoid that junction to gain access to the A14, which is putting pressure on all the other junctions.
Any other questions at all? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. So next we have Mr. Keith Towers, if you'd like to come up as an objector. And again, if you can keep to the 3 minutes, please.
I'm speaking as an objector to this proposed development. The presumption in favour of development at all costs is very concerning and very damaging to the fabric of the village and the lives of its residents. The following issues are worthy of consideration. Health provision. The nearest doctor's surgery, we are told, is at Woolpit. Do they have capacity for an influx of additional patients? The bus service linking Thurston and Woolpit is every 2 hours at best. Railway station safety. Thurston station is semi-derelict and there are unresolved issues with the Barrow crossing. This has been discussed previously, but to date there have been no improvements. A recent Network Rail survey found that the number of people using the station, and specifically the westbound platform, has increased considerably. This increases the risk level associated with this crossing and thus the possibility of a fatality. Has the supporting information provided by the developer been subject to proper scrutiny, or has it been accepted by the planners at face value? Are the traffic projections valid? Are they using current data, as there are a number of developments in the vicinity of Thurston which will affect traffic passing through the village excuse me, and add to congestion and further compromise our safety? Education. I would contend that the submissions to the PRC do not address the risk associated with the spectrum of educational provision within Thurston, and that a fully investigated approach is required in the effects of rapid expansion in a period of already rapid growth. If this were to be passed today, a larger than planned primary school would be required. The consequences of this have not been observed or projected. Respect for the neighbourhood development plan. This detailed document, drawn up with the encouragement of Mr. Isbell, is being ignored. Its status as a legal document does not carry appropriate weight with your planning team in the current climate. Future growth is recognised, but it should be gradual, sustainable, and include proper improvements to infrastructure. Infrastructure, it is not just roads and sewers, and as we already know that these are inadequate in this area, it also refers to parking, recreation facilities, shops and employment provision. This is a semi-rural village and the facilities have grown over time to provide for the needs of local people. The scale of development being proposed now and currently underway will overwhelm the village in a most unwelcome manner. We feel badly let down by the Planning Department and Suffolk Highways, who have paid little attention to important matters such as safety of residents and infrastructure weakness. Please do not rubber stamp this application today, but reject it as opportunistic and untimely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just before you run off, we have a question for you. Councillor Mansell.
Well, it may actually be a question for the officer, or maybe some of the officers who have since subsequently disappeared. The objector mentioned the primary school. Now, I think the Thurston 5 applications talked about the primary school size on that site that's just to the west of this one to be a 420 size primary school, and I vaguely remember somewhere in the mass of papers that I read some mention of a 630 place school. So I'd like some clarity as to A, whether the 420 place school will accommodate children from this development and any other committed developments, or whether we do need to move to a 630 size school, or whether we're looking at 2 schools.
We are looking at 1 school. It will start off at 420, and as demand from within Thurston grows due to expansion, it will become the 630. You'll notice on page 323 of your agendas that Suffolk County Council is asking for, and the applicant has agreed, subject to the amendment sheet, but there has been a slight variation, just under £1.5 million for additional places. So we are satisfied. When I say we, I do mean Suffolk County Council. The site is big enough and the design will be such that it can be expanded without interrupting education up to 630 in the event that development in Thurston ultimately dictates that number of school places. I understand that I'm not sure if the application is in yet, but certainly the County Council is working hard to get that school approved. They will act as the planning authority and built ASAP. So as soon as properties begin to be occupied in North Thurston, the county is trying to ensure that those places are available. I can't speak for the county, but that is what I've been advised at earlier meetings to discuss this very issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, so we're going to move on. So we go to the applicant or the agent, Stuart Carville and Tim Norman, if you'd like to come up. And again, if you could keep to the 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Stuart Carville. I'm of Claydon Developments. Thank you to the case officer, his recommendation. As noted in the report, we've worked collaboratively with the Council to achieve a sustainable development. This site will provide a range of benefits to the local community of Thurston, be that new existing residents, or those people, in particular children, who visit or are in Thurston already for school or college daily. The application is to provide a range of measures to help promote, encourage and enable sustainable transport within Thurston and help to have people not to use their cars. This is for the benefit of the whole village and not just the development to encourage people out of their cars. And these improvements have been outlined by Vincent Pearce already, but include a number of zebra crossings and toucan crossings to enable safe pedestrian and cycle crossings. And as such, this is a real opportunity to encourage modal shift within Thurston. We had a discussion earlier about where the services in the village are. We are to the north of the village. Our pedestrian traffic doesn't need to go under the railway bridge to access those services such as the supermarket. We are able to provide two aims of the community infrastructure in the Thurston neighbourhood plan, with that being a neighbourhood equipped play area and a community growing space has not come forward on any of the sites permitted to date, and nor on the Bloor site. And that NEEP is supported by the council's community teams. And in response to a point raised a minute ago, we met with the parish council twice and asked them what community facilities we could provide on the site that they were interested in from the neighbourhood plan. And unfortunately, they couldn't get past the principle of development and offered no comment on the community facilities that we provided. The parish will benefit from 25% of the seal receipts, as it has a main neighbourhood plan, from the generation of this development. We will provide 35% affordable housing, and this is a logical infill site between the sites already with permission and is a logical extension to the settlement boundary. Good accessibility to schools and public transport and supported by the council's policy team. The site is in accordance with all the requirements of the local plans, of the emerging local plan. So I'll be grateful for your members to support your offer's recommendation and permit this development that will facilitate and deliver sustainable development, which is not car-led, but focused on providing opportunities for new, existing and visitors to Thurston to travel, not by car, but with sustainable transport modes. Many thanks.
Thank you. Questions from members? I think we ought to just ask the same question that we asked the previous one about how do you plan to roll out the housing, because who will the build-out rates? Do you have that in your plans at the moment?
Gladman is a land promoter and we will sell the site to a house builder. We agree the Section 106 with the council and the house builder who purchases from us is signed up to those agreements. So they are buying a ready-made product. They know exactly what they're buying because we do all the work with the council and we often do a pre-app on the reserve matters. So everything is signed in the Section 106. They're buying a ready-made product and we have experience. We have previously got planning permission for a site at Stowmarket and that's been built out by Bloor and who have delivered on what we have agreed to in a Section 106 agreement.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm interested, what sort of level of consultation has there been between you and the Highways Department with regard to the sort of mitigation of your development of another 200 houses on the immediate vicinity, as well as sort of assuming there's going to be support for this development from mitigation elsewhere within Thurston?
So we understand that the Bloor scheme took account of the development traffic that is associated with our scheme, and so the improvements that they have suggested and has now been approved will correctly mitigate anything that our site is bringing forward in terms of development traffic.
Push your mic on, please, as you speak. Thanks.
Can I just we saw that's been quite, the previous one had been modelled quite very thoroughly. Has there been a sort of modelling of the impact of your development on the local infrastructure?
Correct, yes. We did a very similar modelling exercise for our site. We undertook traffic surveys and uplifted the traffic to a future year, added on the committed development of the 800 odd houses that have already been approved, and then added our development traffic on after that, along with some of the mitigation that was proposed through the Thurston 5. We found that the impact from our scheme on its own was negligible, a very minor addition of traffic. And so, in summary, because of that negligible impact, we consider that it's not severe, and so this has been discussed in terms of our scope of the assessment. We discussed that with the Highway Authority and confirmed the scope of that and the junctions that were modelled and the development traffic, the number of trips that we could expect from the development was all agreed in the process of preparing the transport assessment.
Thank you. Is there anything Highways wants to add to that?
Yes.
Question? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yes, I would have reservations about some of what has just been said. We've had to undertake our own traffic survey using ACOM, and in answer to a previous question, it is based on pre-existing data because we haven't had time to redo surveys. The original transport assessment that was supplied with this had large gaps in it. We have tried to work with the applicant to fill those, but the majority of the data analysis has been undertaken by ourselves, and that is the ACOM report that is in the public domain. It is correct that with the mitigation from BLAWs, there is no severe impact, but it does need that mitigation from BLAWs. I have to be a bit careful what I say. We have, to my recollection, engaged in early scoping, and I don't think all of that was necessarily done, because we did ask for all of the junctions to be done around the area, so Bunbury Arms, Fishwick's Corner, Pokeridge Corner, and I think I better leave it there.
Thank you. So that's a different message from Suffolk County Council, the Highways team. So it's up to members to weigh that up. Anyone else have any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. So we now move on to the ward members. Now, Councillor Wendy Turner just sent one email in, which was to cover both. I don't think I need to... I mean, would you like me to read out, as we've all heard it once? Are we all agreed that we don't need to hear it again? Is everyone happy with that? Yep. Okay, so we'll go straight to Harry Richardson. Councillor Harry Richardson, over to you.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to repeat all of what I said in my first contribution, but many of that still apply, so I would ask you to bear that in mind. I think what I'd like to do is touch on 4 specific points that I've identified both during the officer's presentation and during some of the debate that we had about the previous application, so I can sort of try and discuss both. I think firstly, turning on the question of, there's a lot of discussion around housing growth and Mid-Suffolk's spatial strategy and the recognition that within the A14 corridor, this is an area where we are looking to have further developments. But I think, and I can accept, that is very much what is in the joint local plan, I can't dispute that. But what I would like to do is try and introduce an element of proportionality and perspective to this, because within the joint local plan, even in its current early stage, once you deduct the sites across the district that already have planning permission, we've identified a need for 5,958 new homes across the district between 2018 and 2036. Now, that averages out at 331 new houses across the district every year. Now, based on the decision you've already made early this afternoon, if you approve this second application, you will have delivered Mid-Suffolk's entire housing growth need for the whole district for this whole year, in a single day, in a single village. And there are numerous other, I would point out, key service centres across the district and other major urban areas like Needham Market, like Stowmarket. So I would just bear that in mind, whether you think it is genuinely fair and acceptable that one single village should accommodate the entire year's worth of housing growth that we are anticipating in this 18-year period. So I would ask you to bear that in mind. The second is just a question, and this is more sort of an open-ended question about the relationship between the joint local plan and the neighbourhood plan, is that I think, unless I'm misunderstanding the vote that we passed last year, we approved that the draft joint local plan go out to a consultation period, and that when that consultation period comes back, we would then make a final decision on the plan. Again, if I've misunderstood that, then I'm happy to be contradicted. But what worries me is that you have an adopted plan, and I'll come on to exactly why I again disagree with some of the representations made about the plan, but you have an adopted plan which potentially, some of you may disagree, conflicts with what's in the joint local plan. But would we be in a position where if there are changes to the joint local plan which don't allocate or change the allocations for Thurston, we would be approving a application which then significantly differed from the final document and the final implemented plan that we would be having until 2036. And that does concern me a little bit. The third point I want to pick up on is some of the issues that we've already touched upon around traffic flows and about capacity within Thurston's existing infrastructure. So I apologise, I'm going to be flicking between documents. I don't have on my laptop the exact page number, but as part of the summary of the highways consultation response, there's the junction capacity assessment. It's the one, if you want to try and find it, it's the one with sort of the colour-coded grid. Now, unless I've misinterpreted this, it is saying that for the A143 Thurston Road crossroads, even with the proposed mitigation, it will be over capacity every single morning during rush hour. 1.00 being over capacity, and that will consistently be over capacity every single rush hour, even with this proposed mitigation. And I just can't see how that would therefore be sufficient to justify this proposal on grounds of highway safety if that junction is already over capacity and will continue to be so if this application is approved. And then the final point is about Thurston's neighbourhood plan. And this was already referenced in the parish council's contributions, but I want to touch on this further because I don't have a time limit. Because I don't disagree that in Thurston's neighbourhood plan, it does say there is a focus on development within the settlement boundary. That is very clear. But it does go on then to expand on that further and provide more clarity, which I think is a very clear reflection of their intentions with regards to development outside of the settlement boundary. I'm going to quote from one paragraph. This is paragraph 4.2 in their spatial strategy, that, and this is after they've mentioned their focus on development within the settlement boundary, they say the provision of bungalows, sheltered housing and care facilities outside the settlement boundary will be reviewed favourably, but such proposals would have to demonstrate that there are no other suitable sites within the settlement boundary that are available or deliverable. And that then continues to form part, over the next page, of Thurston's Spatial Strategy Policy 1, Section D, that sites outside the settlement boundary will be permitted where it can be demonstrated that no available and deliverable sites exist within the settlement boundary. To me, that is a clear representation of Thurston Parish Council and this neighbourhood plan saying they will want all development to be inside the settlement boundary unless there are very specific types of housing that will be allowed outside the settlement boundary, provided they can demonstrate that it can't be done within the settlement boundary. Now, obviously, I know that planning officers and legal counsel have a different view about some of the wording in the neighbourhood plan, but I would say from my perspective, I think it's quite clear what they are intending. They've set out the exceptions they are willing to make when developing outside the settlement boundary, which this application is. And I think from my perspective, obviously you may disagree, but I would encourage you to look at that, because I appreciate many of you won't have time to have read all of Thurston's neighbourhood plan, but to me that provides grounds for refusal, and I would encourage you to reflect on that when considering this application. And again, I would strongly urge you to reject this application.
Okay, any questions for the ward member? No? Okay, thank you very much. So, members, we've had all the information put before us on this item. It's now over to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Matheson, you're straight.
Yeah, I need to really sort of return to the questions, really. I'm not clear about this NHS situation at all. We seem to be saying that, or the NHS is saying in the officer's report there that there is spare capacity in physical terms of the building, I suppose, at the two nearest sites, which are the ones in West Suffolk, and we don't want any seal money, and then the other end, we've then been told, in answer to my question earlier, oh well, residents will be directed to Woolpit, but then I thought Woolpit is actually over capacity.
We'll get the question answered for you.
That's the question.
I have answered that question insofar as the NHS have said to us it would be the Woolpit.
Just go through it again, just for clarity.
The NHS have said to us that in the event that the permissions are, or the applications are approved, they would expect residents to go to Woolpit surgery, and they would expect to make a claim against the SIL money that the council holds in Thurston to fund additional GP spaces at Woolpit.
So that's the response we've had back from the NHS. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. You know, we've already discussed an application in Thurston this morning, and although you know, this is also in Thurston, I don't want to particularly repeat all of my objections to this morning's application, but I do think most of you did comment that it was a finely balanced application this morning. Now, I'm less convinced that about the benefits arising if we grant this permission. It appears to me that it's only just about feasible if it makes use of the highway mitigation that has come forward through other developments. It's still going to result in the junction at the Bunbury Arms to be over capacity. And that concerns me a little bit, because if a junction is so heavily used, drivers will look to find alternative routes which will be on less suitable roads which have not been highway assessed, and we don't really know about the implications that will result in. The Gladman have already said that they are just a land promoter. They will sell the land on to a house builder, so that we have less assurance that what we see is what we're going to get. Because something, you know, often we see whatever they're called, plans, the you know, what the indicative plan, and that it will come forward to reserve matters, and we'll get something that could look very different. I'm also a little bit concerned about the concept of the new primary school in Thurston becoming 6:30 Place. I have had discussions with Suffolk County Council infrastructure team about their in the past, they've certainly said to me that they are not keen on 6:30 Place primary schools in rural locations. It's much more likely to have 6:30 Place schools in urban environments, and I don't think Thurston is an urban environment, and I hope it doesn't become an urban environment with all the development that it's getting. So that concerns me a bit, that we're going to have a huge primary school for these village children. Now, the applicant or his agent did mention that this development is in the north side of the village, where most of the facilities are, and therefore their residents from this new development would not be needing particularly to go under that dodgy railway bridge. But in fact, if the Network Rail improvements that get rid of the Barrow crossing at the station go ahead, everybody who commutes by train will need to go under that railway bridge in one direction or another, because if they go to Ipswich in the morning, they won't be needing it, but when they come back, they will be needing it, and vice versa if they're going towards Bury. So they are going to create more pedestrian movements under that bridge. There's no doubt about it. So, you know, I'm less convinced by any benefit. The benefits of this development outweigh any disbenefits. I still believe that the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan should have more weight than our emerging joint local plan. This site is not within the Neighbourhood Plan's land allocations. So at the moment, I think I will not be going alongside with the...
Just going to come in. I think we've got to be really, really careful that we stay on planning reasons. The size of a school is not a reason to propose. It's not a planning consideration. And we need to, if that's the route you want to go down, we need reasons of substantial harm. That's got to be it. You know, those are the reasons that this has to be. If you want to refuse it, that's absolutely fine, but you have to give reasons of substantial harm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, as chairman, yeah, I think that we just need to be clear on that. So, who's next? Councillor Masson, then Councillor Warboys.
Thank you. I'm afraid I return concerned regarding the NHS. It seems to me that the points made on page, what is it, 386 or something, in the planning policy need to be clearly embedded in some way in a decision. Because at the moment all we've got is saying that we will not be asking for SIL in respect of the Exworth and Stanton, whatever it was, Mount Farm. It's unusual for Mr. Pearce.
John, just to be helpful, we'll get that point. Phil's just going to answer that point.
Going to get it written in.
Yeah.
So thank you. The question of SIL is payable, and there's no discretion, and we will take money as a SIL contribution from this development. The question is where it then gets delivered, which I think, as I understand this, and doubtless Vincent will correct me if I'm wrong, the papers reveal a breakdown in thinking on the part of the NHS. We as a council would still collect SIL, so we've still got the funding in order to provide the mitigation, which is what SIL is all about. So that will be coming to us and is already flowing to us from the other developments already taking place in Thurston. So that money is coming on stream. It is for the NHS to make the right bid to us for the surgery that they wish to improve and enhance. Now, as I understand it, the papers are where the mix-up comes, and this is woolly thinking on the part of the NHS, if I'm being rude, perhaps. Is that how I read the problem here? That actually, yes, we need to improve the right surgery, and the fact that the papers describe the wrong surgery will not alter the SIL money coming to us, and will not alter the fact that we will respond positively to considering a request for SIL money to fund the right surgery to support this community. That's the important point, providing that capacity.
So long as what's written there isn't going to obstruct getting the SIL to Woolpit, if that's where it's needed.
No, nothing written in the planning application prevents you making a SIL bid or debars you actually writing something that corrects what you got wrong in this.
Councillor Ward,
Yes, well, I need to be convinced that the proposed improvements to the infrastructure as a result of this development are at all adequate. I think we heard earlier that Suffolk County Council Highways would have objected to this if the other developments south of the railway line had been rejected. However, I think we're heading into unknown territory if we assume that those developments will actually mitigate the effects of this development on the infrastructure.
that point, it's a good point.
So it might be appropriate because there's been question about the junction capacity at Bunbury Arms, and it might be useful for Mr. Merry to clarify that. So our advice to committee today is that the works described and that you heard on the previous application need to be delivered, and as part of the Section 106 we expect that and have locked that delivery into the planning obligations such that that happens as the development, I stand to be corrected by Vince, but that happens at the earliest stage possible. The question of that infrastructure capacity there is necessary to deliver this, and therefore any delivery on this site will be contingent on bringing that mitigation forward that effectively comes forward under that scheme. So, the kind of knock-on is that this doesn't happen until that's there, if I could put it in those simplistic terms. Now, two things. One, Vince might wish to correct me because I might have that wrong. And secondly, I did query whether or not there was something that Steve could clarify around the Bunbury Arms junction capacity, because there's obviously a confusion as to whether that junction goes over capacity at some point. And I'd like to deal with that as well whilst we're dealing with infrastructure.
Okay. In terms of capacity at Bunbury Arms, the modelling that you've quoted is part of the ACOM report, and that is correct. The modelling that ACOM did shows it goes over capacity. The reason for that is it's modelled through the LINSIG programme, and what that doesn't do is take into account the mover system and the rephasing of the signals, which is what we're proposing to mitigate that. What we are making clear is there will be some impact, and it's likely that there will be times when that junction is over capacity. What we've had to do is assess whether that is severe in isolation for the combined development of Blores and Gladmans. And we've come to the conclusion it is significant, but it is not severe.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, you are next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I feel somewhat conflicted, really, because of the previous application. And obviously this one isn't half as detailed, which is somewhat disappointing from, the applicant's perspective, really, in putting forward that to us. But I've got quite a few issues that I hope could be addressed. Firstly, I'm still not convinced about the issue of safe access to school, and I think more, in terms of conditions on this application, more could be done to kind of actually ensure that that's the case. Secondly, the neighbourhood plan has really specified bungalows and having, housing that the local community needs, and I'd like to see that as part of the, overall plan here. I spoke about landscape buffers to the Green Road in questions, and again, I just think it's so important that we don't just have narrow buffers, that we actually have decent size kind of planting along these really important corridors. And again, the issue about sustainability, I know this is much further from the train station, but really we want people to be able to walk or cycle to the railway station, and I'm not clear that would be delivered through this application, and I'd like to see how that can be. And I noticed that in the previous application there was a sum of £30,000 towards a feasibility study at the railway station, and in this one that's put in a section 106, whereas in the previous one it wasn't. So I'm just anxious that all of these things actually do come forward, and they aren't just things that are kind of considered and then yet the application and the growth goes ahead. And so all of those points I'd like really to see addressed. Thank you.
Can I just ask, Councillor Burns raised about 4 or 5 points here. Safe access to school, which walk, cycle to the station, the bungalows, the landscape buffers. So how could that be addressed in the application that's before us? By condition or by a note, or would that be in the reserved matters?
In terms, let's start reverse order. The green buffer, I think on the report, what I'm suggesting is that we actually say that the area that's shown as open space on the illustrative drawing cannot be encroached upon with built form. So that will guarantee that along Meadow Lane it is as wide as shown on that illustrative drawing, but there is nothing to stop us actually measuring that and actually putting a specific depth of planting that you want to see on the west side of Meadow Lane. That would make it absolutely impossible for anyone to come along and say, oh, we didn't realise that you wanted X metres. That would do that. In terms of safe routes to school, what we're arguing is that the Ixworth Road improvements and the Barton Road Heath Road improvements are important. They're a key part of the jigsaw. What the Thurston 5 are providing are their own safe route to school components to a much bigger jigsaw. And we've seen how Blore are dealing with the access from the south along Thedwester. So when you put them all together, we actually have a completely new network of safer routes to school. So because so much of the safe route to school has already been tackled as part of the Thurston 5, Gladman, we've made Gladman pick up the missing bits, and they're the ones that we've identified in the report. They will be secured by Section 106 agreement, so that is the last piece of the safe routes to school jigsaw. I'm also thinking about the point that Councillor Mansell made about ensuring that there are good east-west connections between this site and the Linden homes. I see no reason why we cannot have a condition that requires reserved matters to provide us with adequate detail showing east-west links between this site and the adjacent site, and you're quite right, the site that includes the primary school. Linden Homes are actually providing their own cycle pedestrian connections through their development, so let's make sure that when and if Blue get permission, they sell it on to a house builder. That house builder then knows that they've also got to complete and plug in to the existing network, and what we'll gradually be able to do is work our way right across to Ixworth Road, across the road to the other developments, and also down Ixworth Road. Then we're beginning to get the basis of a good cycle network in Thurston. So I think that's eminently sensible that we condition that as well. Let's see it in the reserve matters. Let's push the issue.
Can we just talk about the bungalows? Would that just come forward in reserve matters?
It would come forward in reserve matters. It's an interesting one because on other sites, our colleagues in housing strategy are actually requiring more than the parish council have identified a need for, simply as affordable housing. So what I don't want to do necessarily is limit the amount of bungalows we can get, but by the same token, it's hard to spot a policy that actually says we have a specific requirement for bungalows. But I notice Julie Abbey-Taylor is catching your eye, Chair, so I don't know.
Thank you, Chairman. We have on other applications included for outline applications a condition advising that at reserve matters that the open market mix does reflect the ageing demographic of the district, and we do have a form of words which I can't remember exactly at the moment, but I know Mr Isbell will probably be able to find, and I would recommend that we would include something, I can't remember the wording I'm afraid, to reflect that that the open market mix in particular does reflect the ageing demographics. I have already made a point in my response that the mix is very 3 and 4 bedroomed heavy.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, understanding there's been a lot of conversation about the nature of the fact this is an outline application and all this hangs off reserve matters. It seems to me what we need to look at when the reserve matters come in is some demonstrated evidence from whoever comes forward with the built scheme that they've taken steps to meet policy 2 of the neighbourhood plan, which deals with housing need questions and that question of mix and type of dwellings. So I think I would expect to see as part of that evidence that there had been engagement with the parish around the actual needs that they had evidenced in making their neighbourhood plan, and to have that demonstrated evidence of engagement as part of a scheme that comes in with those reserve matters. That way we will be able to see to what extent the needs of older people and the needs of younger people, which are both identified within Policy 2, are reflected in those reserve matters. So, I mean, subject to thinking through some wording here, that seems to me...
Go back to Councillor Eburn. Councillor Eburn, you started this ball rolling. What's your thoughts?
Well, I understood that there was a policy within the neighbourhood plan about bungalows, and therefore there is a policy, and the neighbourhood plan should take preference anyway, and that should be included. I'm still, I know this site wasn't within the neighbourhood plan and the circumstances about the land coming forward and so on, but I think the very least we can do is actually consider the policies within the neighbourhood plan, while we're addressing that. And I still just would like an answer on why the railway station feasibility was in section 106 for this one, but not for the previous one, because and again, I do really want some confidence that all of the infrastructure improvements will be delivered. I just feel that the jigsaw that's mentioned is just a bit too loose, thank you, and therefore that we really need to be sure that if this one is to be approved, that we are actually really fulfilling the infrastructure need that the neighbourhood plan has asked for and the parish council needs for all of these developments.
So, sorry, Chairman. So, first question around the station. Shall we pick the station up? As I thought that was part of the expected obligation on the first scheme on page 108. I thought that was part of the recommendation. I thought it was the same here. Vince, perhaps.
One is in section 106 and one isn't. That's
Well, I believe it was intended to be, and doubtless Vince can correct me on that station contribution, that both schemes were intended to contribute. Sorry, Vince, if you can check that that is in the recommendation for this application, just do that. Secondly, the question of meeting the needs, we obviously can't design the reserve matters. We can impose a condition, and policy 2, I think, is the policy that Neighbourland talks about this. Policy 2D talks about the needs of younger people. Policy 2E talks about the needs of older people. It would not be inappropriate for us to impose a condition that requires whoever puts the reserve matters in to accompany that with evidence that they have engaged with the parish council and demonstrated evidence that they are meeting the mix and needs specified in that policy. Now, I'll need a couple of minutes just to put a tea-towel on my head and write the words, but there are words that can be done to achieve that. It won't mean the reserve matters will necessarily do anything in particular, but it will require the applicant for those reserve matters to engage with that policy and arguably to engage with the parish and the need behind it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to have to fall on my sword because, as Councillor Eben has correctly spotted, as she's done at previous meetings on other things, there should be a reference to 30,000 on page 323 within the section 106, and there isn't. So I'm grateful, Councillor, for you spotting that. That's my mistake, and hopefully it can be corrected.
Councillor Evans, do you want to take it any stage further? No, not at this stage. Okay, Councillor Field, you were next.
Right. I'm still concerned about the conflict between our local plan and the neighbourhood plan, but I must admit I find it difficult to imagine how we could have one opinion this morning and a different one this afternoon, despite the fact that the weight of opinion within the committee may have altered as people have left. But it does seem something which would be somewhat unsupportable legally. Moving on, I'm still concerned about highways and the station. So just a question about highways. I'm looking at page 256, which has a pretty checkerboard of green, yellow and red squares. And red means panic and yellow presumably means panic a little bit. I just wanted to confirm really that that table is produced with all of the applications, the one this morning and the one this afternoon, and that the mitigations in it, which still leave us with quite a lot of red squares, actually incorporates all mitigations, particularly the squares of the 143 C691 Thurston Road crossroads where there's still congestion. Does that mitigation there include your magic software that tweaks queue lengths appropriately, makes cars vanish, whatever it does?
No. The answer with Bunbury Arms, no, that's the LINSIG programme, and the mover is something that works on top of that. It's something it's very hard to model. You can't sort of model it through that software.
You have a profound belief it works, do you?
I wouldn't go so far as profound, but I've been advised by the people who deal with it within our team that it has a 5 to 10% improvement on what usually happens. In terms of the document, if you look at it, T1 to T6, so T1 to T6 is the permitted development to date. T7 is the Gladman site, and T8 is the Bloor site. So what you've got is the left-hand column is the base. The second column, AM, PM, is the permitted development. The third column is the permitted development with the Gladman site, the one we're discussing. The second from right column is the permitted development with the Bloor site, and the last one is all of the sites together. and the way it's colour coded is that amber is near capacity, so there are capacity issues approaching, whereas red is there are capacity issues. And looking at the mitigation is the two post-mitigation that still have some issues are the Barton Road Station Hill mini roundabout, where it's approaching capacity, and as we've discussed, this A143 C691 Thurston Crossroads, where it is over capacity in the modelling in the AM peak.
Over capacity, near capacity is between 8.85 and 1, and over is over 1, which is pretty obvious, I guess. And you're saying it'll make a 5 to 10% difference.
Different for the mover, and then
so
there's
it
also
knocked it down from 1 to 0.95 or something.
Potentially, yes. We're not arguing that there's not an impact. We're just saying that there is some overcapacity, but it's not to the level where it's severe.
And
according to the NPPA.
The issue of compulsory purchase and widening that junction doesn't exist, I guess.
Not at the moment. No, I mean, there's no plans to do that at the moment. We are working within the highway boundaries, and that's what's constraining us.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I was going to say, whether that's a question or a statement, I find that concerning. We are accepting something which is very close to capacity. Although if you look at, as you trail across from where the base case is all right, all the others seem to be over capacity. So we couldn't claim that this particular development is pushing us over the top. However, I tend to feel about that. The other issue I had really was though the station, the improvements to make it safe for pedestrians to cross from one side to the other, and a slightly less unsafe method perhaps is dashing under a bridge which is rather full of transport, of buses and whatever, but doing it on a 1.5 metre pavement, which still seems an issue. The prime concern is obviously that a tunnel under the railway, which has existed in the past, would be an infinitely better solution for everyone. And whatever happens, a solution rather than just a set of good wishes, you know, a study seems to be essential. So how would we force an actual solution rather than just another feasibility study?
Thank you. Next was Councillor Caston.
In the Suffolk Police consultation, it says effective design will deter criminal and antisocial behaviour. There's a recreation area right beside the rugby club, which the recreation area will be well attended in the summer when the rugby season's over. And it does perhaps create the chance of vandalism or antisocial behaviour. What is in this design that will stop that from or reduce that, and how do we enforce it within this plan application?
Thank you, Chair. Mandy, if you can very quickly flash back to the layout. Is it 54 or 24? Oh, there we go. That's the one. That one? Yes. What we've... So all the houses on this edge will look out across that open space. So the whole of that open space will be open to surveillance from everyone who lives along this area. Obviously there are hedges in here, so to some degree the rugby club will have to be sure that they've got their own security, because we're not developing up above that hedgerow. But everything on this side will be very well surveilled. So I guess it's the rugby club, if they haven't already got their own cameras and things, they might need to think about that. But in truth, once this development happens, they are in that position in any event. You'll have a lot more residents here. Are people then sort of creeping behind that hedge to the rugby club? I don't know. But between this development and that development, you already have that issue for the rugby club, and I don't think when we dealt with these we secured any additional security for the rugby club. So it's not an ideal answer, but that is the answer, I'm afraid, Councillor.
Thank you. What did you want to come in on?
Well,
Yeah.
Simply, Chairman, you've got comments from the constabulary on page 375. I mean, they've made reference to the right application number, described the wrong address as something in Rishangles, but they've provided to the applicant a copy of the Secure by Design and the guidance that they issue on residential design. So, I mean, the expectation is that that will be picked up and dealt with through the reserve matters. You've obviously got a number of footpaths and public rights of way in the locality. So, again, as Vincent has said, surveillance is, the underlying principle by which one seeks to prevent antisocial behaviour. Thank you, Chairman.
Is there anyone that hasn't spoken that would like to speak before we go around again? Well, I'll try. I'm on the same page as Councillor Eburn. I think that if I could have a bit more comfort around a few key points, I think this is one that I find I could accept. I think the landscape buffer that Councillor Eburn pointed out, you've given me some confidence in that in terms of the width, but you did say we could add something to reaffirm that. So if it was me, I'd like to see that in a condition. The housing with the bungalow, I take the point that actually that will come forward, and the impact versus, we don't want to probably go down that route at this point because we don't want to have impact on affordable housing. But I like the way you described it, that we should be mindful of the ageing demographic, but maybe that's something that needs to be picked up on reserve matters. Could we have anything in there saying that we would like further work to come forward in the reserved matters around safe access to school and a walking cycle approach to the station? Because by that point, some of the other applications might have come further forward, so we can have confidence that actually it will happen. Because we know that he's going to come back. If we approve it, that he's going to have to come back. At that point, those other applications might be so far progressed, we'll have that confidence. Is there anything we can link to? Does that help in any way?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. So I've been thinking about both of the elements that have been raised by yourself, Councillor Eburn, and others, because Councillor Mansell talked about connectivity. My thinking is it's perfectly reasonable to impose a condition that, concurrent with the reserve matters, you're provided with a scheme for safe access to school and which demonstrates east-west connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, so that that can be an integral part of the proposition and is part of the design thinking, directly embedded into the reserve matters, and not simply that happens to be an afterthought. So what we'd suggest is the addition of a condition to require the submission of that scheme, and we can talk through the detail as we go forward, but effectively a scheme for safe access to school and to demonstrate east-west connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, I think is a perfectly reasonable element of a reserve matters package. And then as regards the question of bungalows and other things that the policy 2 of the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan talks to, my suggestion was that you ask for the reserve matters to be accompanied by evidence that the dwelling mix and tenure reflects and respects the needs of younger and older people in accordance with policy 2 of the Thurston Neighbourhood Plan, and that mix and tenure has taken account of consultation with the parish council as to content. Now, that doesn't oblige somebody to completely slavishly follow the consultation response, as we know you have to consider it, but that way I would suggest whoever prepares the reserve matters will have to engage with the parish, will have to engage with the policy and its requirements, and that with those elements in place, they will have to explain precisely why they've come forward with their scheme as they have, and it's a development plan policy, we would expect it to be complied with.
And what about walk cycle access to the station?
Missed that one. That question of connectivity can be built into the scheme that I described for safe access to school as a first point, connectivity east-west, and just remind me of the words, Chairman, please.
Well, it was about walk and cycle access through to the station. And what we want is we want to be confident that the works in the previous applications have actually happened to see the improvements. What we don't want is, so as we said earlier, it's a jigsaw.
And so we've got one element which then would be safe access to school. The second element would be east-west connectivity. And the last one would then become to promote walking and cycling access to the station. Lastly, I believe there was a conversation about the landscape buffer.
Yeah.
As I understand it from a cryptic note provided by my learned friend, we understand that's to be of the order of 20 metres, and perhaps you might put flesh on the bones of that, and we could arguably have a condition, I think, which we could arguably include within that as a minimum in relation to that area. Perhaps you can clarify, Vince, where you've got that from.
Chair, in view of the conditions that the Chief Planning Officer has now put forward, I would actually move that we approval for this application in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. In light of what Councillor Lewis has said, I'm as happy as I can be to second this.
Okay. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, you referred to a jigsaw a moment ago, Chair. Can it suggest that the picture to help us design the jigsaw puzzle has been provided by the neighbourhood plan? Now, we seem to have somehow invalidated one part of the policies of the neighbourhood plan, but I think that the more closely we adhere to the rest of the neighbourhood plan, the better things will be. And so on that sort of note, firstly, they have a cycle network within the neighbourhood plan. I'm pretty confident. So if that would be a very useful part of I'd like to hope we're delivering all of it, frankly. And they've also, again, they've got policies regarding the housing strategy mix, which our officer has referred to as well. I like what's now being said on that one, that we put that in at this stage, as Mr. Isbell's described. And I think the other thing that obviously everybody's very anxious about is the trigger point before which they will not start, which is the delivery. I think I've heard the word delivery and the word secure the highways improvement the south part of the village. That needs to be absolutely watertight. That they will be in place before the first brick is laid, essentially, or certainly before the first house is occupied. That trigger it's unusual that we have to go so carefully over that point, but I think that's
I just say, John, it's in the section 106 that it is spelt out on page 323.
Page 323 at the top, the first bullet.
Anyone else wish to speak? No. So it's been proposed by Councillor Muller, seconded by Councillor Haddingham. And just so we're absolutely clear, it's as per the recommendation in our papers on page 440 through to 442, but with the additional points around. Do you just want to highlight them for us, Philip? Just so we're 100% clear.
So. Sorry, Chairman, I'm working off 323, 324 of the item, and just so we're clear what's necessary, there's a small correction, which is the ecological mitigation. Again, it appears a condition; it needs to appear as a section 106. There's the £30,000 contribution for the same station platform improvement feasibility design study, which was described in relation to the previous application. And then in relation to conditions, we've obviously got a condition, the third bullet on page 324, no built form shall encroach into or upon the open space land shown on the illustrative drawing. And we've identified the dimension of that to be 20 metres, and we propose to include that within the wording of the detail condition, such that it's not less than 20 metres. And then we have concurrent with the submission of reserve matters as a scheme for safe access to the school, to demonstrate east-west connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, and to promote walking and cycling access to the station, to be agreed having regard to the Thurston neighbourhood plan, and to be delivered concurrent with occupation of the site in a manner to be agreed. And then lastly, the question of bungalows, I believe I can put it in that term. Proposed reserve matters should be accompanied by evidence that dwelling mix and tenure reflects and responds to the needs of younger and older people, to accord with policy 2 of the Thurston neighbourhood plan, and that such mix and tenure has taken account of consultation with the parish council as to its content, and to accompany that also with an informative, which will point again to the advice of Julie Abbey Taylor that we have from our housing strategy side.
Thank you. So just so they're absolutely clear, so those are the recommendations as laid out on page 322, 323, 324, 325. Yeah.
I tried to listen as carefully as I could. Does that take into account the response from the Archaeological Service?
Yes. Should be in there somewhere.
With page 343.
I think
Decisions on the suitability of the site and also the need for and scope for any further work be based on the results.
Should be in there. Hold on, let me just find it. It should be in here somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think it is actually. I think I looked for that one.
I can't see it, actually.
No, it's not. We'll add actually there.
We'll add the archaeology condition. It should have been in there. Well spotted. Okay, so just running through recommendations laid out in our papers, 322 through to 325 has been proposed by Councillor Muller, seconded by Councillor Haddingham, with the additional points that Philip Isbell has read out. All those in favour of the recommendation, can we have a show of hands, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay,
So
so that means those who are against will now need to come up with reasons for substantial harm.
Well, what's the substantive motion?
Well, yeah, I think, just if I may, Chairman, it's, as members have pointed out during the discussion, there are differences between the two proposals, but I think there's significant common ground to say that there are issues of consistency that will worry the officers if we were needing to defend a refusal and appeal. I'll invite Mr. Isbell with your... Sorry, I'm sorry. As was made clear by councillors in the discussion, there are differences between this proposal and the other one, which was an identical number of houses but a different site. However, there is sufficient common ground between the two proposals to raise worries about consistency legally. And Mr. Isbell mentioned the risk assessment possibility earlier. I think, if, with your permission, Chairman, could he speak further to that? It's not it is for the committee to decide what to do, but I just wanted to make that point now before we went any further.
Thank you, Chairman. So at the outset of the meeting, I did suggest there were a number of potential risk issues to deal with. I have taken advice prior to the meeting regarding an approach that we might take, and the approach I'm going to suggest is one that is part of an established protocol at West Suffolk and is therefore well familiar to legal officers at West Suffolk, and that is to defer the application to enable the committee to take legal and related advice on policy, financial and reputational etc. risks resulting from overturning the recommendation, and to report back to committee on those risks and to seek further instructions from committee at that point. Now, that's one choice. I don't know what other options are available to committee. At the moment, there's no substantive recommendation, well, there's no substantive proposal on the table, but clearly if members are minded to refuse something, I would urge that they are literally minded to do so, and that deferral to risk assess their proposed course of action is what they do. Experience from officers is that the reason for refusal needs to be robust, and we need to ensure that we are in a position to be able to defend any appeal, given the likelihood that that will take place through public inquiry, etc. And unfortunately, Councillor Gore can no longer be with us, and I'm sure he could have told us precisely how I is dealing with that issue. That's probably as much from me at the moment, Chairman.
Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I mean, just to start to address the point, the initial point there was substantial harm and the reasons. And I think the overwhelming reason to me, and it does actually also flow from the differences between the two applications, is that the northern part of Thurston is fast degenerating into a building site, as we've seen in pictures and heard from representations. And I think that's part of what is driving me now. If officers can put that into suitable words, then that's one part of the substantial
I'm not sure
harm.
they can, John. I think you probably have to come up with a majority yourself, because the view is that there is no substantial harm. So you voted for that. So you're going to have to come up with reasons for substantial harm to take to appeal.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying, all right, as I said, building site, lots and lots of, the sheer number of HGV movements in and out of the north of Thurston.
I just remind you, you need to give planning reasons. Yeah. Mr. Warboys.
The sticking point for me with this application is the impact on the infrastructure. Thurston, and this is clarified, I think, by the neighbourhood plan, which I think does take precedence here, where it talks about the impact of development on the village itself. And we've got a further 200 houses, which is going to make a significant impact. Yes, there has been theoretical modelling of possible ways of mitigating this impact, but until those measures are actually in place, properly surveyed in the real world, then there's no really way of seeing how effective that mitigation will be to allow further development. So I can't see how you can sort of give outline planning permission to further development without knowledge of that effectiveness of the mitigation.
I think we've got to be very careful. I mean, if that's the reason, we'll put that forward. But obviously, we've had highways say this, and the developers say these are the mitigations that's in place. I'm not sure if that would hold up at appeal. Councillor Mansell.
Well, I would just like to perhaps, maybe this leads on from Councillor Warboys' comments, in that we have heard from Steve Merry that the modelling of the new design, whatever it was, traffic light system that's proposed at the Bunbury Arms junction, they haven't actually been able to model it properly. They don't know, they've just sort of got some assurance from, I'm not sure who it was, that it reduces it by X%, which we're not quite sure of. Now, I know I may have said this before at other committees, but I do sometimes feel that the highways goalposts change. Because I remember having discussions about other junctions in our district about the fact that once it gets over 0.85, we have to do something about it. Okay, you are doing something about it, but even with the percentage, the unknown percentage improvement with the new style traffic system, it's probably still going to be over the 0.85 at peak times. We don't really know the impact of what drivers will do, because if there is a long queue there, they will find alternative routes. And I'm also not convinced that the traffic assessments have been done post the Suffolk County Council school travel policy has been done. So I have doubts about that mitigation at the Bunbury Arms junction. Now, I know you're probably going to tell me that it's not severe, therefore we can't use it as a reason for refusal. But that is the main sticking point for me, is that mitigation at Bunbury Arms is still going to leave us with a junction that is over 0.85, even with the super duper new traffic light system.
Let's just get, okay?
Chairman, understand.
After this point, I think I'm going to put three options forward. Well,
Chairman, understanding that Mr. Merry was quite candid in his comments earlier, and we aren't necessarily on quite common ground with the applicant. If if resolving that evidential issue around the Bunbury Arms junction is something that needs more work to be done to demonstrate that, my instinct is that that will be a prudent thing for members to defer consideration on and to instruct officers to go away and do, and to report back on what evidence tells us as to that effect. I think, you know, if there is more work around that leads to a conclusion, then you have a basis for a decision. At the moment, I think I'd struggle to commend a reason for refusal based on highways, but I'm understanding what you're saying about concerns, and so that's leading me to a deferral to explore the highway evidence side of things around that Bunbury Arms junction. But that's as strong as I'll put it at this point, Chairman.
I see we have three options here. No one has yet put a vote forward to refuse it, but that is one option. Second option is to put a vote forward to defer it for the highways to come back on that junction. And the third option is to do a site visit. Those are the only three options. One of those three options we will have to take today. It's up to you what you want to do. Yeah, Councillor Field, then Councillor Mansell.
I was going to suggest that we take the option which says that we return this to the officers, we defer the application, we state that we are minded to refuse, that we then want additional analysis of the highways situation as we consider that it actually represents severe harm, which under the MPPF is adequate for rejection. We recognise that there is an advanced signalling system which may alter that conclusion. So that really is, in its simplest term, I personally would like to see us add something as well that says we want to see the feasibility study on the rail access addressed and a solution arrive. And then one will be happy perhaps to reverse the minded to refuse decision.
Thank you, Chairman. So just so I didn't quite catch everything that you said there, Councillor Field, you wanted additional analysis of the highway situation. Did I understand it to be at the Bunbury Arms junction? Yeah. Was that? Yes.
I noticed the Barton Road Barton Road Station Hill junction is still at 85% capacity and higher, and queues build very rapidly when you approach capacity. So I would think the highways things should be analysed, particularly the Bunbury Arms junction.
Chairman, I've got, so effectively what you're describing is a minded to refuse resolution, that you want additional analysis of officers to report back on additional analysis of the highway situation at Bunbury Arms junction, Barton Road Station Hill junction before you come to a conclusion. The point about the railway, I mean, I think there, as Christine Thurlow did describe this morning, there are active meetings in hand, and I think it's fair to say that both of the schemes that you've had before you in Thurston have talked to a contribution to a feasibility study to investigate the detail of that. My understanding is that Network Rail are seriously working on that concept. So the question of what we can report back, I think, will be very hostage to other people. I'm a bit loath to include that as a requirement, albeit I consider it, we'll probably be able to give you an update on it. I think it will be difficult to actually get to a feasibility study because that will doubtless take the usual commissioning, procurement and other things that attend such studies, and that will be a very long time, during which time I imagine the applicant will probably appeal. But I'm in your hands, Chairman.
I must admit, I am just concerned there was evidence that there had been proposals to deal with that problem going back many years. And it's a matter of decisions being made and a way forward being determined. It's a bit difficult to imagine that at the limit, providing a slope to the station is something we couldn't resolve within a reasonable time.
John, it's up to you, but obviously we've got to think about non-determination. They'll go straight to appeal. If we're not, I think we've got to have something that we know we can manage and come back with an answer fairly quickly. And I'm not sure Network Rail's within our ability.
Okay. Let us hope that various officers have heard what is said. We want a solution.
Can I also suggest, Chairman, I mean, there was clearly an interest and discussion around the question of the the landscape buffer here, and if we can put some clarity to that as officers and come back to you with something which provides some detail on that. I think we won't be able to put the detail around the actual housing mix that comes forward, because that is a reserve matter thing, that is whoever might pick this site up. But in terms of that landscape buffer, I think at an outline stage, it is perfectly within our scope to discuss that with the applicants and see if there's a solution within that. So I'd suggest that that's a further thing to do, and you know, I'm in members' hands.
Do you want to propose that? You will. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Warboys? Councillor Warboys seconds it. Does anyone wish to speak to that? Yeah,
yeah, just to add, I wanted to ask Mr. Merry the question: do the HGV movements from the existing however many sites it is that have started work, are they included in those capacity calculations?
No, they won't be. They're based on what the development will produce over time.
Mr. Mansell.
Well, I was going to come back with your comment about one of the three options that we had regarding a site visit. Now, I know that we, prior to the 2017 meeting, the councillors on this committee did have a site visit for the Thurston 5 applications. And whilst I am quite familiar with the railway bridge and the Bunbury Arms crossing, I just wondered whether there was any mileage in having a site visit for those people who don't know it.
Let's see what happens to the next We've had a proposer and a seconder now, so we have to go to the vote on that. If that fails, then you have the opportunity of coming back with another one.
Can we just clarify? I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm voting on.
As we always do, when we propose anything, we always run through what we're being asked to vote on. We'll run through that now. Philip.
Chairman, so firstly, the committee are minded to refuse the application on the information presently to hand. The committee want additional analysis of the highway situation regarding the Bunbury Arms Junction, Barton Road and Station Hill Junction, and an update on the question of railway station improvement, together with, and this is my suggestion, greater certainty over the landscape buffer forming part of the scheme.
So, Councillor Field and Councillor Warboys, are you happy with that? Yeah, okay. Should we go to the vote? All those in favour of the recommendation that's just been read out, can we have a show of hands, please?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4? Was that 4? 1, 2, 3, 5. Sorry, there's Councillor Eden.
And sorry, is Councillor Eden voting for it then?
Yes, yes, 5.
Those against?
1, 2.
Councillor Carter, yeah.
Those abstaining?
3, 4.
Okay, so that item is deferred for those reasons. All I just ask is, could we try and get it back as soon as we possibly can, please? Okay, I suggest we take we're on item, and people who have just arrived, just finished item number 2. So we're a long way away from anyone that's waiting for the later items. We'll now move on to the Stowupland item, and we'll start that at 20 to 4 in 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. We've got to just wait for Mr. Dupre, and just to inform you that the chair, Councillor Hicks, has left the meeting, so we will need to elect a new chair for the afternoon session as it is. I'll just wait until Mr. Dupre, my colleague, gets back, and we will start proceedings then. Thank you, everyone. So, as the chair has now left the meeting, and as we have been through 2 chairs so far today, we will need to elect a chair for the final items, for all of the final items of this afternoon. Could I please have a proposal for a chair? Councillor Carston?
Could I propose the Vice Chairman, Councillor Haddenham, for chair?
Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Muller? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? Abstentions? 1, 2. That is carried. Councillor Hadingham is the chair for the rest of the items this afternoon.
We're just going to hear from our Head of Planning about this afternoon's proceedings.
Chairman, given the time that we're now at and the amount of work still, the amount of business still to get through, Chairman, I suggest that what the committee do is to agree to not hear items 8, B and C, Claydon and Barham. I know people have arrived to hear that. I think in practical terms we will struggle to hear that item within those items within a sensible point of time, and I would suggest, Chairman, that the meeting adjourn in order to resume next Wednesday. Perhaps Mr. Carmichael can advise us whether we need to set a time, because clearly there needs to be opportunity for the public to attend and resume here. But that will be my suggestion as to the way that we conduct business from here.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I've got a terrible feeling that next Wednesday's already been booked out for the whole day for Planning B's considerations.
If I follow that up, Chairman, I have looked and asked colleagues to look at the items on that schedule of business, and as I understand it, there are a number of items that will come away from that agenda following further review. As I said and indicated earlier this morning, there's quite a volume of items on that, and the agenda items that will be heard, I think, will be reduced, and we'll be putting something to members to confirm that we'll be proposing the deferral of a number of items off that agenda to reduce that amount of business, Chairman. So in order, as I understand it, I would expect probably to be about 7 items in the end. It's presently about 12, I believe.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I think a very, very early advice as to which items are not going to go forward next Wednesday might be helpful. I wouldn't want to read 300 pages for nothing, frankly.
I share your situation. I will deal with this tomorrow, or when I leave the meeting, to update members on what is intended. So, Chairman, I mean, my suggestion is that you need a proposer and seconder that items 8B and 8C are adjourned to be heard next week. I think the timing of that meeting we need to settle probably at the end of the meeting once we've conferred as officers to work out room availability. But you'll need a proposer and seconder, and that will enable the public.
I think that's
you want to repeat that then, Phil?
So items 8B and 8C, Barham and in Claydon, I would suggest you need a proposer and a seconder if you are content to adjourn the hearing of those through to next Wednesday, as you're unlikely to get through them today. The timing of that meeting, I would suggest officers will need to work during the course of this meeting to make a proposal to you as to the time to resume.
Councillor Mansell, have you got a question, or are you going to propose that?
I wanted to propose that we adjourned for items 8B and 8C to a most appropriate time next week, rather than pin it down specifically.
Thank you.
Is that acceptable?
Yes,
So I just say we're adjourning those two items until a further date can be agreed, a date and time to be agreed next week.
Councillor Carter? Thank you. That's carried. So that if the members of the public who are here from Claydon and Barham... Oh, sorry, we're just going to take a vote for that first. All those in favour? Thank you, that's unanimous. So the members of the public from Claydon, who are here for the Claydon and the Barham applications, if they'd like to, go home now.
If they want to.
If they'd like to, or do you want to stay here and listen? Right, so moving on to application 7C, DC/18/04357, land to the south of Gipping Road, Stowupland, Stowmarket. And I'll hand over to Vince to present the application.
Thank you, Chair, members, ladies and gentlemen in the public gallery. I'm here to present this particular item, land south of Gipping Road, Stowupland, an outline application for 70 dwellings with all matters reserved. It throws up a range of issues that I think we should be exploring during the discussion. We have the issue of the status of the current planning policy, our own planning policy. We have the status of Stowupland Neighbourhood Development Plan. We have the current 5-year housing land supply. We have the question of, is this a sustainable site? We've got highway issues, potential landscape issues, heritage issues. We need to look at residential amenity, and we need to look at the overall package of benefits, if you see them as public benefits, weighed against any harm that you've identified. So it is more of the same in terms of the previous items. This is very similar in terms of the range of issues. As we had earlier, Stowupland is a key service centre. So in terms of your adopted policy, it is the obvious focus for new development, along with towns of Stowmarket, Needham Market and Eye. What we have here is an aerial shot of existing development adjacent to the application site. This site is known as Trinity Meadows, and it's being built out by Bovis Homes. So this is all under construction, and we have the development site. This is what's known as Thradstones Meadow, and then we have the development site running up towards the Gipping Road to the right. We have better pictures, but that's just to show you what is adjacent to the site. There's Thradstones Meadow. We'll come on to that in more detail later. And there's the edge of the development site in terms of the built form. There's a shot of Trinity Meadow that's currently under construction. That is the application site. So here we have the adjacent site as approved, and you'll notice the development fills most of that site and it comes up very close to the boundary. We have Gipping Road at the top, and down here is Church Road. That is Thradstones Meadow, which is intended to be undeveloped, and then this piece at the top is where the 70 dwellings are being proposed. We have an adopted made development plan, and the map on the right shows in some detail, but it's quite small. Let's see if we can... If we blow that piece up, what has happened is the neighbourhood plan now reflects the fact that this site is being developed. So the settlement boundary has been expanded to include the Bloor Home scheme. The application site in here and Threadstone's Meadow is outside of the village settlement boundary within the neighbourhood plan. So there it sits outside of the settlement boundary. In terms of facilities, that plots a range of facilities in Stowupland and hence partly justifies why it is a key service centre. So the application site is up here within reasonable distance of all the facilities within the village. However, in your emerging joint local plan, the application site is actually allocated for development, and it's allocated for 100 dwellings. And that allocation includes Threadstone's Meadow. So what we have before you this afternoon is a proposal from Gladman which pulls back the number from the 100 set out in your emerging joint local plan to 70. So they have reduced the total number by 30% in order to protect Threadstone's Meadow, to leave that undeveloped. And we'll come on to why that's so important in terms of Stowupland and the neighbourhood plan shortly. So within the joint local plan, we have a number of allocations in Stowupland. You'll notice the 100, which is the application site. All in all, the joint local plan provides for 752 dwellings, additional dwellings, in Stowupland. So that is the policy team's indicated requirement for Stowupland based around the evidence base. The neighbourhood plan does not provide sufficient land to meet that target. So we've looked in detail at the law that sits behind relative weight and which document carries most weight in detail already. In terms of constraints, it's important to note we have Columbine Hall up here, which is a grade 2 star listed building, and we need to reflect whether this development has an adverse impact on the setting of that building. But the important thing to note here, and we've got more detail, is the site is actually the hub of an extensive public footpath network. And when we look at in more detail, sorry, there's the previous settlement boundary. We've got Bloor Homes in the middle. We've got the site. That's Threadstone's Meadow. It isn't a site that enjoys the benefit of statutory designation for neither for its landscape value nor its wildlife value. However, it is crisscrossed, and we've got more detail, by a series of footpaths. This is a well-used local facility in terms of open space. It is considered very precious, so precious that the neighbourhood plan has a policy that it shall be protected from development. And I set out in some detail in my report the background to that. So all those green dots are footpath networks, designated footpaths, and you can see that this Threadstone's Meadow sits at the heart of quite a range of footpaths. Stowupland has probably more footpaths than I've ever seen in any other village in this part of Suffolk since I've been here. However, the vehicular access to this site is proposed to come through the Bloor Homes development. So there won't be any new accesses from Church Road or Gipping Road in terms of general vehicle access. It will come through the adjacent estate using the existing access that serves Trinity Meadows. That's already in, has been formed, and is perfectly adequate to cope with additional development in the order of 70 dwellings. So that's the line of the access coming through and into the site. That sits in there. There's the proposed illustrative layout. So just to show you what would happen is, here I am just coming through at the bottom end of Trinity Meadows. I'm following the estate road. So I'm not actually impacting any of the existing, well I say existing, the older parts of Stowupland. I'm coming through an estate that is still under construction. So obviously that's built to the latest highway standards and perfectly capable of accommodating some additional development. So we just come up, you'll notice some bits of open space, and we've been careful to try and link the open space areas within Trinity Meadows with Threadstone's Meadow in order to create a continuous green corridor. So you can see work is still underway on Trinity Meadows, so that we'll just swing around, and then it's a dead end at the moment, and potentially this is what provides access through to the site. So there we see the site from an aerial shot. So we've got Gipping Road. So this is actually the north, and that's the south. And you can see how these footpaths all converge on Threadstone's Meadow. So here we have the development site. What we're trying to achieve, were members to grant this, you see the open fields here, is to create a green corridor that runs the whole way across and then continues eastwards. As you'll notice from the neighbourhood plan, there's a strong desire to have a green corridor further east. So this creates a continuous green corridor almost into the heart of Stowupland. So there we again have Threadstone's Meadow. So, Church Road, we follow the footpath finger post sign and we start to walk up. You've got Trinity Meadows on your left. We work our way up, there's the part of the site. We then come to a gap in the hedge where we can walk into Threadstone's Meadow. Immediately the character changes from the open fields to this rather lovely enclosed space by mature hedgerows. I counted at least 6 species in less than 20 metres, which potentially makes this very valuable in terms of ecology, because it potentially is an old hedgerow. So once we're inside, there's a little pond, and so you can imagine what sort of creatures we've got living in and around those hedgerows and the pond. If we take a quick view of what's going on, isn't it? So in the centre it is just rough grass, and all 4 sides are enclosed by a high mature hedge. We're looking through a gap, and now we're looking at the area that, if you approved the application, would be housing. And then to the right we have more of that existing hedgerow, and then you have open fields to the east. So more of this access at the northern end of the site on Gipping Road would provide access for emergency vehicles only. You've seen that many times now on the committee. That's just so emergency vehicles could get into the development without having to go through the estate. And Suffolk County Council, as Highway Authority, is perfectly satisfied with that arrangement. There's a shot down Gipping Road looking towards Stowupland. Here we're going to look at site connectivity. So Threadstone's Meadow is covered by Neighbourhood Plan Policy 12. We've got Neighbourhood Plan Policy 11 to have that as play area, and then we've also got the Green Gap, which is another policy within the Neighbourhood Plan, to Saxham Street. So there we have aligned the 2 developments to create one piece of open space, albeit divided by a mature hedge. We have footpath connectivity in all directions, linking it to the countryside to the east, the north, the south, and the rest of the village to the west. In terms of the planting belt, Threadstone's Meadow, undeveloped. We have a buffer here of 31 metres, beyond which the built form starts. Part of this would form part of the Suds drainage solution. So again, wetland habitat potentially in there. On the Gipping Road frontage, we have at least 18 metres depth of woodland planting. And I stress woodland planting because obviously just out of shot up here is Columbine Hall. And you'll notice from the report there are various comments about concern that this development might harm the setting of Columbine Hall by introducing built form within the sort of visual apron around Columbine Hall. And what we're suggesting is that that woodland belt would soften that impact. I also need in a moment to draw you to recent permissions north of Gipping Road. So here we have Trinity Meadows, here we have Threadstone's Meadow, and here we have an illustrative layout in terms of the 70 units. Very thick buffer belt to the east, the south. The two parts of the development will be divided by planting, and you'd have woodland planting along the site frontage. So that remains open and green, and it connects to the countryside and open space around it. And then you have the connection through the development to Trinity Meadows. So very little footprint in terms of vehicular activity anywhere on the countryside edge of that development. It's all inside this existing built form. We do need to have strong regard to the setting, as I've said earlier, of the Grade 2 star listed building. There it is, Columbine Hall, with its own little bit of moat, nestling in an area of woodland itself. But what I want to draw your attention to here, so here's Columbine Hall. This is Walnut Tree Farm with the Nutshells Tea Room. Here is the Bloor Homes development. This would be the development site. But in recent years, we have allowed development along this strip, the north side of Gipping Road. So between the woodland frontage to this site and Columbine Hall, we now have consent for new development. I think our argument is that potentially this would have a greater effect on the setting of Columbine Hall than this site, and this was deemed to be acceptable by the council. There's that woodland belt flashing on the screen with the emergency access with the blue arrow in the top right-hand corner. That's some of the development that's been approved, detached houses, and there's an example of one of them. A large detached house on the north side of Gipping Road. That's the Nutshells Tea Room, so there's a mixture of commercial uses in there, so that's to the east of the site. An extract from the neighbourhood plan, which identifies a number of community actions that need to be taken. Top one is maintaining, enhancing and signing public rights of way. Now, because this site sits at the hub of that network, we have the opportunity, because what has happened is that the applicant is offering Threadstone's Meadow to the district council, who could then novate it to the parish council, along with a £75,000 maintenance sum to look after that. There could be a range of new signing, there could be implementation boards to highlight the natural splendours of the area. That's all possible within that 75,000. It would then be protected, it would be in public ownership, and therefore would be protected from development in the future. So in terms of the package of biodiversity measures, what can we expect from this? Well, top of that list is the transfer of Threadstone's Meadow into public ownership, along with that commuted sum. There's overall 3 hectares of green infrastructure within that site. And as we saw earlier, we can condition it so that those green areas cannot be encroached upon. So we can ensure that those buffers are retained and that we don't have the wool pulled over our eyes by a subsequent purchaser. So as reserve matters come came in, were you minded to grant permission, we would set out all the parameters for protecting all of those indicative green areas. We have the attenuation pond, which would create new habitat. We have the wildlife corridors that we would expect to be included within that development. A range of bat boxes, bird boxes, hedgehog-friendly fencing, all would be built in as a matter of detail within the reserve matters. Extensive tree retention and enhancement for those natural green corridors linking it to the countryside. We would have a management plan for those open spaces, and we would have a biodiversity enhancement strategy. And what we would hope is that were members minded to grant planning permission, we would work with the parish council, although they do object to the application, to help deliver something that the parish wants to see in terms of this open space. And you'll notice from the report that whilst the parish council maintains a strong objection to more development in the village, particularly the 70 on this site, they have acknowledged, without prejudice, that Threadstone's meadow coming into public ownership would be a benefit. But obviously what they don't want to do is associate themselves with that and then lose their ability to argue that they strongly oppose more development on this side of the village. Sustainable travel, we would secure electric vehicle charging. We would secure public electric vehicle charging within the site, I suspect adjacent to some of the open space. All the footpaths would be retained and the existing hedgerows. We would develop cycle path connectivity with the adjacent site, Trinity Meadows, start to build that network of cycleways right into the heart of Stowupland, and we would encourage public travel. It's called a public travel notice, but actually it's the travel plan and the idea that new residents would be encouraged to use public transport through the aid of our colleagues at Suffolk County Council Highways and Public Transport. All dwellings would be up to NDSS standard, and I know that's something committee members want to see. Even though we cannot require developers to meet this standard at the moment, we do have a commitment that that's what would happen. We do have a commitment to at least 10% renewables. Now, depending on, let's assume just for a minute that planning permission was granted. Depending on which house builder purchased it, you can see how, depending on who that was, we could actually break that threshold and move into some completely new territory. By the same token, I couldn't guarantee it to you here and now. But what we do have is a commitment, a base level of 10% renewables, which meets your CS3 standards. In terms of benefits for the wider community, we do get the 35% affordable housing, as we heard this morning. That is much. We do get the open space, that 3 hectares, which is far more than the 10% we would normally expect within a development. We've got that Threadstone Meadow. We have got Section 106 contributions, all of which are set out in the report. And of course, we do get SIL contributions from this development, as would the parish council. And because they have an adopted neighbourhood plan, they would be entitled to 25% of that SIL receipt. So I've set out all the public benefits that I think arise from this development. And on that basis, our recommendation to the committee is that, subject to a Section 106 to secure all those points, that the committee does agree to delegate the decision to the Chief Planning Officer to grant conditional planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, questions for our Planning Officer. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. There was just at the end there that there was a lot of bullet points of the benefits and so on. I picked up particularly on the biodiversity strategy. Now, to what extent can we secure that on this outline permission?
What we can secure is, within the 106, is a commitment that any subsequent purchaser has to work with us, and that could be the parish council as well, to develop a strategy together to maximise the ecological benefits predominantly aimed at Threadstone's Meadow, but there's no reason why we can't push that into the estate, particularly around the water, the SUS feature, the green corridors, and actually work collaboratively. As you saw, there are some house builders out there that are willing to take that step. And I think what would be good is if we could force developers through the 106 to take that collaborative approach. And that's what we're trying to do. Were you minded to grant permission, we will build it into the 106 that developers would have to work in that collaborative way to develop and enhance biodiversity and ecology. Something that we haven't tried before, but I think from the first item that you considered, there are now house builders out there who are willing to take that step.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Sorry if I've missed it in the multitude of papers, but can you just remind us how many houses are on the site that's currently being developed, and whether there is any emergency access from that development onto Gipping Road, I think it's Gipping Road, Gipping Road, if this site doesn't go ahead. And also, could I have some more clarification about this cycle connectivity through that site? Is it also going to be through the opposite direction, through the emergency access onto Gipping Road, so you then have a sort of continuous path?
Certainly would go to Gipping Road. Whilst we're not allowing cars through there, we would allow cycles and pedestrians and emergency vehicles. In the way that you asked the killer question this morning, I am going to have to go away and just double check my figures for the numbers that we approved as part of Trinity Meadow. I don't believe there is an emergency access point.
Yes.
Then thank you, Councillor Wellham. I was looking to my highway colleague just to... So, Councillor Wellham has kindly provided the answer. If you're satisfied.
Come back and ask where that emergency exit is, because obviously this new emergency exit is through the new development site, and should this development go ahead, will there then end up being 2 emergency access points onto Gipping Road?
There would be 2 as a result of that, and I'm almost tempted to rather cheekily put a slide up, and then Councillor Wellham can show us where the... if Councillor Wellham is willing to step into the role of... We just need to... Yes. Slide 6. How about slide 17? Can we try slide 17 first, and then we'll see... That one. That one? Yeah. Just a moment. We just need to... Here we go. So
it's the far left hand there.
There. So we have one... Thank you, Councillor. We have one there, and if you approved it, one there.
While that's up there, can I correct you one thing about the cycle connection?
Mm-hmm.
You press your mic.
Sorry. If you put your red dot roughly where it was before on the left-hand side, that's it. Move it through that. Yeah, move it through that green bit in that direction. No, that direction. That's it. The plan is to link up the cycle track around the existing site to the bus stop in Trinity Walk, and then from there, the parish council, using their vast amounts of SIL money, intend to provide links so that you can actually cycle from there into the village.
So what I would say to you, Councillor Mansell and Councillor Wellham, if it was your desire, you could actually say to us, in the event that planning permission is granted, you wish us to ensure that there's a cycle connection, not just to the emergency access, but we continue that cycle connection along the frontage to link in with the Trinity Meadow frontage, which then, through the intervention of the parish council, then takes cyclists right the way into town. That would be perfectly appropriate to do. That doesn't stop us achieving cycle connections all the way down through here as well. The more the better, but certainly if that's what you want, tell us, and that is what we will build into the consent. Were you minded to grant permission?
Councillor Mansell, have you another question?
Again, because obviously that Trinity Meadows site abuts the playing fields, and I believe there is a footpath or a track between the playing fields and the development on the left side of the picture there. Is that also, because that leads to the secondary school, is that also going to be a link for a cycle path?
Yes and no.
Yes. I'm sure Councillor Wellham is now speaking on behalf of the Parish Council, but in terms of the Planning Authority, we would do everything we could to ensure that there was a connection to the boundary. Yeah. If the parish then have something up their sleeve, I'm very keen to hear it.
Yes, Bloor Homes have put a connection up to the boundary, but then it then tips out onto an area of mud. The Parish Council would like to, well, they put in a sill bid, but it was rejected, to convert that mud to a cycle track. But Parish Council will reconsider whether or not they'll pay for that.
Okay, Councillor Field, do you have a question?
Yes, highways issue. I think 300 houses sounds an awful lot through a single entrance, even with emergency exits. I wonder what the county's normal rules are on that matter, and what level the county would insist on a signalised junction.
Tam, have you got an answer?
Yeah, our design guide is for over 150 homes is a single access with an emergency access as a minimum. There isn't a maximum for a single access at the moment in design guide, but our guidelines that we stick to is 500. It's got to be 2 as an absolute minimum. It's between 300 and 500, but it depends on each site, but we don't have an actual maximum at the moment.
Are there any more questions for Vincent?
I did ask at what level you'd signalise a junction, because there are some that are treated that way in Needham Market, one I think of particularly.
With signalisation, I can't make any comment unless I see any modelling, I'm afraid, sorry.
Councillor Wellham, do you have a question for Vincent?
I have 2 questions. On slide 6, when looking at that, you said facilities are within reasonable distance, but the nearest shop you can buy anything more than meat is the Co-op, and I'm not convinced. Would you convince the committee that it's safe and convenient to walk from the proposed site to the Co-op? And the second question is, what public transport? 1 bus a day on Thursdays. Not very good for commuting to work.
In terms of access to the Co-op, which if we go back to slide 9, please, Mandy. Yep. Oh. I'm trying to look at that. I'd be tempted not to walk to the Co-op from this side. I'm just looking. The filling station, does that have a shop? They're both one and the same thing? Okay.
It's about a mile from the top end, from the far corner of the application site, but it's alongside the A1120. But it's alongside the A1120. That it's the safety that I would like you to consider.
Okay. I don't necessarily need to walk along the main road, though, do I? I can work my way right through the village in terms of the footpaths and the open spaces. No, I'm not going to dispute that a mile is a mile and not everyone wants to walk a mile to the local shop. I'd grant you that.
Did you say you have another question?
Would you like to walk it across country without Wellingtons?
Have you got a serious question?
It is, yeah.
Have you got a serious question? Not about the wellies?
No, well, I didn't have an answer to the what public transport there is.
Yeah.
I mean, there were bus stops provided on the Blore site, but there aren't any buses.
That's an interesting one. We didn't have a request as part of the consultation for public transport contributions, which might have been able to provide additional services. It isn't something that I've seen used here. Elsewhere, I have seen the County Transport Authority take sums of money to provide additional services, which doesn't necessarily answer your question. It poses a different question.
Do we have any more questions for Vincent? Okay, so moving on to our list of public speakers, we have Mr. Jerry Voden here from the Parish Council. So the microphones and the seats are just here, and if you can try and keep to the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jerry Voden, and I'm representing Stowupland Parish Council on this planning application before you this afternoon. Thank you. The Parish Council objects strongly to the application. The Council recognised that there are benefits for residents of Stowupland, which would be very welcome should the Council have full control of Thraxton's Meadow and have set out the conditions under which the gift of the land would be accepted. These are listed in the committee papers. But the Council considers that the benefits of being gifted the land are outweighed by the disbenefits of allowing the development. Therefore, the Council wishes to maintain its objection for the following reasons. The site is not an allocated site for development in the current Mid-Suffolk 5-year housing plan, nor in the adopted Stowupland neighbourhood plan. Policies SNP6, rural exception sites, and SNP12, local green sites, are particularly relevant. The cumulative impact of recent and yet to be commenced development and this application will have a detrimental impact on the village character and landscaping setting. Development in this location would negatively impact the rural settlement fringe character. It is further development outside of the village settlement boundary in the countryside and using high quality agricultural land. This development will further erode the setting of the listed building Columbine Hall. Even if the ancient Thraxton Meadow, which is part of this application, is transferred on suitable terms to the Parish Council, it will lose its character due to further housing development in close proximity. This meadow is highlighted in the neighbourhood plan as being an important feature that should be protected. Whilst the single access onto the A1120 may be considered by the applicant's highway consultant to be adequate for up to 300 homes, the Parish Council has great concerns that there will be long tailbacks through the estate at busy times of the day as vehicles queue to turn right onto the A1120. Congestion on the A1120 may result in drivers avoiding use of that road by turning left and finding rat runs through unsuitable country lanes. For these and a number of other reasons set out in objections from residents, I urge members to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we got any questions for the Parish Council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving on, we have no objectors and no supporters, but we do have Stuart Carvell, who is the applicant/agent.
Thank you again. I'd ask members to note some of the comments received in the consultation responses predate that of the publication of the emerging local plan, and since that publication we've had further discussions between your council and members of the Parish Council. The scheme is in a sustainable location and settlement identified by the council in its emerging local plan in the A14 growth corridor. The adjacent site has been found sustainable by this council and by the planning inspectorate. This scheme has been carefully designed to outline the scheme to ensure there's no impact upon Columbine Hall, and we've positively responded to the issues raised by Historic England, who have no objection to the application. And we've worked positively with the council to respond to these and amend the plans by increasing the buffer that's shown on at the northern end of the site. As Vincent mentioned, it's down for 70 dwellings, and this is to protect the meadow from development. We've worked with the parish council to identify how we can transfer it into their ownership and make a payment of £75,000 for them to do so. It is currently managed for the benefit of the landowner's farming business, and it is not protected in any way. The neighbourhood plan doesn't compel the landowner to do anything with it. It is a planning policy decision, and the transfer of this will enable its protection in perpetuity for the benefit of the community. There's also been contributions requested for Section 106 monies to a new primary school and a preschool contribution, which this development will pay for. We'll provide all the SIL payments required of it and the 35% affordable housing, 35% affordable housing. And again, the parish will receive 25% of the SIL receipts. There was a question earlier about what will the developer build out once we've sell it to them. The Bloor scheme has retained a key green corridor through that site, and we propose that the same here with the Thradstones Meadow, and it will be a linked up connected plan. Therefore, I'd respectfully request that members grant this application as recommended by your case officer and for the benefit of the community of Stowupland for the management of Thradstones Meadow.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the agent? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, on page 493, there's a quote from the design and access statement from yourselves, and this states in part, best practice sustainability will be embraced. I wondered what you currently thought best practice sustainability meant.
That was covered by some of the things that Vincent mentioned to do with providing electric vehicle charging points, renewables on site in accordance with policy C3 of the local plan, electric vehicle charging point in the village, and those social benefits by providing the Thradstones Meadow in terms of ensuring its management and perpetuity.
Come back.
Yeah. The what I was wondering about really was particularly the carbon footprint. Essentially, best practice these days is actually zero emissions. I wonder whether you consider using orientation in order to move nearer to zero.
Can I clarify? Do you mean orientation of buildings, as in?
Yes.
Okay. This is an outline for reserve matters, and the council can condition, and it's in control of the reserve matters. So whatever comes in from a reserve matter application from a developer, from a house builder, it's within its power to approve or refuse if it's happy with the orientation of those buildings provided.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Did I hear you correctly in that you said there was a Section 1 contribution, Section 106 contribution for a preschool facility, because that doesn't appear on our page 441?
There's a mixture of SIL and Section 106 contributions, some of which have been identified, some for primary schools and some for preschool. And that's been I think that's been requested by the County Council.
Could we have some clarity maybe from the planning officer? Can you just confirm if the Section 106 contribution is for primary school build out and that the preschool will be coming from SIL? Or is there some Section 106 towards the preschool?
On page 441, the education contribution is towards new primary school build costs and school transport contributions. Anything else would come out of SIL.
Do you want to come back?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
This is we've actually had we've had lengthy discussions already with the council and the council's solicitors about what the Section 106 agreement will do. So it is largely drafted. There is a preschool contribution drafted at the moment, which is for £2,054. Sorry, nearly £2,055 per dwelling to the contribution to a preschool. So that's 70 dwellings times by £2,055. Correct.
Do we have any more questions for the agent?
I think based on what Mr. Carvell has just told us, I wasn't aware that that had been negotiated with the county through the draft 106. What I suggest is, were members minded to grant planning permission, we ensure that the education contribution component within that is modified to reflect whatever the county council's education authority considers is now required as a result of this proposal, and that could include early years.
So we'll move on to the ward members. Which of you would like to start? Keith.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to explain why this application should be refused. The officer is correct to state in his report that the neighbourhood plan must be given full weight, but then instead of following the NPPF, he sets out about trying to persuade the committee that despite the evidence, he recommends approval, and that is despite the conflicts with the neighbourhood plan. It is vital members treat the draft local plan as draft. There are a great many comments made on the plan. It's not even approved for examination. It's way behind the neighbourhood plan in importance in respect of decision making today. Please give it the weight it deserves as an untested draft, and give the neighbourhood plan the weight it deserves as the prime planning policy document. Advice from the barrister who led the training session in this chamber just 9 days ago was that the neighbourhood plan has primacy over the joint local plan until the joint local plan is adopted. So the starting point for considering this application is that Stowupland has an approved neighbourhood plan, approved and made by this council in June. It has a site allocation in line with advice from planning officers at the time, and they were accepted by the examiner. And the application site is not included. It does not include that allocation within the proposed settlement boundary. NPPF paragraph 12 states, where a planning application conflicts with an up-to-date development plan, including any neighbourhood plan, permission should not usually be granted. So the officer needs to produce strong reasoning why the neighbourhood plan should be overridden, and there are no such reasons given in this report. The proposal is in conflict with Part 9 of the NPPF, especially paras 103 and 102, due to the distance from the site to employment opportunities, retail outlets, the nearest post office and the railway station, and the lack of a bus service except one bus to Stowmarket on Thursdays. The majority of the trips will be by private car. So this is not a sustainable development. The value of Thradstone's Meadow has been reduced by the proximity of new houses, and that makes it more important that there is no building along the west side. At present, Thradstone's Meadow is bound for 85% of its hedgerow length by agricultural land or open space. This would be reduced to about a half. So that is quite a significant disbenefit of this application. The landscape consultant made it clear that a proposal in this location will negatively impact the rural settlement fringe character. The development will have a detrimental impact on the rural setting of the village and will further encroach into the countryside. A well-used footpath runs along the northern side of the site, and the value of that will be diminished if the houses are built. It's in completely open countryside at present. Houses could be built virtually up to that footpath, and that is a key footpath within the village. And there is a requirement to retain the open agricultural use of the land in this area for arable and or pasture. The minor economic benefits are far outweighed by the greater environmental and social disbenefits. Mid-Suffolk District Council has a 5-year supply of housing land, local schools are full, health centres can take no more patients, community infrastructure is already stretched, and the current village facilities will not be able to provide fully for the residents of the dwellings already approved. The transport assessment is flawed because the base data is inaccurate. I looked through this and looking at one of the junctions, the traffic count has recorded 0 vehicles turning between the B115 West, that's coming up from Stowmarket, turning left into Thorney Green Road, and this is the key route to school. So you can't tell me that between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock there are no vehicles going from Stowmarket to Stowupland taking their pupils to school. There's 100 or so of them queued along the road. They've come from somewhere. This is a key junction. It's on the school run, and there are frequent queues waiting to turn right onto the B115. If the base data is wrong, none of the conclusions and recommendations can be relied upon. So how can the County Council say there are no significant traffic implications? There are already long queues on the A1120 and the B1115. The Parish Council has provided traffic count data to Suffolk County Council some months ago, but we haven't yet had any feedback, and there's been a huge increase in traffic since September 2019. There is other land identified in Stowupland for housing in the draft local plan, including land south of the B1115, and the other land is nearer Stowmarket and would not require trips through the whole of the village in order to reach the A14, the station or retail outlets. In any case, the housing figures in the draft local plan have not been tested at examination. The whole of the neighbourhood plan has been examined, found acceptable and approved by this district council and is a made plan. The parish council are totally against this development. Their reasons are clearly set out in their objection letter. However, they have felt pressure from planning officers to accept that development is inevitable and at the request of officers have set out in a letter the conditions under which the council would take on the land. These are set out on pages 407, 408 of the bundle. You'll see on page 408 that the Parish Council reiterated its objection to the proposal in the same letter. Members have strong grounds for refusing this application based on the NPPF, paragraph 12, 102, 103, neighbourhood plan policies, and so on. Officers appear to have assessed the application on the basis of paragraph 11D of the NPPF as if the neighbourhood plan does not exist. It's clear in any case that the social and environmental disbenefits outweigh any economic benefit. I go back to paragraph 12 of the NPPF, which states, where a planning application conflicts with an up-to-date development plan, including any neighbourhood plan, permission should not usually be granted. And I would suggest as demonstrable and significant harm, the landscape, the impact on the landscape. This piece of land is on rising land in the Claydon Plateau. It's near the top of the plateau. There's harm to Thurston's meadow, even if it's gifted, because there's going to be houses all around it, or on a second side of it, its value will be diminished. There are traffic grounds for rejection, road safety grounds. It's not sustainable. There are no bus services. There's a significant distance to any services which depend on car use, on roads congested at peak AM and PM, and school start and finish times. If you are minded to approve, however, would you please ensure there is no access onto Gipping Road for any construction vehicles, and that the footpath on the north side of the site is maintained for the duration of construction. In any case, I think the application should be refused.
Thank you. Mr. Isbell's just going to speak to a few of those things.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the position with Stowupland's neighbourhood plan is not the same as that for Thurston, which we rehearsed earlier, and paragraph 14 of the NPPF is engaged. I think, though, it's quite important to understand what that means. That does disengage what the NPPF describes as the presumption in favour of sustainable development, but you have a judgment to make as to the adverse impact of that. And what paragraph 14 simply says is that the decision you have to make is that effectively that presumption is not engaged where the adverse impact of allowing development that conflicts with the neighbourhood plan is likely to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So there's no racing certainty attached to paragraph 14. This is about judgment and likelihood. It is true that the made neighbourhood plan in this particular instance allocates sites and approaches the matter of housing need in a different way to that of Thurston's neighbourhood plan. But I would say, and I put on record here, that the parish council neighbourhood plan group were advised of the likelihood that the district would expect more housing need to be accommodated within the parish, and as I understand it from colleagues, that has not been addressed in a way which resolves the question of need, I suppose, from the district council's point of view. The question of housing numbers ultimately boils back to the obligation that we must meet the housing need for the district, which is imposed on us, and we do not have a choice over that. Take you back to the point that houses will need to be provided somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. As my colleague has said, this planning application should be refused. Stowupland has a neighbourhood plan which was only made by this council a few months ago. It's been through rigorous examination and is the primary planning policy against which an application should be measured. This plan includes allocated sites as well as those sites which had some kind of planning permission. So Stowupland has addressed the point about allocating additional housing sites. And these, together with other planning applications that have been approved and are in the pipeline, amount to 646 homes, which is, if the figure of 561 was mentioned earlier, but it's actually 646. And this is in relation to the 900 existing homes in the village at the time of the plan. This easily met the amount that Mid-Suffolk designated at the time the neighbourhood plan was made. And is the community expected to keep following changing goalposts? This neighbourhood plan has been made and should be followed. In the words of the barrister that we heard from last week, the neighbourhood plan will take priority as the last document to become part of the development plan. We refer to adverse impacts from applications. So in this case, this site is outside the settlement boundary and it does not enhance the landscape of the rural village, which is a requirement of our planning policy. It's a significant distance to the co-op, where there have recently been 2 serious accidents due to having to cross the busy A1120. There is an offer of a meadow adjoining the site, Thradstone's Meadow, yet without development, this site will still exist. Indeed, it will be enhanced without development as it will remain surrounded by fields on 3 sides rather than hemmed in by housing. This development will not enhance the site as our policies state it should, and it will reduce its impact as a wildlife haven, and we reference there the neighbourhood plan policy SNP 12. A second adverse impact is the consideration of climate change. There's no consideration of climate change and how this development will minimise its impact and contribute towards meeting the council's declaration of a climate emergency. Another adverse impact, the proposed development has a significant impact on the setting of Columbine Hall as a listed building and will reduce the rural nature of this forever. The planning officer has mentioned the few single developments along Gipping Road, but you can see through those towards Columbine Hall, whereas this is a big block of housing that will be diagonally across from Columbine Hall and significantly impact on that setting. But most importantly, this proposed site is not in the neighbourhood plan and is not supported by the parish council. Other sites are up to hundreds of houses, allocated sites and existing sites. So when are we going to give neighbourhood plans their full weight? We encourage villages to produce them, yet we ignore them when it comes to planning. This village has allocated sites as they were asked to. Why are we not supporting this? If this application is approved, it will send a message to all our communities that neighbourhood plans are not worth the paper they're written on. So for this and the other reasons I've given, I really urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions for our ward members. Councillor Muller.
Chair. Councillor Wellham, you mentioned there's one bus service a day between Stowupland and Stowmarket, which I think is correct. What about the buses that go through Stowupland to Mendlesham from Stowmarket? There's about 3 or 4 of those at least a day.
They're not very convenient. They go past part of the village. They don't go into the village centre. So, yes, some people could use them, but there isn't a service which is of use to commuters or people who wish to go shopping. The other problem is that because of the type of vehicle that's used, if there are already 3 people with shopping trolleys on the bus, when the bus gets to Stowupland, no one else with a shopping trolley is allowed on. So people just don't use the buses. And the drivers will not help people onto the bus. Okay, a lot of this is a problem with the service provider, but that is the situation, that they will only take 3 elderly people.
Councillor Mattson.
Thank you. Either ward member. When the neighbourhood plan was being prepared for examination, that's to say at a fairly late stage before that, were the housing numbers available to conform with?
When the neighbourhood plan went to examination, a number was there for the plan to conform with, and the examiner confirmed that the plan conformed to that number.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Could you please confirm whether there is a continuous pavement route from the proposed development to the co-op, and whether there are any controlled pedestrian crossings of the A11, whatever it is?
You would have to walk on muddy tracks for part of the length, unless you walk through the Blore site and then walk down the edge of the A1120. The footpath is less than a metre wide, and it's a heavy lorry route, and there have been instances of people being struck by wing mirrors of lorries. So that is not a safe route for pedestrians. It's even worse for cyclists. I mean, cyclists, if they use that, they cycle on the path and come into conflict with pedestrians. The other problem is that once you get near to the co-op, you've got to take a chance in getting across. Fortunately, sometimes the staff of the co-op come out and they stop the traffic to help people across. That in itself is an unsafe operation and unlawful.
I'd just add that the crossing, because it's so unsafe to the co-op, the school sends out messages about once a week to warn parents, to warn their children to be careful when crossing the road to the co-op. So the significance of that is so high that they're getting regular warnings from the school to parents.
Councillor Fields, do you have a question?
Yeah, it was just about the issue of the numbers, the difference between the neighbourhood plan and the local plan. We've mentioned there is a substantial difference, but what are the 2 sets of expectations?
It's not that different. The revised figure is about 750, and the current figure of houses that have actually already in the pipeline is 646. So it's not insignificant difference.
So essentially, the number required has been provided, or it's been accommodated in the neighbourhood plan. Yeah.
As at the time of the figures that we had at the time of the neighbourhood plan, yes.
Could I ask again then, what about the figures that exist now?
The neighbourhood plan working group have had an opportunity to have a look at the revised figures. I forget which slide it was. It's the slide that shows the Taylor Wimpey site. It's the one early on that shows a number of sites.
Yeah, Can I find slide 11? Councillor Wells.
Could be, there was another one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we at the top of the slide, you've got the Gladman site, which is for 70, not 100. At the bottom, there's the 300. Now, there have been discussions between the various people, including Taylor Wimpey, who are anticipating purchasing the land, we believe, that site could, in their view, accommodate 650. Now, my guess is that the parish council would not be happy with 650 on there, but they may well be happier with 370 on there than 300 there and 70 at the far end, because you can actually walk very easily from that site into Stowmarket, safely as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Caston, do you have a question?
In relation to Threadstone Meadow, do you know the history of that site, and what's stopping the owner from using agricultural pesticide or ploughing that field?
I've been aware of that for 70 odd years and have played on that piece of land on odd occasions. In all of those 70 years, that site has been pretty much as it's shown on there. It's used for dog walking. It's used for informal picnics, barbecues, and all sorts. The owner of the land has been in the same family, and there has been a representative of that family on the parish council ever since parish councils were invented. So the likelihood that the present owner, who is still a member of the same family, would turn against the village and do something nasty to it, I would suggest is pretty remote.
Is there anything stopping him from doing that then?
In law,
you don't know, do you?
in law he could. It's just that knowing who he is and knowing the history, it would be extremely unpopular, and he knows it would be unpopular.
You don't.
He's obviously not aware of any legal constraints, I'm sure.
Do we have any more questions? So we'll move on to debate. So who wants to kick off? Councillor Caston.
Thank you. I quite like the idea of this transfer of the meadow into public ownership. It could easily become a key biodiversity site. Okay, I understand what you're saying, that it's very unlikely that the landowner would plough it up or spray it, because the public wouldn't be very happy with them. I don't know how the public feel about the 70 houses at the moment, and did that change his decision on that? I'm not sure if it did. I like the 10% renewables and the key green infrastructure on this, and I think as planning applications go, it's reasonably sympathetic to the area, a lot more sympathetic than I've seen other ones. So at the moment, I'm minded to approve, or vote to approve, sorry.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Now, despite Stowupland being a key service centre in our current local plan and a core village in our emerging local plan, from what we've heard today, I am not convinced that this is a truly sustainable location. I'm rather concerned about the fact that there is not even a safe pedestrian route to the village co-op, let alone to the centre of Stowmarket Station, or Tesco's, which is probably the closest supermarket outside of the village. So, I know it's listed as a core village. It is going to get some development. The neighbourhood plan, we've been told by our planning officer, is not the same as the ones we've been looking at in Thurston. This neighbourhood plan does allocate some sites, and at the time that it was studied by the inspector, it met the required number of houses for Stowupland. So the fact that it is not listed as a land allocation in the Stowupland neighbourhood plan, I think is very significant, and that should carry an awful lot of weight. One of the other things I'm a little concerned about is the fact that this is grade 2 agricultural land, and now whilst agricultural land that's not grade 1, we don't actually have any grade 1 in mid-Suffolk. In fact, I don't think there's an awful lot even within Suffolk. So we are proposing developing a site that is our best and most versatile agricultural land. It's outside of the land allocations of the neighbourhood plan, which is our most recent piece of planning policy guidance that we should be using. And I worry about the pedestrian routes out of this development to the facilities in Stowupland and Stowmarket. So at the moment, I am less likely to support this application.
Councillor Muller.
Thank you. I know the area quite well. I've walked up around Stowupland since I've sort of lived in Stowmarket. You are quite right. Where the co-op is situated, there is a footpath on the opposite side of the road, but it is dangerous because it's right close to quite a steep bend, and also the junction that goes down on the A1120 towards Stowmarket. But on the opposite road to the actual co-op, there is a footpath right the way through to the top of Mortimer Road, where there is a pedestrian crossing, and then there are footpaths right the way through into Stowmarket from that. At this stage, I'm sort of mindful to actually agree with the planning officer and go for approval of this application.
Thanks. Are you proposing?
Thank you. Yeah, I must necessarily repeat what I said on an earlier application regarding MPPF paragraph 48. And now in this instance, the weighting of the neighbourhood plan is even greater, because it's not only adopted, but it was also close to the required number, although, as I said this morning, the required number is itself has got considerable difficulties because there are unresolved objections to the spatial allocation that is set out in the emerging joint local plan in relation to the A14 corridor in particular. So I think with the other disadvantages of this application that we've heard about, of which there are several, I'm not going to support it, and I'm thinking of that we should be actually rejecting it.
Phil's got something to say.
Yeah, we seem to be, just so we're clear about policies and considerations and weight, and to avoid misquoting what was said in member training, the neighbourhood plan is made, it is part of the development plan. So, as I said this morning, section 54A engages you should make your decision in accordance with it unless material considerations indicate otherwise, and that's what officers say to you. Now, the circumstance with the neighbourhood plan is it was prepared in a context which complied with the rules for the preparation of neighbourhood plans. The responsibilities around the preparation of neighbourhood plans are not the same as those are on the district council in its preparation, and the district council has a housing objective, has a housing need target to meet across the district, so I don't think that number we have the grounds to question. Where those numbers go may be in question, but I take you back to the point that whether one likes it or not, there is a need to identify where those houses will be provided, and the council's plan has gone through full council for consultation. So there is a degree to which, albeit that joint local plan in law has limited weight, I think it's fair to say that might underplay the situation on the facts, and the evidence of need is another material consideration to put in play. I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with what Councillor Eburn, I recall, said earlier, that once you've got your plan, that sort of takes you in a direction. We as decision makers, or you as decision makers, must always have regard to potentially changing material considerations, and they will always, I'm afraid, continue to evolve. So I think one has to keep an open mind to the potential for change, I'm afraid. Thank you, Chairman.
I've got Councillor Carter next.
Thank you. I think the you say about it continually evolving, but the state, the current version, the preferred options, is what we agreed in July, so I can't quite see how weight has been added in the subsequent 6 months.
So the point here is you have a housing number to deal with, you have a presumption in favour of sustainable development across the whole district. You are not obligated to a particular course of action. The neighbourhood plan cannot fetter your discretion today, nor should it. No plan should. You must exercise a judgment on the material considerations before you with any application. The neighbourhood plan, the development plan as a whole, should be your starting point for any decision, and that takes you back to the statutory provision. We as officers say that there are material considerations, and significant ones, around housing need which you should weigh in. And we as officers say that this neighbourhood plan was alerted to the risk that the need to provide more housing in the parish would come through the joint local plan, and that circumstance has come to pass. It is regrettable that the neighbourhood plan did not address that possibility. But we are here with a made neighbourhood plan, and to that extent it is a development plan you have to pay attention to. Can I point out the agricultural land question? I believe it was said this was grade 2 land. As I understand it, it's grade 3. Now, 3A or 3B? Part in 2, part in 3, sorry. So it's not completely grade 2 agricultural land.
Councillor Carter.
Yes, I'm well aware that we do indeed have a housing need to fulfil. But this is sustainable development for all, of all abilities. And I'd be minded if we were... it's a shame that we have a proposal on the table, because I'd be minded to propose that we did a site visit on a nice rainy day and tried to get me in a wheelchair to on a footpath, and try to get me from the site to the co-op, or indeed from the site into the centre of Stowmarket. You'd find it quite a hard push to actually get me from my thing of Stow Forney into the centre of Stowmarket. So we're trying to say that this development, we're going to be putting people of all abilities, all ages, into an area where they might not be able to get into the co-op to buy the food. Are we going? Is this what we really want to be putting for as a sustainable development? And so I'd be mindful of if officers would like to visit it and borrow my wheelchair, and to see the practicality of actually having a housing development there. Unless we want to turn around and say, well, yeah, we're going to give houses, but not if you need a walking stick.
Right, I've got Councillor Norris next.
Thank you. I have a number of reservations about this application. Stowupland has an adopted neighbourhood plan, and the site is not allocated within it. It's outside the settlement boundary. We've heard from the ward members that there is a very limited bus service, and that there is no safe route for pedestrians to and from the site. I don't consider it, therefore, to be truly sustainable in the true sense of the word. We've heard about traffic queuing from the Trinity Meadows access onto Church Road along the A1120, where the A1120B 1115 junction is, where vehicles are turning right.
overall, I don't think I can support this application. Thank you.
Councillor Caston.
There is a proposal just hanging in the air, so I'd like to second it. I can do maths, so I'm not quite sure how far it goes. I'd like to ask if I could just add that with that proposal, we could continue the cycle path across the top of the site, and we could look into public transport donations as part of the agreement, should it go through.
So, in terms of public transport, the development will be expected to contribute to SIL, which deals with transport improvements, and I think that, from my perspective, will be the answer to this. The parish and the district would then achieve some contribution which could help it deliver that. In terms of land for cycle connectivity, much as with the discussion we had in Thurston, I'd recommend a similar approach of adding a condition on similar terms to that which we described earlier about a specific strategy and scheme with cycle connectivity as part of the reserve matters, because we are dealing with an outline application. If we're at that point, Chairman, I mean, there is a point that we do need to pick up the point around preschool. There is a requirement for a contribution which we haven't got in the planning obligations heads of terms. We would need to add £143,847 to that as a preschool contribution into those elements. But I don't know if that takes Councillor Caston forward somewhere with some information about the transport side of it.
Okay, so we've had a proposer and a seconder. So we'll move to the vote in favour of the...
Grant of Planning Commission. Grant of Planning Commission, page 440.
Sorry, we'll move to go for a vote in favour of approval. All those in favour?
3.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 4. Lost. The motion is lost.
So the motion is lost, and we'll go back to debate. Who'd like to speak? Councillor Mann.
Yeah, can we have a 2-minute natural break, please? Thank you.
It's either out, he needs a catheter.
going to resume now, and Phil's going to make an announcement.
Chairman, I'm conscious that we're now 20 past 5 and the public have been very patient with us, but to be honest, we've lost various technical officers to support presentations as we go, and albeit we haven't concluded Stowupland, I'm conscious we've still got Woolpit to hear today. We talked about pushing Claydon and Barham into next week. I have to say my advice is, in the absence of other colleagues to help answer members' questions, I'm tempted to think that actually we need to also consider bumping Woolpit into next week, because I cannot see that we're necessarily going to get this done. I believe we've got the room booking till 7 o'clock, but the officer's presentation will take time, then there'll be questions, and we're going to start consuming a huge amount of time before we reach debate, even assuming we get through the rest of the Stowupland application with speed. So I think there is a question as to whether or not we actually consider that application next week as well, because I think we're going to run out of time, Chairman.
So can I have a proposer for that? Speak to that.
May I ask that we can, as I am a member of this committee, and I'm sitting over here at the moment, but could we not hear the Woolpit application in Elmswell and at the Blackbourne? Because the people from Woolpit, they had to come in last week for an application that was then deferred because there was mistakes in the application, and some of the same people have come back in today for that application, and to travel into Ipswich, for 2 consecutive weeks and to have to do it a third time, I really think it is asking quite a lot of the local community, and they've shown such an interest, and I think really we should try to hold their planning application, if not in Woolpit itself, then at least in the Blackbourne in Elmswell.
Yeah, we can certainly, Rob's going to look into sort of room availability and that, we'll look into it, okay? So can I have a proposer? Thanks, Councillor Miller. Seconder?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So all those in favour of bumping this into, appropriate time and a room adjournment sort of thing. So that's carried. Thank you. So if the members of the public who are here for Woolpit would like to leave, we will inform you when we're going to do this again. Right, let's let them go. Right, if the people that are leaving could do so, that would be good, thank you.
Right, shall we resume?
Right, now where were we? We were just going into debate for the second time, people. Who would like to speak? Councillor Field.
Well, the next move seems to be that I should propose that we reject this application on the grounds that it doesn't comply with the neighbourhood plan, that the neighbourhood plan contains allocations that remain valid until replaced by new allocations from a local plan when it reaches an appropriate stage, that the application is not fully sustainable in that routes to local amenities are unsatisfactory, have safety risks, and there is a lack of sufficient public transport.
Thank you. Councillor Carter first, sorry.
As that proposal has been made, I'd be happy to second that proposal. The only alternative would be a site visit with Mid-Suffolk Disability Forum, which would be interesting. So.
Councillor Matheson next.
Yeah, I was just seeking to second all.
Councillor Eburns, do you want to say anything?
If it helps, Chair, we were able to assist the committee with a couple of reasons that they might wish to add to their refusals if they were minded to consider those. Yeah.
What we have written down is that we consider there is demonstrable and significant harm. Harm to the landscape because the site is on rising land in the Claydon's Plateau and the buildings proposed are on high.
Sorry, could I, if you've written that down, can I make some notes as you go? So could you take
I'll give it to you at the end.
Oh, well.
Slowly.
If that's permitted. Right, the landscape harm, the site is on rising land in the Claydon's Plateau and the buildings proposed are on higher land than the previous development, the development that is presently under construction. There is harm to Thradstone's meadow from buildings close to the northwest edge of the meadow. There is concern over traffic and road safety, particularly access to services. The site is not sustainable. There are no bus services and no suitable route for pedestrians or cyclists.
No suitable route to where?
To services or the railway station.
Would anyone else like to say anything, speak? Councillor Mansell?
I would like to clarify the agricultural land grade because I have a map on my screen here. I know it's not a very big scale, but the whole of this site looks to me to be in the blue shading, and yet the Chief Planning Officer is telling me that it's grade 3. So if it is grade 3, can we specify whether it's 3A or 3B? And maybe I could see your map that shows it differently. I know I can only get hold of a small scale map. I wish I could get hold of a larger scale map. Maybe you could point me in the right direction.
Well, Chairman, I'll defer to my case officer who knows much more than me and handed me a note with the information on. So you have more information than I have at the moment.
Would anyone else like to say anything? Oh, he is. No, he needs a minute. I'm just saying in the meantime.
I think Vincent's got the answer.
Vincent's got the answer, sorry. Sorry, yeah.
On our database, Councillor, a large swathe of the site is 2, and the north-east corner is 3, but our system doesn't tell us whether that's 3A or 3B. So the majority is 2, but there is a pocket of 3.
Mr. Manson.
Could I come back with that and suggest that the fact that this is on our, whatever it is, most versatile and whatever agricultural land, because we don't have any grade 1 in our district. I think I'm right in saying that. So therefore grade 2 is our best and most versatile agricultural land. So I would like to add that as an amendment to the proposal that's also added as a reason for refusal, that it is on our best and most versatile agricultural land.
Do you want to come back with that, Vincent?
All I would say is that the Trinity Meadow, the existing development under construction, is also on grade 2, and we did approve that.
It's an unfortunate historic fact, and that, you know, just that this is more grade 2 land which is being built upon. So I think, you know, in my mind, I think that should have some significance.
It sounds to me as though you're suggesting the cumulative loss is a concern.
Point of order, Chair. We didn't approve that application, Trinity Meadows. We refused it, and then it was one on appeal.
So I'm proposing that as an amendment to the current proposal that I believe is on the table.
What do the proposer and seconder say? Are they happy with that?
Chairman, to be honest, at the moment I don't have something that I would call a workable reason for refusal. I have the neighbourhood plan with me. I think I understand some of the issues. I think it would be beneficial for myself to take 5 minutes with the proposer and seconder of the motion to understand and help them put some wording around this rather than to waste committee's time in a debate. I think I understand the broad issues, but with your permission and with the agreement of the committee, I would suggest that Councillor Field and Councillor Carter and I take a couple of minutes, well, take 10 minutes to review their thinking so that we can clarify precisely how this notion of not being sustainable, not in the Labour plan, what that actually means in terms of harm, because otherwise we may spend quite a long time debating what the council would need as a reason for refusal. So I don't know if you're content with that.
Okay, yeah, no, let's do that.
So may we take 10 minutes? Chairman, if we come back for 1:45, how would that be?
Yep.
Is that all right?
So 1:45.
I'll leave you to it. I don't think I need to button on this.
There.
Right, Phil's on.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Field and Councillor Carter have helpfully discussed their concerns with me, and I have reviewed the Stowupland Neighbourhood Development Plan with them to discuss some of those issues. It's fair to say, I think, having reflected on some of the comments made during debate, I have also made some suggestions to them. So I think, as I understand their proposal, they have evolved that from whence it began. And this leads me to 3 points, Chairman. The first one is, as I understand it, they would wish a reason for refusal in the following terms. The proposal is not small-scale development and lies outside the settlement boundary of the Stowupland Neighbourhood Development Plan 2019. The proposal would fail to deliver safe and suitable access for all persons to village services and facilities given its separation from those and its poor service by public transport, failing to provide good access for wheelchair users. And on that basis, the proposal will be contrary to policy SNP1 of the Stowupland Neighbourhood Development Plan and contrary to policy SNP14 of that document. Now, secondly, I'm aware that Councillor Wellham and Eburn made reference to the local green space, and I drew that to the attention of Councillor Field and Councillor Carter, and they have further considered that they would wish to propose a second reason for refusal related to that the proposal would fail to preserve and enhance the quality of the local green space and its setting, and on that basis will be contrary to policies SNP 6 and SNP 12 of the Stowupland Neighbourhood Development Plan. No, so those are the two reasons that Councillors Field and Carter have discussed and refined with me. I would suggest that if members are inclined to agree to those, that there also be a delegated authority to myself to add such reasons as I think fit in drafting the notice, Chairman.
Okay, are the proposer and seconder happy with that? Okay, cool, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favour of what's been proposed?
Refusal for the reasons described.
Those against?
3.
That's carried, and we can all go home. Meeting closed, 5:53.